contagious.
I'm honestly not faking that at all. That is really. God damn. Hang on a second. Can you guys hear me? Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Guys, I apologize if the sound is bad out there, and let me know in the chat how it is.
I think we're in a loop.
Are we in a loop?
Welcome to
What are you talking about?
Oh, you have to stop watching
just-
Urquit stream.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
Urquit, if you could just stop streaming, thanks. So,
You're welcome.
oh fuck! You just went from 100 viewers to 69 after that coughing fit.
Nice.
Nice. Yeah, hell yeah, brother. Oh damn, it went up to 79 after I said that. Go back down. Okay. Sorry, we're live. We're live over at podawful.com/cult, Discord cult. If you want to join us in there, we're going to
Cozy?
yeah, I don't know what's going on with Cozy. I haven't heard back from Cozy in a while, man. You know, Cozy's got some stuff going on, I guess. They seem to be busy. So I don't know what's going on with them. All right, so yeah, we're live over at on Discord as well in the Piranha Tech. Urquit, are you just quietly singing to yourself?
Yes.
Is this live?
What the fuck?
You haven't caught that before?
I mean, I know yes, but we're live.
He's just I
Is he
know
still
that.
doing
I was
it?
saying sarcastically about Urquit singing to himself.
Urquit, are you with us, buddy?
He's just cleaning it.
He's not paying attention.
There's a thing called Pod Awful.
That is terrifying. That is so creepy. He's just sitting there. He's not listening to us at all, and he's just polishing a gun and going, I was just...
What's wrong with that? How is that strange?
Sometimes you feel like a nut. Sometimes you don't.
Off your head and shot your brain.
Oh, fuck. All right, so I apologize to everybody out there for not having done a show in so long, particularly the Pizza Funders, obviously. I did do a 14 and a half hour stream that YouTube somehow cut down to 11 and a half hours. And I know people have to see that and then go, Jesse, you could just do a show. I could.
That was a show.
I mean, it wasn't. It very much was not a show. No real show would ever feature.
It was an event.
No real show would ever feature karaoke. That doesn't make any sense. So
That's what Pod Awful is.
It was like an event the way that 9/11 was.
Shout out to Studi in the chat.
now, hang on a second. Hang on. So I'm not like messing around. I am very ill. I feel like shit. I could do a show. Yes, I could. It would be terrible. It would just be bad. And I know a lot of people think like, I just want the bad show. And I've done that. I did 14 and a half hours of bad show for you. And I'm about to do another set of bad show for you. Okay. So that's what this is. Just putting it out there now. This is, I refuse to do any of the like good ideas I have when I can't execute them well. And right now I can't.
Welcome to the bad show.
Are we gonna be made to have fun again?
This is mandatory fun. So please share the show, podawful.tv. I know it's an odd night. I honestly had no clue it was even Thursday. I'm coming up soon here to 3 weeks of being horrifically, terribly ill. Terribly. So I was trying to think.
Awful.
Huh?
Lee Earl.
What?
Yep.
What did you say? What did you say? Quiet little boy in the corner.
Should we go to the?
You have to repeat.
Call?
If I stop, if I sort of hear what you say, and then I go, I didn't hear what you said. You can't just laugh. You have to repeat it now, because now we're all sitting here waiting.
I asked. So is this show gonna be awful?
Thank you, Babbitts. Yes, they all are, but this one's going to be particularly awful. It's in the name. It's in the name.
Fucking
See, I am trying very, very hard right now to have energy for you, so this feels like a show. But the more I have, I can feel it melting out of me. I feel like I'm butter, and I'm just melting right now. It's making the cough worse. I'm not putting this on at all. I need you to understand that. I'm not faking it like Mr. Medicare, who obviously I actually agree with Mersh. I'm not kidding either. I think Mersh is right. I think he's faking. Fuck. So here's what I thought.
It's worse
thought
than Mr. Medicare.
honestly, listen. All right,
yeah,
here's the thing.
because he's faking.
I don't really watch Mr. Matoker, right? I really thought that was his name for a long time.
The percolator.
I don't really watch. I feel like my mic sounds odd. It could just be my voice. I can't tell anymore. I don't really watch him, right? But when I tuned into something he did recently because I wanted to see is he going to cover this? I don't remember what it was now. And you can fucking hear this motherfucker lighting up cigarettes during a stream. It's like, aren't you dying? Aren't you dying from cancer? You can't.
Well, you may as well smoke then if you die from cancer.
Yes, but then, okay, fine. Listen, you can have the well, I'm going out anyway. Commit suicide then. How about that? And I'm not saying that that's not a TOS violation. I'm not telling him to do it. My point is, oh, really? You're so doomer pilled that you're like, fuck it. Really? Oh, what are you, a cowboy? You fucking loser.
Hold on, who's this? Is this the co-host?
You gonna?
Yeah, no. There's so many people like.
Jesse, you have a co-host.
What are you talking? What are you talking about? Why are you saying I have a co-host? I don't know what you mean.
A guy named Crispy Hater.
Crispy Hater. That's James, and he's not on. He's muted. I don't know why you're bringing that up. Anyway. I just heard him. I could audibly hear him lighting up on a stream, and I just thought that was so okay. You're riding off into the sunset. You don't even care, do you? But then every time somebody forces him to talk about his diseases, he's like whining about it. Oh, I gotta go to even like with the Ethan Ralph thing. He's like crying about how he's got to go to the Mayo Clinic all the way and where he doesn't live, and he's traveling states away. So you're desperately clinging on to life. You just can't get over by the way, an addiction that like a woman would have. Cigarettes, come on. So has anybody ever once claimed before that cigarettes are for women? And women only?
Cigarettes off and shit.
No, that is true.
It's so true.
Originally,
they like smoking them.
Virginia
like
Slims.
Other people smoke them.
It's right there in the name. It's a cigarette.
Cigarette, right. Cigars are boys, cigarettes are girls. Everybody knows this. So
America should be spending his halcyon days fucking. Well, they're not his halcyon days. His last days. Fucking planning a bombing or something fun. Like, come on. Like, don't just smoke
I don't know.
cigarettes.
That's not me, and we don't accept these. No, we're live on YouTube. We're live on YouTube right now, and YouTube took down the last time I did an episode was a little under 3 weeks ago, and they took it down because of stuff like that. And I appealed it going, no, I said that stuff is bad, and they said, nah, and they kept it down. So no. How about that?
Okay,
How about no?
Too far.
Methinks the lady doth protest too much.
Okay. So I mean, listen, I think Mr. Medicare should absolutely be the next Nassim. But he's not going to do it. He's clinging to life, except for he just needs his smoke. I need it. So I mean, it's just very gay to me. And I've heard him. Listen. I can't give you an example. I can't even tell you what he said because I'm not hanging on his. I'm not even Ralph. I'm not hanging on his every word. But I just remember a few times hearing him talk to different people, including Ethan, about his disease. What is it? Is he say it's cancer? What does he say it is? It's Crowder David.
Yeah, it's canker.
It's
He's got
in
a
the
canker sore.
lymphoma, apparently. Or something
Okay,
like that.
what? That's made
He's
up.
got Medicare.
I heard that it's not even that serious, but he made it out to be more serious.
Ooh, see, again, I'm on Mercer's side with this. I now believe he is faking it. I 100% do. I think he's got kahuna virus is probably what it is. That's, by the way, probably what's going on with me. I don't know. I'm not going to take a test. I don't care. I might die from this, so it might be one of those ironic things. You'll never know. If I die from this, or at any point when I die, you'll never find out how. You'll never know why. So, rumors will spread. People will say I had AIDS or monkeypox or whatever. And all of that's fine by me. Let the rumors fly.
Monkey K-Pax.
I'll take Jasper.
Yeah, Kevin Spacey gave it to me. Hang on a second. I gotta spit into my trash can.
Somebody buy this man a spittoon.
Ooh, I should have a spittoon. That would be cool.
Southern man.
I've been spitting so much. I can't stop. Like the only bad part of it right now is the coughing and I constantly feel like my lungs are filling with liquid, which is no good. That's like waterboarding. You know how they're like waterboarding? It feels like drowning. It truly is torture. Even Man Cow said it. Mike David's dad, Man Cow. He was like, "Oh God, it's the worst. I was wrong. I was wrong. It's torture." Man Cow Senior. That's right. He was like, "It's torture."
Is perfectly healthy.
And so here's the thing, though. You know what's really torture? Your lungs actually filling with fluid all the time. And that's what's currently happening to me. There was a day where I was like, oh, I might have to go to the hospital. I couldn't breathe. I just straight up could not breathe. So listen, I probably have it. Despite all the vaccines and the boosters, I probably got the dreaded gum disease, gingivitis. And
Oh my God.
and I'm dying.
Gingivitis killed my father.
So if I disappear, I died. Okay. If there's 3 to 4, if there's 4 days in a row with just no presence from me, not in Discord, not anywhere, then I'm dead. All right. Just assume it. And it's probably the virus. I don't know. I haven't tested myself. I won't do that. I won't go to the hospital. I'll never see a doctor. I refuse to get health insurance. And that's it. I'll just be gone. Please don't stop paying for the pizza fund. So,
Fucking right on, bro.
Just keep huffing the mustard gas like I recommended. Make it better.
listen, we've had listeners die before. They kept paying for the pizza fund after their death. I think I should keep receiving pizza fund after my death. And obviously, my wife and my children are going to need the funds. So I heard one of you say something about my dog. If I pass, he could be hit by a car tomorrow. It doesn't matter. He's the worst dog. He's so stupid. Oh fuck! Hang on.
Have you thought about setting up a trust fund for your family?
Here's the thing. I'll be honest. I don't even know what that is. I am convinced that nobody who has ever used that word trust fund against me, Jesse, before, I'm convinced they have no clue what a trust fund is. By the way, I barely think I know what one is. But
I have no idea.
I don't think people know what it is. I think people just say it. They're like, that's the word that you say when you want to make fun of someone for being rich. Okay, cool insult, I guess. Oh, you know what you are? Rich. Loser.
Yes, successful person. Fuck you.
All right, so I know this is a lot of energy, and it seems like, well, if we're able to sit through these coughs right now, why couldn't we do it in a regular episode? Again, I'm forcing this right now as best I can, and I'm feeling worse and worse as this goes on, and the energy is at a certain point, and it's going to be very soon. I'm filling with fluids again.
Yay.
Very
They're
soon,
after our fluids.
very, 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 very soon, the energy is going to. Yeah, you can clip that. I don't care. The energy is going to take a nosedive, and it's going to be, one of those streams. So I don't think this is an official episode. Probably, I don't know. I might put it on. Maybe I'll make this a podcast version. Probably depends on the length or something. But I was racking my brain. What is something easy enough that I don't really give a shit about that we could do for fun, where I could get a little. Well, hang on now. The man's here. Is he talking right now? I don't hear James.
He made us sound a while
You
there.
have 1.5 holes instead.
I might have to let me refresh Discord so I can make sure I hear everybody. Discord fucks up for me sometimes. Hang on a second. I'm just refreshing the Discord. Jessamine, of course, James Sorenstone's wife. Oh, there he is.
The yellow.
There's James.
Orange.
All right. Go into your bathroom, James.
Hey, James, I don't have you on camera right now, and this ain't your thing, so maybe don't ask people while I'm live, hey, what color wall do you guys prefer?
You're out of the...
I said I'm refreshing. I'll be right back. And by the way, it was so that I could hear you.
Well, okay.
Okay, so what do you have to say about us doing your wife for fun as an easy stream?
I thought that was pretty disrespectful.
That's pretty. And by the way, not only would she let us, she would let us do stuff to her that is incomprehensible to you. You've never even thought of some of the sexual things that your wife would allow us to do to her.
No, you should see the text messages she sends.
It's gross.
It would make you steal our light bulb so fast.
She could make the visitors to Little St. James blush. Let me tell you that much. There's no video because Jesse is currently in a Bacta tank. They say in the chat. Could I be on? I could technically be on video. Do I want to be? No, I feel like shit.
Let's put James on.
Maybe I should just put James on. Hang on a second. The problem is with this Discord thing is when I try to put somebody's video. I'm on the browser version. When I try to put a video up, it'll fuck it up sometimes. I don't know. What the hell was all of that?
James's end.
Oh, thank you.
There you go. All right, James. Now, what were you asking about the wall a minute ago?
Well, somebody was mentioning I kind of
you hit
like
it.
A disembodied.
Your wife hit the wall. Is that what you were bringing up?
And
I hit his wife's wall.
I was gonna ask. I was gonna.
You want us to hit her back walls? Is that what you were saying?
As to whether people like the yellow.
James, I was joking when I asked you. It was just to set up me saying mean things. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, this is James Sorensen. If you don't know him, he is one of the goons that we will be discussing tonight. He is on the goon list, the goon tier list. So I figured the thing we could do, it's fairly easy. It's a little laid back. It's kind of fun. Something to kind of think about. And I like it when we get to argue. So this is an argument. This is why we're on the Discord, is I want to hear everybody's opinions. I want to hear you guys fight over this. We've kind of done this before in the past on our Friday shows. We started ranking goons before. Who's the gooniest goon? But I feel like it was a little bit of a disaster. We did this over a few weeks, and I think I made the criteria too specific. I think people were confused by it because I wanted to know who the gooniest goon was. Who was the most goony of the goons, which is a specific thing. It's not your favorite. It's the one that is like who outgoons the rest. Now, in a lot of ways, the one that does that is probably going to be higher up on the list. It's probably going to be your favorite, in a way. But I think a lot of people were confused by it. So this is the official final goon rankings. And we will just be going off of your favorite. Who's your favorite? Who's the best to laugh at, laugh with, whatever it might be. So there's friends on this list of the show there's enemies on this list, and there's those all the way in between. And, James, friend of the show. Jock Jam Jesus, friend of the show. They're both on the Goon list. Andy Worski on the Goon list. Now, I don't necessarily have, I've put in the chat the link to this thing where you can go and rank it on your own. If you look at the portraits there's going to be a few things you notice. Number one, we might not have every single Goon on there. If we are missing somebody, if you guys notice like a glaring omission, let me know right now and I'll add it. And everybody who's already done the rankings can kind of go back through their own. Because what this website does is we got this tier maker website. And as you can see here, ads all over it right now. But as you can see here, this is several people have already done their own rankings of the Goons. And I think one person did it before we had an F tier. I wanted there to be an F tier, so I added that. So whoever this is, I don't know who that is, but you might want to go back and redo yours. And that's the nice thing. You can go back and do this over again, and it will aggregate it all and put them here. So right now you're looking at, the current aggregate list, but this is not the final list. Okay, I want to fight over it. I want to argue over it. But I thought it would be cool if everybody could do their own. You could go and do it right now, live during the show, while you're in here with me on the Discord, and that way you can figure out. Well, I think the Goons go here, and this is where I think they go, and you can make your argument from there. And again, it's just the one that you think is funniest. The one like rank them in order of whatever's best to you. There's no hard official way to rank them. It's just you get to argue for it. You get to make it what you think it should be. And we'll check back in at the end of this with that aggregated thing there. So if people are doing it, if you go on there and you do it, then it'll have more to aggregate there. But whatever I put on here at the end of this, obviously, is the official final Goon rankings. And I'd like to compare that to what we get on the aggregate as well. I thought it might be interesting. I saw somebody doing something similar on YouTube. It's kind of a fun thing. And again, like I said, we might be missing some Goons on there. I can't keep track of all the Goons. In fact, yesterday when I started asking people for as many portraits of Goons as possible, I said, like, I had to do that because I couldn't even think of them all. I can go to my website and go to the tags and go, okay, so there's this person, this person, this person. I can go, we've got a wiki. Nobody uses this. It's bigbrainniggas.com is a pod awful wiki. And there's actually a pretty great amount of info on there. And we should bring back the wiki. I love it. It's a great resource. And I can go on there, and we've done that. We are probably missing some people. There's probably some glaring omissions. Let me know quickly, and I might be able to add them here. We can add them in. We'll probably want to do that before we finalize, an official Goon ranking thing. The other thing that
I put in PPP because we got to add him.
Okay, so now there are certain Goons or potential Goons or whatever. There's going to be, this won't be a comprehensive list, period. There's certain Goons that I purposefully left out. There's certain people that I don't agree with some of you on whether or not they are Goons and have left out. When it comes, like, I actually asked, we were in here a little earlier, and I asked some people, Driftwood and Igglybuff, should they be on there? Number one, I feel like you'd have to combine them. There's actually a few.
Yeah.
There's
they come as a pair.
They come as a pair, and we've got a few.
They come as a pair.
We've got a few on. It's like the ice climbers. That's funny. We've got a few on here who I think I probably should have paired up and didn't. So this is we're playing real fast and loose with the rules here. Okay, you can see here everybody that I've got right now. And some of you won't even recognize, like, not all of you will even know all of these or even be able to recognize them from these. Now, number one, we've got 2 Tom Gullies on there and 2 Katie Lynn Donahues. The Tom Gullies have the same portrait. The Katie Lynn Donahues have 2 different ones. Here is one of the Katie Lynn Donahues. And where's that other fucking melt face bitch?
Down at the bottom.
Wait, where?
Bottom and top.
Bottom and top. Well, that isn't, you're not Are we even looking?
Second from the left.
We might not even. Oh, yeah. Second from left at the top. So there's the other one. So here's the thing. It won't let me remove anything that I've already added. Like, I can't go back. I can't get rid of those. So when you go to rank yours, I think the move to do is to just put both of them in fact, let me put these next to each other to put both of them in the same tier just so that we can keep track of those. It's a little sloppy, but again, it won't let me fix this. There's no way for me to remove them. Who were some of the people? Oh, so Igglybuff and Driftwood. I asked people earlier, I was like, should we? They said, you know what? Those are Santa Cruz Joker universe. They're not strong enough for their own Goon listing. And I kind of agree with that. There's even, like, we call it the Maine Goon cinematic universe. There's all these goons from Maine. And there's one like Star Rollins, who we've talked about multiple times on the show. She's very heavily associated with Rufio Phoenix, who is, I'm sure Rufio is going to be highly ranked on this. He's a top Goon. She's part of his universe. I can't willingly put her on this list. It's like nobody knows. Like it won't be as contentious a thing. And a lot of these probably will be lower ranked. But so few people will even remember Star Rollins that it didn't seem right to put her on there. So we kind of left her off. PPP has been suggested multiple times to me. I don't know that he's a Goon. He might be a Goon of the internet. In the same way that I didn't put Chris Chan on here. I'm not sure he's exactly a Goon, even though Andy is on here. But Andy and I have directly addressed it. Andy was on the show and asked, like, am I a Goon? And I said, yes. That means Andy's got to be on there. There's no way to avoid putting Andy on. I would probably not put Andy on there had that not happened. Somebody brought up Doug Levison, which, if you even remember, I'm one of the very few people, I think one of the first people on the internet to ever interview Doug Levison. If you don't know who that is, he's the trumpet midget. Do you remember the trumpet midget guy?
Good episode.
Give way to the creativity.
You gotta respect the silence. Respect the creative silence. Yeah, he's a weird Danny DeVito lady trans midget that was very mad at a guy for playing a trumpet in like an alleyway in New York where nobody had to be. He was like, I don't know. He's a weird guy.
No, you don't.
Listen, I did an incredible episode with him, and I recommend you go watch it. I'm pretty sure it is available to watch on the website, podawful.com. I don't know if it's a Pizza Fund only ep or a public one. I'm not trying to like sell you on anything here. It's just a great episode. And he admitted to stuff in that episode that like I never saw coming. Like, I mean, it spoils it, but he claims he can levitate in the episode. And by the way, that's like a side note. He just kind of throws that out there and moves on. It is the most bizarre part.
He steamrolls through everything. It's the only episode of your show where you're the co-host. You walk away to get water at some point.
I'm not even the co-host. I'm barely part of the episode. This guy, the guy who wants you to respect the silence of the space never shuts the fuck up. It's an amazing episode. It's the only time I've ever covered Doug. So he's got a tag on the website, but is he a Goon? I don't know. It doesn't seem right to put him in with the rest. So there's certain stuff like that. Let me check the chat room here, see what people are saying. See if there's any that I've specifically missed. No, Igglybuff is precious and must never be bullied. See, I 100% agree with that. We must protect him at all costs. But again, being a Goon doesn't necessarily mean that we bully you. There's a lot of friends of the show in this list, including James, who we relentlessly bully. In fact, he might be the most bullied Goon of them all, ironically. Yep.
Could we add Fat Millhip?
Brain is smooth.
Fat Millhip. It's interesting you say Fat Millhip. I wondered if we should even put Millhip on here at all, which I did.
Absolutely.
Millhip's
on. No.
Gay Millhip, yes.
Yeah, Millhip.
Millhip's not a Goon.
Here's the thing. If I was to put Fat Millhip on, if people don't know, there's Fat Millhip and there's Gay Millhip. Those are two characters. I feel like that's an ice climber situation. In fact, it's not even ice climbers. It's a Zelda chic back in Melee. sort of combination.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Is there a fierce deity Millhip?
So here's the thing. You see gay Millhip here, just assume down and B turns him into fat Millhip, okay? It's the same thing.
Yeah, that would work.
You just get a tree trunk.
Is this making sense to all you gamers out there? Kyle Cease. Yeah, Kyle Cease is on there. R.I.P. Andy Jr. That was a weird thing. I gotta be honest with Andy. That whole abortion thing. Yikes, man. I'm barely paying attention to that. Yeah, Justin Wang is up there.
It's really hideous.
Is there anybody, and I'm asking you guys in the Discord too, make sure you grab this link and do this. By the way, this website, the way they make you save these things, they tell you got to log into an account. The way they make you have an account is you have to have a Twitter and just link your Twitter to their website. It's one of those things. It's not that going to hurt you or anything, but if you've got a Twitter, you can do it. So just fair warning, if you want to save your thing and have it aggregate your results into our overall score here, you do have to do it through Twitter, which, takes 2 seconds. Just do it. Why not? But anyway, is there anybody that we are like blatantly missing here? Like should absolutely be on this list? Has anybody noticed any glaring omissions on this one? Because I've had a lot of suggestions and I've gone through them all. Like somebody said, the Korean fan with autism. He's been on multiple episodes. He's an interesting character. I can't bring myself to make him a goon. I don't know why.
He's a friend.
Again, there's a lot of friends that are goons, though. That's not it.
Maggie.
It's kind of it's like what they said about pornography. You just know it when you see it. It's like a feeling.
Operative.
Yeah, operative. I don't think I could do operative either.
No.
Andy's random edits.
Andy's random edits. So there was discussion about multiple Mersh Effect guys. I think some Mersh Effectors are goons. Some of them are.
Davy Crocco.
Some of them are. Yeah, Davy Crocco's on there. Some of them are future goons for sure. Like I've been waiting to do episodes about some of them. Nice. Somebody asked me about like Zen Rhino. He's not a goon. You might like making fun of him. He's not a goon. I don't think Andy's random edits or AKA Raven Zephyr. I don't think he's a goon. But then you've got or Arnold Nicotina. But then you've got guys like Gay Millhip, who's Mersh Effect, and he's a goon. Davy Crocco's a goon. And I would say Adonis Paul, one day in the near future, hopefully, if I'm ever not sick anymore. And let me tell you, this being sick thing is very terribly timed. I'm just going to warn you, this break, I wish it was not happening now. I'll just say that much. But Adonis Paul, that's a future goon for sure. Like I've got an episode ready to go on him.
What about what's happened to these boys?
AG Luck. Somebody did put AG Luck in the portraits. I don't think so.
You know what? We forgot Shaylin.
What's that?
Shaylin. Yeah.
Shaylin.
Yeah.
Is Shaylin a goon?
I would call her Shaylin.
Can you just put a picture? Can you just put the meatwad nipple on there?
Is Shaylin a goon? I mean,
yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
I'm pretty sure you officially called it on that.
You did call her one. She's an enemy certainly, but I think
all right.
Yeah, you called her.
I tell you what. Let's officially induct Shaylin into this. Let me find a Shaylin. I know. I mean,
she keeps sending her goons over here, so I think it's fair.
That's true. She is at war with our Discord for some reason.
She's like a fucking maple syrup jar.
Hang on. Let me see if I can find a Shaylin. Oh, here we go. Here's
I'm a black woman in Ohio.
We'll just use the shitty emoji.
It's fine.
All right. So those of you out there who have opened this up or are currently ranking your own goon lists, and again, I do recommend you do that. In fact, let me just do that. There we go. Look, we filled out the roster. We unlocked the last character. I don't know what this image is of exactly, but that's Shaylin. We'll just say that is Shalyn right there. Don't know what that is specifically exactly, but just call it Shalyn for now, okay?
Skin tag.
It's a Shalyn tag.
You got really bad skin tags.
So let me post that link one more time. And again, oh, Jesus Christ. It's the fucking YouTube version of it. Hang on a second. Let me post that link one more time so that you can rank them yourself at home while we do this. And again, if you want to join our Discord, podawful.com/cult. Jump into the piranha tank. We got a new guy. Who's the new guy?
Chain driven.
What? Oh, chain driven. Is he? All right, let's unserver mute him. Welcome, chain driven. Thanks for joining us.
He can talk.
You can talk. All right, and yeah, somebody said Medicare. Should Medicare be on there? That was one that I was questioning myself. I'm gonna say no for now. He's actually listed as a goon on the wiki. My interaction with him is so low. I feel like a part of it is like, how much have I messed with somebody? Kind of determines whether or not they're like really a goon, you know?
He's too scared to be a goon.
I mean, I tricked him. I tricked the untrickable man.
Oh yeah, that's true.
All right.
Also, if you've already done the ranking, you have to click the reset button to get the F rank.
Okay, yeah. So hit yeah. If you've already done the ranking thing, but I think that only applies to like 2 people. So, all right, a Skalin tag. They're saying in the chat room. What about Matt Jarbo? Is that what I heard? Somebody's very quiet. Japaju, you're extremely quiet. But he says, "What about Matt Jarbo?" Not a goon, just my co-host, a man I love. And I don't think so.
Best friend.
Canaman is on here. Somebody's asking about Canaman. Canaman's on there. Mr. Girl. I don't think I have ever even said the name Mr. Girl on this show before. You might be gay. Yeah, this ain't lol cows. This is goons. This is pot awful goons.
Venture Brothers. Mr. Girlfriend.
Mr. Girl the one that was
It's
like
Dr. Girlfriend.
That's Doctor. Oh, you mean Dr. Girlfriend? That's a different person, honey. Sheffield. That's actually a.
Oh yeah.
I would say yes for sure.
You've got to remove Worski. He's at least out there trying. That is not. He's a goon. Yeah, again,
and
by the way,
traits of a goon.
Andy has described
a lot of them are
I think we need to do like a metric system as far as like what we're ranking them on.
Andy, all right. I've already discussed it, but Andy has described himself as a goon. Listen, here's what makes it. Let me just explain to people out there what a goon is. Number one, it's somebody that we make fun of here on Pod Awful. It's specific to Pod Awful. But number two, it's not just a lol cow. It's easy to say it's a lol cow. There are specific things. In fact, I think bigbrainniggas.com actually goes over some of these things. It's not extensive, but let me go to bigbrainniggas.com. I think it actually might give some of the categories of what helps you to identify a goon. It's one of those things, you know it when you see it. When you hear inside your brain you might decide like, oh, okay, that's a goon. And yeah, the article here on bigbrainniggas.com has a goons versus lol cows sort of thing. Lol cows are more public domain. Goons are more owned by Pod Awful. But yeah, what makes a goon a goon? So here's what was listed. And this isn't written by me yet. So this is just what people say. Do they have an AKA is a great way to determine whether they're a goon or not. So the more AKAs a goon has, a potential goon has, the more likely they are a goon. AKAs being like alternate names. There's a ton of goons out there who fit this. Brandon Marshall Havener, aka the spiritual smartass, aka Brandon Have No Balls, aka Brandy, aka Susan Janet Williams, it goes on and on. Rufio, I think, has the most AKAs of any goon, but it's a common thing. Goons often have AKAs, and they often have tons of alt accounts on social medias. There's tons of them.
Jesse, this one might be a bit old, but remember during the Co-Horrible days, you had that like blonde guy that like BMX to your house for like 2 weeks.
That what?
That BMX to your house every 2 weeks. The co-host the show with you. Yeah, his name was Matt, wasn't it? Yeah.
That BMX'd my house? What does that mean?
He was like a co-host.
XCOM, give it to you.
I think he used to ride a BMX to your house.
Oh,
yeah.
He was just creepy and just sat there.
Matt Harrington, that was actually not co-horrible somehow, but yeah, Matt Harrington, yeah, he's not a goon. Well,
okay.
He's a co-host. He was a co-host, not a goon. Yeah, somebody else said David Ray Martinez. Like, David's not a goon. Another thing that makes a goon is online presence. Are they extremely online? Usually goons are extremely online, which also ties into them having tons of alt accounts and stuff. Their intelligence level is usually... Oh, you know who we fucking forgot, I think, is Michael Wright on here?
Yeah,
he's on there. He's got the sex doll.
Oh, that's right. Okay,
the sex doll has its tits out.
I don't know why. Hang on. I don't know that that's what we're seeing at all. Goons usually have lower intelligence. Again, not always. I would not say that Gavin McInnes, who is on this list, I would not say he is stupid by any means.
You can't fix stupid. What's into
That's not a guarantee, but usually they're low intelligence. They're poor and money grubbing. This describes them as. There's lots of things here. Listen, again, the rules are not well defined. They can't be, because sometimes the most unexpected people become goons. In fact, I'd say the latest goon who's been added to the list here, the newest goon, Alex Stein, is on here. I haven't even done the next episode we do is going to be about Alex Stein, by the way. I'm waiting to do this episode as soon as I'm not sick.
All right. Yeah.
Is Starchild on there?
Tristan's on there. Yeah. So, sometimes somebody makes the leap in the goon. You didn't necessarily see it coming. And Alex Stein, I don't think is a stupid guy. Alex Stein, I don't think has AKAs. Primetime 99. Never mind. Actually, you know what? He fits the fucking bill to a T.
AKs.
He's got them. So, it's just one of those things where you know it when you see it, but it's not a lolcow thing. Don't think because someone's on this list, it means they're bad necessarily. Most of them are. But we've got guys on here that we fucking love. We've got people on here that we're friends with. It's just, you know it when you see it. You just feel it.
And what about willingness to show their genitals?
That's a good metric. I think that's a good metric.
Yeah,
that's pretty high up there. Is Ryan Katsu Rivera a goon? I don't think so. No, he's been a co-host many times, but I don't think so. Gavin actually, and maybe this is something we need to argue when we place Gavin. Gavin may no longer be a goon. It's rare, but you can elevate yourself out of goondom. Almost never happens.
I believe so,
but it has happened.
Goonerating.
So been many years.
It's been a while. All right, so let's get into it then. I don't see my picture in the goon list as Mini Manson. Incorrect. You're in there. So you're right.
I called it.
You're right here. So goons are friends of the show. Goons can be good. They can be bad. They can be smart. They can be dumb. A goon is simply, you know what it is? It's someone who is interesting to us. The weirdos of Pod Awful. It's just somebody who grabs us in a certain way. And that's all I can say about it. Okay, if you have a ton of noise going on in the background, or you are making just as much sound as I am, constantly coughing, but with your normal human fat breathing, please go to push to talk. For the love of God, please. We've got enough sounds coming out of my mouth as it is. That said, I want everybody to jump, I want this to be a debate. I want this to be an argument. So feel free to jump in during this. Let's go to our first one here on the list. It is Nick Rekieta, everybody. Nick Rekieta.
Favorite black
Give him a D.
Got to do the impression.
This is how funny they are, not how goony they are.
Okay. So once again, just to be clear, this This is it's whatever it means to you. Whatever best means to you. Is it funniest? Is it you just like them the best? You like their episodes the best? Whatever it means to you is right, okay? It's just where you think they go. The one thing I will direct you on a little bit here when it comes to this is, and I'm very, I'm very particular with everything when it comes to this, not just this ranking, but all rankings. I hate watching, like, you know what I hate the most is when people are ranking a woman's looks and they don't understand how averages work. There should be almost no S's. You see what I'm saying? There should be few F's, really. There should be a ton of C's, probably a ton of B's. You understand averages here? So like when you're saying a lady how good she looks, most of them should be 5. Almost all of them should be 5.
Most people rate from 5 to 10.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, hang on. I thought everything is only just a 5 or a 1 or on a 5-star scale.
Well,
everything's either the best it could possibly be or the worst it could be.
I say they're all 10s.
They're all beautiful in their own way.
Like the way this list here is, and the way they do these lists, the fact that this one's S and that's above A should tell you everything you need to know. This is rarefied air up here, okay? You should
1% of the 1%.
I mean, the best of the best. Now, there's probably going to be a lot of Fs, to be honest. That should probably be rarer, but I feel like, there's a pretty good number of people on this list where people aren't going to even know who they are very well, or their episode, there just wasn't that much on them. So there's probably going to be a decent number of Fs. I won't mind that. But if we're throwing everybody up in A and S, then you guys you're the same as the guy who was like thinks that the Wendy's cashier who smiled at him is a 10. So let's just get over that right now. Okay, Nick Ricada, argue.
D. No. D-list. D-list.
There's so much production that it went into this. You got a blackface doll that talks.
Nick Ricada is funny.
The funniest thing he's ever done is dress up in blackface.
He fucking sucks.
Yeah, he's never done anything funny after that. He's a
couldn't carry a show.
I heard a lot of D. Now this is my blackface lawyer you're talking about. I mean, who thinks he should be higher than a D?
I do. Yeah, I think he is the definition of average.
So C.
He's below average. He's below average.
If it wasn't for the blackface doll, I reckon he'd be in F. But the blackface thing was pretty funny. So
and
Jesus, fuck is doing that?
All right, whoever is just tossing their blue Yeti microphone around the room, could you please?
Somebody was very upset about that.
All right, now I'll say this.
This is number 1.
I'll say this in the Goon rankings that we have so far, the people who've done it out there and have saved their thing, our average puts Nick at C. But I'm hearing a lot of D from this crowd, and
so my initial thing, kind of, he was up there.
All right, we can just disregard everything.
Everybody started talking about how he was average, but not a D.
And D, I realized that was
he's not even the average Goon.
He's not.
He doesn't have the average Goon attributes. He's below average.
He's not autistic. He has a couple of APs.
Now, Tard King in the chat here says he's got like one episode about him. Now, what if that was the greatest episode, though? I don't think having one episode necessary. Even though in some cases I precluded people as even being goons. When it comes to that, again, it's one of those feel it, know it when you see it kind of things. Now, that said, there's been more than one episode, not just about, but with Nick or Kate. Nick's been on multiple episodes of Pod Awful and has had multiple episodes about him. So that's actually just wrong. I'm not even sure which one you're necessarily thinking of. I would assume it's probably What's in the Box, which was a pretty big one with him. And it's a great episode. But yeah, that shows you got to be careful with these things. You could just be wrong, and you're very wrong about that. There's many episodes featuring Nick. Many. So
are we ranking them in their prime or across their career?
What you think about them now?
Yeah, I would. It's actually a great question. Whoever's typing directly into their microphone, if you could please just take your keycaps and throw them into the garbage with your gay mechanical keyboard.
Pretty aggressive.
That's actually a great question. I don't know I think that's up to the individual, to be honest, because it's unavoidable. For it to be other than making it up to the individual. I will oftentimes I have already ranked these in my personal opinion, and I ranked Nick at a C. Personally, now I don't want that. I'm save that till the end here, and I probably won't say where I rank these guys usually, but I don't want to weight your votes and make you think like, oh, Jesse knows something more. I want to go off of what you guys say for this.
He's a D.
But there's probably some goons where I go, I got to give it to them just for like they're a fucking goat, you know. They're just they're up there. They're just in my heart of hearts. I love them, and so it probably is like a prestige thing with some of them, and then others I wouldn't even give them the chance for that. They could have been in the funniest episode, and I might go like, nah. But what have you done for me lately? It all depends. So that's personal preference. I'm hearing a lot of D. I think, ladies and gentlemen, we are officially going with D for that.
I got excited.
Good work.
Very excited to see all of this.
I didn't hear any convincing arguments for C. And again, I voted C, but I didn't hear any convincing arguments for it. So let's go to the horror show herself. And again, we've got two of these here. Remember to rank both of them. Katie Lynn Donahue.
Yeah, I think he's a D.
While the episode she came from was hilarious, the Goon itself is an F.
And I agree with Paulo. Paulo in the chat.
Stupid bitch.
Paulo in the chat says Jesse is biased. 100%. I'm the most biased. These are my people. Like these are my inventions. You know, that's why I'm not going off of my personal opinions on this, Paulo. So yes, I agree. Solid D, they're saying in the chat room about Katie, though. D for sure.
I think she should rank higher because of her Legion of Goon.
She doesn't.
She's not F because she's a real.
The highest I'd give her is a D, but I don't think she's worth too much.
She's caused so much problem. Like
who is ranking her high?
I'm ranking. I'd give her a B.
I'd give her a B as well.
All right. Make your
arguments.
Okay, so the reason I think she should be a B is because of A, the way she looks is very funny and scary.
Okay.
All right, you're selling
She's the one behind the Legion of Goons.
You're selling me.
She's the one behind the Legion of Goons. That's such an insane thing to do. She's one of the most insane goons.
Which is why she's
trying to create an evil organization to take some Pod Awful.
Out of any goon, probably.
And the other goons are scared of her for how crazy she is.
Wow, yeah, that's true. I think I ranked her at F. But you're kind of selling me on putting her higher.
Let's put her in C. Let's put her in C.
Also, she's also the only goon that has ever actually been like a formidable opponent.
Yeah.
Well,
other than Tom Gully, she's the only one that's put up a real fight.
I'll be honest about this in my own private personal rankings. When I looked at certain goons, I did weight their score because of how badly they've affected my life.
Of course.
But then with some of them who were pretty effective against me, I didn't give them that. So I hear you. I hear you on that one. She was effective. If that gives you pleasure, then yeah, I guess use that to weight it.
Yeah, it gives me entertainment. Put it that way. Okay. Obviously, I never want to see
what entertainment have you gotten outside of her just talking to other goons? What has she done on the internet?
No, but that is entertaining. That's enough.
But how much entertainment compared to other goons has that given you?
How much is a B? That's how I'd rank it.
Okay. All right. So, all right. Hang on a second. So, just for people who don't know, Caitlin Donahue, Meltface, Lord Snoke, Supreme Leader Snoke, pedophile, well-known pedophile. You know, some people might not know her. We fooled her with our Walmart Santa Cruz prank. It was a great, you know, an amazing thing. She got very upset over this. She was trying to cancel people. She's an SJW type as well, but she's also Republican and has recently run for a public office, and I believe lost. She's also a weed person. You're telling
me people saw her on.
Oh, her husband looks hilarious.
If you want to introduce people to Pot Awful, show them the Walmart episode.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
It's such a good episode.
That might be a paywall one. I will say this: what people are talking about with her being effective against me or whatever is she was up there in potential who took down the Pot Awful YouTube channel, and she is also the progenitor of the Legion of Goon. She still to this day contacts people I make fun of on the show, even though she acts like she's no longer watching or paying attention to what I do. She's probably watching this right now. This is probably making her very upset. And she contacts other goons. In fact, this list here will probably help her. And she tries to get these people to join her cause of taking me down. So that's what people are talking about. So, all right, with all of that in mind, let's just do this because I want to rank her. Everybody was saying F before, except for a few people. Everyone simultaneously talk over each other until Discord ducks out all the audio and I hear nothing. What letter are you putting her at? After all the arguments.
C. I can only go C. Seaman.
I stand for
D for deranged. D for deformed.
Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to say that I didn't hear any Fs after that, so which is pretty amazing. So the very few people talking her up managed to make very persuasive arguments. There's a lot of audio ducking in all of that. I heard a lot of C's, a lot of D's. I think the fairest thing is to put her at D. So I'm going to put her at D, and we're going to call that official. And there you go. Katie Lynn Donahue.
You won't be happy to see that.
Here's a kind of oddball one. Gabby Hanna.
D.
Put her
She could be an F. I'm trying to save the Fs for a little bit later. I think she's at a D though.
Yeah, I agree.
She's less entertaining.
She just done some pretty crazy shit, but it's mundane online crazy horror shit.
How many AKAs does she have?
She has Gabby Hanna at the Gabby Show, which is the funny one for us to call her because she specifically told me not to title the episode that she appeared on. At the Gabby Show, and I did that. So there's at the Gabby Show.
Greg, you're breathing really
Greg,
hard.
for the love of God,
somebody's in the wind.
No, that wind was Greg's mouth. I don't know if
what's that mouth do.
I don't know if there's any other AKAs. Who is saying D?
Me.
Yeah.
Me.
Who is saying something else? Let's hear the others.
I'm saying F.
F. Is there anybody?
I'll say F.
Is there anybody arguing for higher than D? Let me hear some arguments for why it should be F.
When I was doing my tier list, I placed, with a few exceptions, most dead goons, I just threw at F. Because, I mean, how you feel about them now, it's like, when's the next time we're going to talk about fucking Gabby?
The next time she has a huge meltdown on Instagram,
she did recently.
Was she gonna buy another $2 million piece of shit house? Maybe, but it's gonna be a while.
She did recently get a series of bizarre neck tattoos.
Okay, I didn't know that.
She's still active. She's not.
Okay, D.
D. I think she's a D. She doesn't really.
Man, all right, everybody's going to D right now. I don't know. I feel like you guys are gonna regret some of these D's in the future.
The starting list hasn't been that great.
That's fine. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that is.
You know the Goons. You know what's coming.
Hey, listen, I'm not arguing it. She's a D. Cannaman, everybody, Cannaman.
B.
B for that pussy boy.
B for
C.
I think Cannaman's a B.
B
for Cannaman.
Okay, I would actually like to hear arguments for B because I actually am surprised by the B suggestion.
He's inherently funny. He's a gay man. He's a basement dweller. We've had people in his place.
He's very sad, though.
He's
Here's all I have to say. Full-blown AIDS.
Full-blown AIDS. All right, yeah, for those who don't know Cannaman, he is, of course, our weediest goon. Of all the Weed Man goons, he is the most weediest. He does have full-blown AIDS. We did have an agent of Pod Awful, a henchman, in his home. And by the way, it was actually a hench boy, and he was nearly put out of business for good. Yeah, there were pedophile accusations, as with many of the goons, and but we're actually kind of friends with Cannaman now. I think we cleared up those pedo accusations.
I like Cannaman.
We kind of like.
I laugh at him. His episodes are pretty funny, especially when you're talking to him. He's not the best goon.
Yeah, he lives with a squirrel.
My argument for Cannaman at a B is that, I mean, he in spirit is a C. He's your average run-of-the-mill goon for the most part, but we've had real-life interaction with him where he committed a crime, and on top of that, like, he has AIDS, he's on PrEP, we forced him to admit that. There's just little gems that elevate him slightly above average.
I see in the chat, and I like Cannaman, and I like him both as a person and a goon. I don't remember what I ranked him at, but I feel like I probably would rank him at C personally. In the chat, they say he's just not that interesting outside of being a weed guy. I don't necessarily. I feel like that's not true, but maybe you just haven't seen the right stuff about Cannaman.
Yeah, that's from the uninitiated Cannaman enjoyers.
There's a lot of Cannaman episodes.
I will say from my personal experience here, and again, this doesn't have to weight your scores or anything, but I tried to get him on a show recently, and he seems completely out to lunch. I don't know if there's going to be any future Cannaman, so I don't know how that makes people feel. But is anybody saying higher or lower than B? Seems like pretty.
I'm saying C.
Okay, let me hear the argument for C.
Well, I think he's a good average goon. And maybe I would rank him B, except for the fact that I do kind of feel sorry for him, and I do like he doesn't seem to be kind of sinister in any way. Yeah, I just put him at a C, and I think C is a good mark, by the way. I think
it's average.
I think a C is a good.
C is average. Yeah, C is fine.
But I think the average is pretty high.
Angie,
I think C is.
Angie in the chat brings up a great point. She says his boyfriend died of AIDS. And then also, didn't he have a child or something? What was that story?
I think he did.
He has
a lover boy.
He had a partner with a kid.
He has a bizarre backstory, and I feel like we're all forgetting it. But when you hear it, it's like, what?
Didn't he say he owned trailer homes?
He said he owned like a lot. He said he owned a bunch of houses or something. I don't know. He did lie for a long time about his wealth and things like this. And turns out he's literally living in his parents' basement in his 50s. Yeah, I don't know. So
he did for a short time at your behest go as Prep-a-Man.
That's true. That's true. I did convince him to. I did convince him to go by the moniker Prep-a-Man, which is one of his AKAs, and he did it. He actually did it. He did a stream as Prep-a-Man.
And he does have a theme song.
Listen, I can't argue against B. Again, I'm pretty sure I went C with it, but the B's have it. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Canaman.
Thank you.
Let's go to our good friend of the show, Jock Jam Jesus. For those who don't know, Jock Jam Jesus first introduced in an episode of Pranking Wannabe Rappers, our Black Misery Month highlight show. And he's a white rapper. We did an entire one on white rappers this one time, and he's a pretty ridiculous guy in that he's got all these face tattoos. He's sort of like an ironic SoundCloud rapper type guy. I hope he doesn't mind these things I'm saying, because that's what I saw in him when I went to prank him on the show. He was actually so cool on the show that we went, oh wait, we like this guy. It stopped even being a prank on him, and he just became a friend of the show. He's produced bits for the show before. He's worn blackface. He has very funny rap songs. He was very into Donald Trump. I don't know if that's still true. His Facebook is very funny, and also he threatens suicide daily. That is Jock Jam Jesus. Where are we putting him?
Fingers, tongue, my anus, B.
I'm stuck between A and B, honestly.
He's a B. He's not. His raps are too repetitive, and he's not been on enough to be an A.
I think A and B are both too high for him.
Zephon,
really?
Zephon, shots fired from Zephon on that one. But all right.
Zephon can't even rap.
What did you say, Timpa?
I reckon C or a D. He is funny. We do like him. One of the lyrics was he's even fucked a baby, which is insane. But
that's funny.
That is funny. Yeah, it's really good. No. That's in his favour. But I just think it's been so long. I haven't heard from him in a long time.
What were you saying? What's the rank? What are you saying?
Facebook.
I'd have to say D, but maybe a C, but I'm going to put it as
D. Come on,
that's
Timpa.
bullshit, Timpa. You're out.
Sorry.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
For the folks who were there when he was discovered, I think we know it's better than that.
No, I was there when he was discovered, but it was just
I'll be
part
honest.
of this. I'm living today, and today I haven't heard from him.
I'll be honest. I was shocked by how high most of you are ranking him. I'll be honest by that.
Really?
Well, you hate music, so
I don't remember. But I love Jock Jam. The guy has a rap where he says like not just hard R N word, but like he's clearly attempting to make it the hardest of R's while also saying he's got bitches on his penis, and he's rhyming that I am Jock Jam Jesus, got bitches on my penis. I mean, it's just. And then he says
niggers tongue my anus.
Okay, hang on. He says It's very funny. But
very
I don't remember. I actually don't remember where I ranked him in my list. But I have to say, like, I can't do higher than B. I don't think.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
He doesn't. He belongs at B.
Fair.
If you would have asked me maybe 2 years ago, it would have been a little higher.
I see a lot of C's in chat, and that's I feel like this is a C.
What do we call chat? Because they don't matter. Fag chat? What's that?
Well, I mean, when you're just doing a YouTube stream, sometimes the chat matters.
If they have strong enough opinions, maybe they should come in and argue them verbally.
That's a great point.
In the arena of ideas.
He's got you guys there, but I'm just seeing C after C after C. I mean, it's just so many C's there.
Okay, I guess I'll get all my accounts out and I'll start gully bombing B. I mean,
no. Now we're getting a lot of N votes. Okay.
Yeah, new tier.
Yeah, can I get a new tier?
Who says B?
Me.
I'll say B.
B? Yeah.
Who says C?
I do.
Me.
Yeah, I do.
Who says D?
I do. I say
Shut
D.
up, Timpa.
I say D.
Timpa's. Ugh.
I rank him below Canaman.
Here's the thing: you can say ugh to it, but Timpa's also one of the few people like passionately arguing these, and is swaying the opinions here. So,
I've thought it out.
Until I hear some better arguments from a Leonard, then
Okay, yeah. Like I said, I think the bit about him initially being a target of our animosity and him being able to sway us to actually him becoming a fan favorite and loved character of the program for quite a long time. I think that makes him better than
that's a good argument.
Certainly,
that's good.
That's a good
I think
point.
he is better than average.
All right, listen. I think I'm just gonna have to give it to chat. There's so many people in chat with this, and I think averaged out even in here, it's basically a C. So, ladies and gentlemen, Jock Jam Jesus is a C. All right.
I can live with that. I'm okay with that.
Next, we have Wild Man Chris. Wild Man Chris.
He's a B, a solid B.
He's a solid B.
Solid B cup.
No, I think C. I think it's a solid C.
Yeah, I gotta agree with C.
No, I'm going B. He puts out a lot of content.
How many AKAs? How many AKAs?
President Christopher, Wild Man Chris, Christopher Claiborne.
He's not wild.
He's actually got a ton of YouTube.
He's B levels of wild.
He's got a ton of YouTube channels with wild names, like crazy names.
Yeah, he has loads of channels. He also pulled his dick out on a YouTube stream.
Hang on,
got a tooth knocked out by a lady.
All right, hang on. Hang on. Let me just introduce him to the chat just in case. If you don't know Wild Man Chris, actually another white rapper, but that is the lowest ranking thing on what makes Wild Man Chris. He's an autistic. He's an autistic middle-aged man who is obsessed with his looks, had a stroke, and believes that his forearms are too short. He has a sexual fetish for women's forearms and arm wrestles women in real life over this.
And spit.
He goes out into
any lady.
He goes out into public, breaking bottles and screaming curse words
with a machete.
Riding a bicycle that we think he probably stole. He got into a fight with a black girl who punched out one of his teeth. He is, by the way, another great way to determine if someone's a goon. How many missing teeth? Constantly threatening suicide, another similarity to Jock Jam Jesus, actually. Believes God is out to get him, but also is a very strict follower of God.
You forgot to mention he had a stroke.
I did not forget that.
No,
he bites his own wrist when he gets angry. I mean, this guy, there is so much going on with Wild Man Chris. I refuse to keep listing it. We fooled him.
We've seen his dick.
We've seen him naked plenty of times. Yeah, he got completely naked on YouTube live like it was nothing. We did one time fool him into believing he was talking to the man that he wants to speak to more than any other, Dr. Phil, who he believes Dr. Phil or one of these television doctor people need to give him stem cells so he can look young again. Wild Man Chris is perhaps the most insane goon of all time.
I changed my.
He sold his soul to the devil.
He sold his soul to the devil.
He hates
No, he's not an A.
He's definitely goonier than Cannaman. If Cannaman's a B, then he's definitely an A.
Yeah.
No, he's on the same level as Cannaman.
You know, I'll say this.
No way.
I don't want to throw my weight around too much, but I will say this. He is one of the few goons with a shirt. We have a pod awful shirt for him.
A good one.
Yeah. There's a recent episode.
There's
a recent episode. He's still active, and he fell for your girl voice.
Yeah.
That's true.
You can go into his Discord and fuck with him anytime.
All right. What are people saying he is? What is the rank?
If there's no
B, solid B.
Yeah, I gotta give it a B. I changed my answer.
Solid B.
I think A.
All right, James, make the argument.
Jesse just made it for me. I mean,
No,
he just
you make the argument.
You can't be lazy in here, James. You
Yeah,
have to
sorry,
make
man. I will disregard your A if you don't argue it.
having the fetish for the long arms is one of my favorite things, but I also really like how he like curses God and really hates God.
Yes.
But then also
James is a big fan of blasphemy.
No, I'm not, because I always
James
go
is a
try
big
to
fan of
encourage
short
him and
arms, considering.
turn him away from his.
Do you enjoy seeing Wildman Chris because he has 2 half arms instead of 2? All right. Who else? Anybody else who just said
Luis Guzman? I curse you.
Anyone else who just said A? I want to hear. I want to hear your argument for A. Anyone else who said A?
Well, like I said earlier, there's no way he's on the same tier as Candyman. He's definitely goonier than him.
That is something to think about. You do need to keep in mind, who does this put them in leagues with? That's why I was saying at the beginning there, you're going to want to be careful about all these D's, because at a certain point, this list will be filled out and you'll be seeing these people next to each other and you'll be going, wait, those guys are the same?
Right. Yeah.
Well, on my list, when I filled it out, I would move things between levels. I think we might need to go through it at the end.
Oh, fuck that.
I will take no less than a B. I would accept an A.
He's got a gun to his head.
I think we're not. There's no chance. There's no chance we're going lower than B. Everybody was saying B.
Absolutely.
He's only going to get crazier with age, too.
He responds to the chat.
That's true.
What do you mean gonna get?
I will not detract from the A's. I just, as long as it's not lower than a B.
And by the way, I'm saying that, and I officially put him in C personally. But I listen. I
think he's better than Candyman.
I had to do that because I know that. Again, S is rarefied air. I think some of you guys are saving that S for the ones that you think are really good, but I think you're probably thinking of more people than should probably be up there.
I put 2 people in S tier.
But I'm going to go with the crowd here. I feel like it was most well argued for B, so I'm going with B, ladies and gentlemen. That is Wildman Chris. Boring, not a very good grint. I don't even know what that means. You can't listen. Grint is my word. You can't just this autism forums guy. Ever since I invented that word, he's been trying to turn it back against me. It does nothing. There's no grint happening here. This is free. I'm doing this for free. I should be doing this just for the pizza fund. By the way, these people are paying and getting nothing right now. So yeah, this is a bad grint. You're right, because I should be doing it in the paywall. All right, I'm gonna have to explain this guy. This is Adam Barker. I had to even think of his actual name just then, aka the Bender. He has not featured he might only even be in one episode, but he was officially,
it was an after show.
It might have been an after show. He was officially made a goon. He is a podcaster that I just sort of knew of for a long time. We were in like the same podcast circles for a while, but he's a British guy, and he's a grown. By the way, he's way fatter looking. He's way fatter than he looks in this picture, like Santa Cruz Joker levels of fat. Here's what's interesting about him. He is a married man with children, and at the age of like 46 or whatever, he just decided, you know what, I'm gender fluid, and started wearing dresses sometimes, and came up with an entire separate personality for his lady side. It was very, very bizarre. It's just something that made me laugh really hard. All right, I will throw it to you guys. Where does he go?
Probably a G. I don't know too much about him, but
he full transed, right?
He didn't full trans. He's gender.
Mini Manson.
He half trans.
He didn't full trans. He became gender fluid. He would go back and forth, and as if they were two separate human beings, like his male and his female were two people.
Does anyone know what episode this guy is? I'm not familiar with
Why
it,
do
or
you
at least I don't remember it.
Use the tag.
It might not even be tagged at this point. I think it is an after show, like an old after show.
Yeah, he was barely a thing. We followed him a bit on Facebook. He's a D. He's not that interesting. He's just a weird creep.
Now, okay, I have to ask this.
Should he be an F?
Well, hang on.
Yeah, you were putting P.
No, because bending is very
who is an F if he's not an F? Because
exactly.
The whole term bending comes from him.
That's
that's all we.
Maybe no.
It's funnier on other people than it is on him.
You're right. You know what? You're right.
Hang on a second.
When you're right, you're right.
Hang on a second. So I actually like that argument that we use this term bending, and not in the way like I think that's like a British term for a gay guy or something.
Yeah, for gay. But bending is.
But Adam here, the reason he started getting called the Bender is, when I first started revealing him to people, it was just to show that he would, this is something I've kind of talked about in other things where I was like, you shouldn't use the Snapchat filter that makes you a lady, because that's essentially transing, unless you're trans, which then go for it. But if you're like a guy and you're using that, you are testing the waters. You're up to no good doing that. And before that was a thing, I noticed that this guy was posting more and more photos of himself literally bending over in photos. Like he would do this weird thing, and it was obviously to hide how fat he was, where he kind of figured out that if he like foreshortened himself in the frame, he wouldn't look as fat. It would cause, it would force him to hold his chin up, which would hide the jowls. It would hide the belly from the foreshortening. And then I started realizing, like, wait a second, there's another level here. He's using filters and stuff, and he's getting
probably cutting his balls.
He's getting a little ladylike. So in our parlance, bending is the act of social media transing. It's like, Brandon Marshall did it as well. Who's another example?
James does it all the time and turns himself into a lady.
Anyway, I'm not saying that should rank him any higher. I just thought I'd throw that out there. People probably don't know who this guy is. I would have to say clear F. I don't know who else would be an F if he's not an F.
Yeah, that's acceptable. Yeah.
Yeah, same.
All right, let's just put him at F, and that's it for him. And now we have this one. I don't know how many people even know this one. Deandra Smith. Deandra Smith. Deandra Smith is a sort of a side goon. She only exists because of the other goon, the much more famous goon of Ching Chang Chong. She's one of our very few rare black goons. You notice we have almost no black goons. And she was the media, what was she, the manager for Ching Chang Chong or something?
Yeah, the producer.
She's one of these that is kind of, we've covered her more than once, but she's kind of from one very good episode. She's like riding off of one very big episode, a shark prank episode, which was also a
great episode.
It was a shark prank / Black Misery Month episode. So it was like fucking a perfect storm. And it introduced Ching Chang Chong to the world. She actually is the stepping stone into Ching Chang Chong. We wouldn't have covered him without it. And famously, we owed her money, and that ain't ever happening.
She is also on a t-shirt.
I think you want to talk about the average goon. I think that's maybe I could go with a D on. She doesn't seem very goony.
I think D.
Trevor, you're out of your mind.
She's
definitely a goon.
She's very.
How many episodes? Like one episode.
Initially, I said C. Cole.
Hang on. She is.
I agree with.
Hang on. I have to address this. She is very goony. She doesn't. she doesn't hook me very much. Like I got so distracted by Ching Chang Chong that it just took my attention away from her. She got overshadowed, but she is bizarre. By the way, she's Stolen Valor as well.
Yeah, she'll politely decline a C, I think.
She did. I'm not making an argument for a tier here by saying that. I just want to say this is not like a woman who got wrapped up in another goon's stuff by accident. She's a goon for sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
And Scott got her to choke herself.
I think she's a D, even though she pretended to be a sex doll and did a weird open mouth, said you can buy her and fuck her. I still think she's a D because nothing came out of her. What came from her? But like, there's nothing about her that's that funny. And then there's just the throwaway line. Deandra will never get money. Like, she's not important.
Who originally gave Pod Awful access to the Facebook page? Was it Deandra?
I think
I'd have to ask some of the Manson 5 for that one. I don't know. Scott probably knows. I think it was.
If it's Deandra, I think it's a pretty solid C.
I think she doxed her own credit card trying to show how to give money to her.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was funny.
She did do that.
She always tried to address how any specifically any purple-haired black by Scott. And but what I agree with Trevor. She's like the quintessential C, right? Like, what is the average goon other than, they've had one spectacular episode that was really good, but other than that, nothing really came of it. You did get female Cosby. Cosby was fun.
There was the incredible thing of getting her to tell her neighbor she's a millionaire now.
I'm new to the.
Oh man, that's awesome timing to do this.
Let's hear your argument for Deandra, Tom McDenney.
Well, no, see, I don't think she should be ranked very high, but I was going to say I actually just listened to all the Shark Tanks today while I was working for the first time because I'm, like I said, pretty good at someone.
How'd you like Mark Cuban?
So I was looking into some of these people just to see what I could find on social media. Are you aware that she just recently got married, Deandra?
No.
She's been married 8 times. She's black.
Yeah, well, like, she's got like a new name now. And she's also like, she was trying to be like, what was it, Miss Jet Setter for like Jet Setter magazine? I saw like her heavily on her.
Well, she's
this guy came in hot.
All right.
Yeah, this is a good introduction.
All right.
What's this Jet Setter thing?
Atomic Denny, hang on a second.
It's a magazine for empowered females or whatever, and they were like doing Miss Jet Setter of the Year or something. This was like in 2020.
Denny, let me ask you this. So you just watched her shark prank, but my guess is you probably haven't seen any of the other stuff where she got covered. Going off of that,
I think.
Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, I think I listened to a pod after where you talked about it as well.
Okay, great. All right. So going off of what you know of her, where would you rank her?
Well, I see. It's kind of the reason that, like, I think Milhip should be like at least a C tier, just because I think there's a lot of potential because he's like crazy. So I think Deandra should be like a C tier, just because I think there's more to be done with her.
I would warn against what in your mind is potential. Because number one, goons are completely unpredictable. You can't. There's no there are certain goons where it's like, oh, we'll just never see them again. That's it. They're gone. And there's nothing you can do about it. And some goons we have to work very, very, very hard to keep, being a goon. And then on top of that, there's like saying somebody has potential is kind of putting yourself in my shoes and going, well, Jesse's definitely going to do something with that again, whereas that might not be the case. I'm not saying one way or the other with Deandra. I'm just saying in general, I would not go off of potential. I would say potential. I would say potential is the worst way to rank a goon. Personally,
I wasn't trying to step into Jesse's space or anything like that. I'm just saying
step into that cup, son.
No, this is actually the perfect time for you to be here.
I think she can just be funnier. Is all. I don't. I feel like there's just something. I feel like she's just fucking gullible and dumb, and I don't know. I just feel like she could
average Goon.
All right. What? Everybody say your rank. Everybody say your rank.
C.
D.
C's have it.
I feel like the
Is she
C's
higher
do
than
have it.
Meltface?
No way. No way.
Not higher than Mouthface.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely, yes.
Of course she is.
No, but I had Melt Face higher on mine.
Yeah, I had Melt Face higher
Well,
on
you
mine
have
too.
you have to go off right now. Right now, you have to go off of what we're looking at here, and right now, Melt Face is at D. So
yeah.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
All right, I think the C's have it. There you go. All right. Now we got a couple exciting ones in a row here. Ladies and gentlemen, God entered his body like a body his same size, like me floating into you or you floating into me. It's the Acts 2:38 Holy Ghost baptism, the world's only Holy Ghost filled man, Bob Hickman. Bob Hickman.
B for Bob. B for Bob, baby.
I would say
B for Bob and B for God.
He's very
B
active.
or A.
A for Acts 2:38.
Now, if you don't know Bob Hickman somehow, again, God entered his body. He's also known as Satan's faggot. That's it. He gave himself that name. God rips and tears at his skin. He electrifies his penis. Who's just talking over me? Shut up.
Mini Manson.
Mini Manson, shut the fuck up. I'm talking. Don't talk over me.
No.
Hi, Mini Manson. Shut the fuck
This
up,
is not
first
going to
of all.
become the Mini Manson show.
I'm listening.
Okay, well, no, you're not because you're talking.
Stop talking.
Okay.
When we listen,
I wasn't talking.
when we listen,
We listen with our ears.
all right,
not
I'm
our
not doing
eyes.
this. I'm not doing it.
I'm in the grocery
No,
store. Somebody else is-
no,
Sure.
no,
Okay.
no.
Okay.
It's not the Mini Manson show. Don't make it the Mini Manson show. So, Bob Hickman, God electrifies his penis. He drives the world's craziest vehicles that are covered in the ravings of a lunatic. He posts all of his videos in multiple languages that he does not know how to speak. He text messages strangers on the just to get them to visit his YouTube channels. Very, very strange guy, and we've interviewed him directly on this show. One of the few people to do it. I mean, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot. Bob is a interesting and storied goon. So
Jared won his van.
You could argue
I've
that
seen the
Bob
car,
is
I've been to
an
his house.
average goon.
That's what
He's absolutely above
wait,
average.
hang on a second. Hang on. Let's hear this out. Jappaju's right. Jappaju has been to Bob Hickman's house.
It's literally the scariest shit I've ever seen. I looked inside the house. There were just two women.
You went inside?
Yeah.
I didn't go inside. I looked inside. There's two women just in like chairs staring at the wall or TV. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Everybody around, all the neighbors were like, what the fuck?
It's sort of Texas Chainsaw Massacre style, right? Like it's
absolutely. And people know of it. Like people know him in the area.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's just like really old women in his house. I don't know. That's like part of the lore that never got revealed. I just saw them. They were there. People know of him.
Were they tied to the chair?
I mean,
they'll be nuts women. He does not.
It was just, and he's a known like entity. There's an
all right. I am going to weight Jappaju's score here a little bit, so I would like to hear yours first. Where would you rank Bob?
I'm going to say A for sure. I mean, we
wait, hang on. I didn't hear it. What was it?
A. We rarely see goons in the wild, and I've been around him. I saw him in the car.
And by the way, if Corey was here, he's also been to Bob's house, and so
Corey fucked Bob Hickman famously.
Yeah, they had sex.
It was electric.
So all right, what does everybody else say?
Do you guys remember?
I think he should
remember
be
his
C.
dancing?
Yeah,
I want to hear
he's better than
Eliana
him.
argue for B.
He does dance
He's
completely
18.
nude. He is one of the goons. He's one of the mini goons who we've seen
No.
completely naked.
I meant like when he was in his goon office at the public library, like dancer sizing.
Now,
You're right.
Now
And
this is a
he was
great.
like one of the first goons that had an office.
Different languages.
This is a
Think about how
great.
many channels the man has.
This is a great detail.
pays
This is a
money.
great detail is that like many goons, he has a goon office, which is of course the public library restroom. Goons
Library.
He's been
Goons
kicked out of
love you. Most goons have been kicked out of their local library, including Ching Chang Chong, Bob Hickman. Who else?
And he wrote a book.
Robert
For
Robinson.
different but equally fair reasons.
He pays money to
shit, I forgot
promote
about
his posts.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot that he's written books, and we actually read his book on the show.
It made no sense. It was insane.
It was nuts.
I like that he
No
has a
sense.
South American audience now. I think
Yeah,
that's
we've
a
seen
big
it.
thing.
Arabic
true.
audience too.
We've seen his genitals.
They're
That's an added
That's
bonus.
true.
Seen his genitals.
Latin
He might have-
Americans, Latinos, now like Bob Hickman, which is a bizarre thing.
Yeah.
He also has a
killed his
t-shirt,
brother.
doesn't he?
He entered my
Yeah, he
He
might
have killed his brother to like fuck his wife.
We do.
My mom showed me one of his videos. That's how much like.
Wow.
Holy
Wow.
That's insane.
That's
That was insane.
Did
I
you
was like,
tell?
oh my God.
Did you tell her you
I didn't say a
know
thing.
what? Oh my
Of
God!
course
You
not.
need to tell
Wait.
her.
What's happened, Eliana?
He's also been stolen by other goons.
Yeah, well, he's been
That's true.
he's sort of a goon that has been stolen from Pod Awful quite a bit.
Okay.
A lot of different people have tried covering him, and of course, never is good.
Also
But
covered by Atrocity Guy.
Atrocity Guy, and we're sort of friends with Atrocity Guy, but at the same time, like, all right, you stole him from us.
Right.
So
You should have bought his minivan.
I love Bob. We did buy his minivan. I love.
Yeah, Jared won it.
Yeah, Jared won the minivan, but then he didn't want it, so we just let Bob keep it. And it's just been rotting in front of his home ever since. It wasn't the minivan. The minivan, I think, is the one he still drives. It was the other one.
Yeah.
The other vehicle was.
A Ford Escape.
I love Bob Hickman. He's definitely up there for me. Who's saying B?
I'm saying
I'll-
B. Give
I'll
him
say
a B.
B.
B for Bob.
Yeah.
Maybe.
You brought me up.
Let me get an argument for B, because I honestly think higher.
I don't know. He's just not as
I
prominent.
think he's above average. He doesn't really do a whole lot. It's really repetitive on his videos.
For what we're doing it right now, I guess.
He doesn't
I mean,
interact.
I'll
so
say
like,
this.
so you can go interact with Bob Hickman, and he doesn't really do anything new.
I mean, he inspired.
Bob commented on my Facebook last week.
You can comment on his videos, and he'll respond to you.
He inspired a Goon song. I mean,
he's in the promos now.
I'm thinking
He's
maybe the
always in
only
promo.
reason he doesn't deserve an A is when you interact with him. He doesn't tend to get mad. He's quite like nice, and it doesn't seem to bother him. And
He
I
doesn't
think
know
that's a
how
good.
to get mad.
No, I know. Well, that's why he deserves a B and not an A, because for me it's very funny when the goons like just totally unravel and freak out.
I feel like this. I you notice I haven't been like going to bat for these goons too much, so this is how strongly I feel. Number one, I am a little bit biased because he's one of our Halloween goons, which I will always like them more. But also, have you ever seen any Bob content, at the very least on Pod Awful? Have you ever one time seen a Bob content piece, whatever it might be, that didn't make you smile, that didn't make you laugh? I mean,
It's always good.
It's always
The
good.
man may or not have had hostages.
I feel like I could pull up whatever he's done most recently. I feel like I could pull it up and we'd be laughing right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, that is true.
Ton of really great episodes.
The only reason you'd be laughing is that you're laughing at the stuff that you know he does. and he does the same thing.
That you're describing
basically
all
every
goons.
video.
That's a description.
Yeah,
of
you're
every
right.
goon.
You're right.
Every goon.
You're
is
right.
that.
He uses
You're also describing all. You're also describing
face.
all TV shows, all forms of entertainment. Oh, that was maybe the weakest argument I've ever heard. Is anybody saying lower than B?
No.
No.
Okay.
No, not anymore.
Let me hear the A's again. Who's A? Who's A?
Lenny.
A for sure.
A.
And who's B?
A.
B for Bob.
No, A for X238.
And I'm seeing A's in chat. I'm seeing at least
Sounds like
B, A. Saw a lot of A's in chat. All right. Is there anybody who was saying S?
No.
Okay.
I had S.
You cannot tell me he's on the same level as Cataman.
His nephew
way.
even called in to talk shit about him.
That's right. He got
Yes.
into like a motorcycle accident. That's
His
not the way he
nephew
is.
robbed a bank and only stole the candy.
And
Yeah.
by the way,
And Bob was bloody.
all right, I am going to hang on. I'm going to throw a little weight on this one. I have to do it. Bob is one of the very few goons to feature in a Petty Leaks. He's got his own Bobby Leaks episode. It's probably forgotten because it's not one of the bigger ones for sure. But if you want to know some sad, this changes everything backstory on Bob Hickman, there is a Bobby Leaks episode in the Pizza Fund. And to me, if you get into that level of goonery, that's pretty high. I think I'm going to have to give it to the A's for Bob. And that's just what we're going to have to do with that one.
Yeah.
So.
He does talk to God. He talks with God about muscle cars. So.
God entered my body like a body my same size. I know all of God's secrets. Would you like to know what God thinks?
One apple is our
Now you see non-stop visions from God. Do you want to get an answer on what God thinks?
I can't believe you got him to write podawful.com on his minivan.
That doesn't have God, or you want an answer from somebody that does have God? Click on the link.
And that was just a random video that he posted one day where I saw that and I was like, oh, I got to do something with that. Bob's incredible. Now this one, this is something I don't even know where to begin here. I'm not going to bother explaining this man to you. You know him or you don't, and I don't know how you don't. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Mersh. Okay? Mersh.
I think I initially put him at an S.
I put him at an A.
But
F.
I might put him at an A now that we've started and we have some goons on the board.
No. So last time we did this.
Oh, I just noticed. Hang on a second. I just noticed we have Jock Jam Jesus on the board twice. So please correct your rankings if you haven't noticed that yourself already. Jock Jam Jesus does feature twice. Sorry about that. Go on.
So last time we did this tier list, we said Mersh isn't there yet. He's not there, but he will be there. And that was like 2-3 years ago. Imagine all the shit that's happened now.
Yeah.
He is S. He is there. He is final form.
Why?
He's fully formed.
Why?
It's all more or less of the
right.
same.
The
like
weight
everything
loss
that he's done is so repetitive. He's kind of like the Santa Cruz Joker, but the only thing that differentiates him from the Santa Cruz Joker is that he is not as demented as the Santa Cruz Joker. So that's why I put him at an A.
He is absolutely as demented as the Santa Cruz
he's not,
Joker.
because the Santa Cruz Joker is a different type of demented that's more energetic.
Yeah, he's
than
not
Mersh.
crazy like the Santa Cruz Joker.
The part about Mersh being melancholy and just the eternal loser.
real
that's
life
something that is more.
All right, hang on. Can I just ask this of the people who are talking him down a little bit? Are you at all considering the part where ever since Porcelain's documentary, Mersh stuff has sort of been on a decline? Is that kind of on your mind?
Yeah. I'm talking down Mersh, but I've never liked Mersh.
You're right, because there hasn't been a lot of Mersh content. There was a ton of Mersh content.
I want to be clear,
but that
though.
doesn't necessarily make him an S, yeah, there's been there's a ton of merch content.
I want Jesus Christ, gloves bat. Can you get out of your dryer?
Vacuum.
Gloves bat, step out of the dryer. I know it's 1,000,000 degrees there in Britain now, and you guys are just figuring out ACs. But for the love of Christ, every time you want to talk, I know when Gloves is like sitting there going, oh, I gotta jump in here in a second, because all of a sudden I hear. What did you just?
Isn't it like 2 a.m. in Britain?
They have no idea.
In it.
For the first time ever, British people have had to figure out window units. They don't realize it's making all that sound. They don't know. All right, Gloves Bat, what were you going to say? Go ahead. You've interrupted now. Come on, speak.
Yeah, hi. Is it still making that noise?
Yes!
Making that noise?
Yes! What do you mean?
I'll just say it quickly.
Alright, Glove-Bed is a
Shut up. Mercy's content sucks. He's boring in his own content, so that's why he's probably deserved not to be an A. Okay.
Amen to that. Agreed.
Stupid. No, Gloves is arguing he shouldn't even be A. Stupidest comment I've heard so far. I'm going to say this. I want to be very clear about what I was saying a second ago. I would be very, very careful about. See, this is easy. This is easy to not do or to like try to think past with goons who aren't currently being discussed a lot. Like, I think everybody was very fair with Bob Hickman, and we haven't done Bob Hickman in a long time, except for Halloween. And so I think you're being more fair to Bob Hickman than you are going to be to maybe more current goons who were still covering. I want to be very clear about this. I agree that Mersh is on a downturn, but that did not erase everything that happened with Mersh before that downturn. I think, and to say Mersh's content is boring is like such a retarded argument, period. It's like, it's not about his content. It's about Pod Awful covering him and what it does to him. But and maybe you still think that's boring. That's fine if that's your opinion. You're wrong, but that's fine. I'm not trying to, again, I'm not trying to tip the scale here any. I want to make sure everybody's clear-headed. I'm hearing a lot of, but Megan Fox has toe thumbs, if you see what I'm saying.
I feel like some people are letting the fact that they got into an Instagram argument with him, and I think they're taking that a little personal.
That's not what it is. It's just, I don't, like, he, you know, I'm not going to deny the content. There's been a lot of content with him. That's not what I'm arguing against. What I'm arguing against is that it's the way that he responds is so low energy. We kind of have to force it out of him. Like, I don't know.
Because we've beaten him down. Because we've completely destroyed this man.
To me, that doesn't make it fun anymore.
Eliana, I just want to respond with this.
That is such a that is hang on. I have to step in. That is the wildest claim I've ever heard, that Mersh's responses aren't any good. What world do you live in, Eliana? I know it's the world. I know it's the world where you are the cat woman that he is trying to dethrone. But
there's chickens outside.
That is crazy. That is crazy.
I disagree with them being low energy.
I'm just saying that they could be better. That's all.
Okay, I'm just going to have to say this. I was trying to avoid it. I have to say this. If Mersh isn't S, who the fuck is S?
Rufio.
Santa Cruz Joker and Rufio.
I mean, listen, I know who the S's are. I know. I'm saying, if you don't think Mersh is in leagues with those guys, those people that you think are S's, what have I even been doing for the past 3 years? Because
I don't think he's even close.
I put Mersh on my board, but I think he might be closer to an A, considering, you know, we have all these goons here.
Oh my god.
I got an S argument. So for one, we spent more money on merch than anybody, and a lot of the trolls we're doing now to other goons are rude.
A lot of money on Santa Cruz Joker.
Hang on, let him talk.
Yeah,
let him talk.
I was saying a lot of the pranks we're doing on other
developed
goons,
it.
yeah, they all stem from merch and coleslaw, you know, all that shit.
You're right.
Can I make an argument for why he should be lower?
I would love to hear it.
Okay, well, this doesn't just go for Merch. It also goes for, like, Dick and Gavin, all the E-celeb goons.
You're actually agreeing with Mersh that
hang on a second. Hang on a sec. Let me finish.
You think Mersh is an actual E-celeb. You're agreeing with Mersh.
People know it. Like, he's got a... Well, even if he's not an E-celeb, people that have their own shows that are at least trying to be E-celebs.
Even if he's not.
I think it's funny. Pod Awful is at its funniest when it's completely punching down, when it's just someone who has no hope of fighting back. They have no illusions of even being able to try.
Okay.
And it's like I like Pod Awful to be like the Foot in Monty Python that just comes down from the sky.
Hang on. Guys, let him talk, and then I would like to respond directly.
Well, that was pretty much my point. I think you've understood it.
All right, now listen. I love what you said there, okay? I love the idea that your favorite part of Pod Awful is beating the shit out of the absolute most helpless. That's your favorite.
So funny.
I do love that.
Okay, I love that. That's great. What is throwing me off to such a crazy degree is and I'm not kidding, when it comes to helplessness or what you're talking about there, I look at Mersh the same way I look at full-on Modo. And I'm not kidding when I say that. I don't know if anybody represents that better than Mersh. I don't think Wildman Chris is as much of a sad sack as Mersh, because Wildman Chris, at the very least, has parents who love him and take care of him.
Triangle.
And again, I know this sounds like a joke. I have to be 100% serious and level here with you. Mersh is that to me, the guy who does it. And again, I'm trying to go off of you guys, but I think saying he's an E-celeb for real and then also acting like he is not one of the shittiest, most helpless human beings. Like I feel like I'm beating up a retard when I make fun of Mersh. That's like,
well, that's a fair point. And look, maybe it's just me. I know that he's popular. Everyone likes him, but it's just never. Of all the goons, he's the one that I don't get. Like, the joke goes over my head somehow. I don't understand.
Oh, okay. That means
so maybe it's just my personal.
Relax while
I feel like
real Mersh enjoyers.
I feel like that's a personal problem, sort of thing.
Perhaps it is.
I think it must be. I don't even know what you do.
Can I ask you a question, Jesse?
Uh-huh.
Oh boy.
You've seen this man in meat space.
Yes.
Has anybody else seen this man in meat space other than me in this call?
Fake the laugh. Oh no.
Anybody else here ever seen him in real life?
Jeremy's not here, so no.
Jeremy is a little boy. He didn't understand.
Stribs, push to talk.
You may want to deafen yourself.
Stribs, push to talk. Don't deafen yourself. Push to talk.
Also, Paul's retarded,
Also
so he doesn't
yourself.
count.
You're missing my show.
Everybody make fun of Paul
right,
anyway because he doesn't watch the show.
There we go. Well, you don't have to serve it. I think he's coming back. Stribs, have you figured out that you were unmuted and we could hear you talking to your significant other?
Oh, no, sorry.
Okay, all right. All right, sorry. Go ahead. What were you saying, Lenny, about meat space?
When you saw him, he was kind of a fat guy then, right?
Kind of. I was floored by how fat he was. Floored. Could not believe.
And when
it.
I saw him, he was even
fatter. Yeah.
Like Santa Cruz Joker levels of inflated.
Now I don't know.
It was.
I'll say this
nuts.
though. To play devil's advocate here, being fat, is that all it takes? Is that what does it for you?
No. The reason I'm saying that is this was after he declared that he was going to be fucking beach bod Mersh.
Right. August
and he
is,
went to beach
August
ball
is
merch.
fast approaching right now. We're almost there. So our
The second August, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Second August. Now there's a great comment in chat. Fred says he's just boring, quote unquote, recently because he's afraid to do anything anymore. I think that's something that should be taken into consideration. I agree with that comment.
I think that is hilarious because we did that to him.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean,
he
look,
used to
we
be
did
hitting
that.
back every night.
I mean,
talking shit.
But that means he's
Think about this.
learning.
Wait, listen. Who else left the internet because we beat them down?
A lot of people, actually.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, that's true. That's true. But who came back? Right.
No.
Rufio?
A lot of
Rufio
them,
comes back.
A lot of them did not come back.
Burger Boy comes back.
My life, my love.
We've probably completely forgotten some goons because they just never came back.
Yeah.
But look, I'll say this: I hated Mersh at first, but whoever said it, he's realized his final. Well, he still keeps getting worse. I think he said it best. You could do episodes on him every day, and they'd be funny.
That's true.
If we gave
I
that much
100%
effort.
do feel that way. I try not to do Mersh, but if I wanted to, I could do Mersh the way Kino Casino does Ethan Ralph, or or literally everyone does Ethan Ralph. And by the way, how come it's okay when everybody else does it with their fucking lol cows, but me and Mersh, it's like this I'm always getting chirps from people about how, all you do is Mersh. You're
obsessed.
So what? It's funny every fucking time. Every time. There was something else I wanted. You said something just then that I wanted to springboard off of, but now I don't remember what it was. Oh, well.
The only time it gets less funny is when you're not covering him.
Oh, I know what it was. Yes, 100%. You know why Mersh isn't funny right now? Pod Awful ain't covering Mersh right now. And the r/Mersh hates when I say that. I've been saying that for a long time. Every time
r/Mersh sucks without Pod Awful.
It sucks without Pod Awful. It just does.
It's so bad.
Because we make the Mersh content why Glovesbat thinks Mersh is boring is because he's thinking about he's
British.
He's thinking about Nightwave. You can't.
Yeah, I'm thinking about Mersh without any, like, you can't
Without
just watch
interference.
Mersh without like pod awful input.
Mersh in a vacuum
But
is
I'll
just
say
Mersh,
this.
yeah.
I'll say this. We had to win people over on Mersh. There was a lot there's a lot of people when I first started making fun of him that were not on board with it.
I was so glad when you started making fun of it.
There's plenty of people who are also incredibly happy about it. But don't get me wrong, there was already plenty of detractors. But there's a lot of people who it wasn't they were upset by it because they liked him. They just didn't get it. Just like Timpa, who still somehow doesn't get it. They just didn't get it. I remember getting that comment all the time, even up until last year, all the time. I just don't get it. And then at a certain point, I would say probably around the time that we got that pizza delivery to him on air is when pretty much everybody except Timpa got it. Where they were like, oh, okay, I see now. Okay, that's what it is. Oh, this is what you find funny about him. And I think that's something special. I think getting so many people on board with somebody like that, it's a tough thing to do. And especially when you're hitting people over the head with it over and over again the way I was, that usually just makes people mad. That usually just makes them grind their feet into the sand. So I personally, I think that's too special. All right, let me hear it again. Who thinks below A? I'm hearing nothing.
That's right.
I would have banned you.
Timpa's deafened right now, so that's why nobody's saying it. Okay, so I would disregard Timpa entirely anyway.
He couldn't handle it.
Who says?
Oh, that's mean.
Who says? Well, you say below A, right?
Honestly, on my personal thing, I ranked him as an F.
That's great. Okay.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Are you retarded?
And this is.
I understand that this is a minority opinion, but I am not a fan of any merge content.
Timpa, shut the fuck up.
He's my least favorite goon.
Timpa, listen.
Mersh.
All right, hang on. Timpa, I want to say this. I like you. I think you're a smart guy.
I used to.
I enjoy you
Thank
being.
you.
I enjoy you being a part of this community.
That's very kind.
I have no clue what the fuck you get out of pod awful. If
Everything except the merch content.
that makes no sense. This is a blind spot that you are. This is a blind spot that I promise you are forcing on yourself. If you don't,
No,
understand.
I'm not forcing it on
That's
myself.
crazy.
Perhaps I am like merch
Then you have
colorblind,
psychosis.
where there is some true comedy that I just cannot perceive.
Listen,
some problem I have. I'm not saying that I'm correct, by the way. I'm not saying I'm correct and you're
Jeff-
wrong. I just personally
Jeff
don't like
in the
it.
chat is right. He says, "Take away your leather jacket." I'm sorry, you're out of the game.
Oh no, I have heaps of leather jackets.
All right, who says A?
I
Me.
do.
Who says S?
I think so.
I'm gonna say
have to
I
say
do.
Yes.
No.
Like he's brought me in more goons just him being a goon.
Yeah, that's a good point. He like spawns his own fucking goon. It's I can't. I can't do.
That's true.
Can I say one other thing? I
No.
love all the merch
No, you
effects.
can't.
Wait,
All the
what?
merch effect goons are fantastic.
Never said that.
Hang on. You're blowing my mind right now.
I know. I understand that it's not rational, but I love all the merch effect goons. I
But
think they're funny.
Timpa, the merch effect is what we think is funny about merch.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Maybe if you put a mask on him and told me it was someone else, maybe I'd think it was funny.
All right, you are insane. I can't do lower than S, and I feel like the S has had it anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, Mersh is an S.
I have autism. I can't help it.
It was crazy that we even had to argue that for that long. That is insane to me. I thought that was...
Thank you, Timpa, for being retarded.
I honestly thought Mersh was going to be our fastest one. I thought it was just going to be...
I can't be the only one.
I thought everybody would just say
I'd
S.
say B.
Crazy.
I had him at an S, and I kind of thought he was an A. Just
Wait,
sort of
who just
from the other
said? Who
goons
just
we had.
said they would say B?
What?
Somebody
I
just
said D.
Sonic fan.
Autistic Sonic fan. Okay, and the autistic Sonic fan. Why is that? I would like to hear your argument. Actually,
I don't really have an argument. I just he's not as entertaining for me.
okay, all right. So you're just autistic. All right, so let's go. Let's go to this is kind of an interesting one. My former roommate, one of our very few black goons, Keenan Jerome Floyd. Not a ton of episodes or anything about him, but some very funny stuff. Two of the funniest World War / $20 level episodes of all time have to do with him. A very funny Zoom call, as I recall. One of the worst co-hosts I've ever had on the show. He actually co-hosted Pod Awful one time. And just an all-around, like, somebody that I wish we covered more often. I just can't bring myself to follow him. Keenan Jerome Floyd. Where do we rank him?
In that black stand-up special.
Let me
that
ask
y'all
everyone a
watched,
question. Have you ever
did that
taken
come
Dookie
from
in the
him?
bathtub?
I'm between C and B.
He is the reason we say take a Dookie in the bathtub. He did actually, and this is true, he did actually poop in our bathtub and also washed his clothes
I think-
in the same bathtub.
I think I put him at a B just for that reason and for the World War reason.
World
War Negro is one of
I
the
actually,
funniest
I
things
don't,
I've
I
ever
actually don't want to weigh in on this one, so I'm just gonna let you guys hash it out.
I'd say C, keep the blacks together.
C for K.
I think C is a good ranking for
C
it.
for segregation.
That's a bit more.
I mean, yeah,
realistic.
the Anja and Jesus there, all the black. And should go and see.
I'm not the biggest fan of him, but the personal connection to Jesse, anyone where there's a personal connection, I think is.
What about fucking Mersh then, you
I'm
retard?
not talking about Mersh anymore. We're talking about.
You are insane.
We're talking about someone else now. You don't need to use the same
Timpa,
logic.
you are insane. All right, sorry. I just had to say that.
I didn't realize as I was saying, I'm like, oh, but they'll bring up Mersh.
I'm gonna put Keenan at a C. Maybe he's an average goon. The episodes that he's been in were very funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, he kind of punches. He punches above his weight.
Yeah.
He does. The episodes are hilarious, but I think he's just kind of an average sort of good.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's true.
he barely gets in there, but when he does, man, it's a riot. So what is everybody saying? C basically?
Yeah.
I
can go with that.
C.
Yeah.
All right, we're just going to call that
nobody
official.
has any strong arguments for D.
No, that was too many C's. The C's had it, and to be honest, I personally ranked him at B. So I had him higher.
B for black.
And that actually is.
Did you rank him at B before you had the F tier?
I actually ranked all the goons based on how close their name was to the letter in their tier.
It's the only way to do it.
I figured it was B for Batturb.
All right, now this is an interesting one. Hasn't been a lot of stuff about her. A newer goon. Somebody I do still keep track of, though, just in case. Very interesting YouTube uploads. She now uploads to YouTube. Dakota Mary Jane, a.k.a. our first-time cam girl. Where does Dakota? And by the way, I'm gonna ask you guys here in Discord for this. I'm gonna ask you to not. This is gonna be tough to do. I'm gonna ask you to not heavily weight her based on things you know that happened in Discord alone.
I would give her a D.
Yeah.
There's a lot of extracurricular stuff with Dakota Mary Jane that is very funny, but hasn't actually made it into any shows or anything.
Okay. Poor Jeremy.
People fucking with her OnlyFans and stuff, and it is very funny. And the show technically does exist at all times on Discord, but I feel like that would be very unfair, personally. So.
Just I'm speaking from Jeremy, from Jeremy's perspective. I'd give her the D.
And I can say Chris would give her a D as well. So
yeah,
it's kind of
I had her at C, but I'm thinking D.
A lot of people.
I'm giving her a C.
Jared would give her $50.
I feel like we're pretty solid. I feel like in here we're pretty solid on D. However, in the chat I'm seeing they're ranking her a lot higher, which I find interesting.
The people
very
even know about her at all. Have they seen the episode?
Half of those are in core.
I'm gonna rate her D for Dr. Pepper bath we never got.
yeah,
I'd put her in F.
You can't rate that because that was only in the Discord, Cole.
But the show was always on.
What was on the show?
Now, In Spade says, honestly, I think the newer viewers don't fully get the goondom. I don't know if you mean, do you mean specifically Dakota Mary Jane or just in general? Because again, we're not doing Gooniest Goon. We're just doing best. We're just doing who do you like the most, entertainment wise.
She does drink the duty water.
I would say that
Gooniest Goon.
So In Spades also says subpar goon, so maybe he just meant her specifically. But I would say that her first episode there was a killer ep. I had so much.
It was funny.
I had so much fun, and I think it's I rarely just outright think this about myself. I just think that was a very funny episode, and her reaction was so funny and so crazy, and the stuff that you fucking creeps were doing was so funny. That was like that episode. It punches well above its weight. It's pumping on all cylinders. We've got perfect goon reaction. We've got perfect henchman action. And I would say, if I can toot my own horn, we've got a great hosting action going on in that one.
Perfect musical timing.
So
you got me. That's a C.
I still think she's a D.
I'm not trying to change anybody's scores here.
I reckon she's an easy C. She's very funny. I think the only thing holding it back from a B is not enough content from her.
I had her at F before, but after Jesse spoke, I agree with Trevor. I think D is appropriate.
I think you could argue me into a C. Yeah. But the episode that happened, it'll never happen again, right? There's not going to be any more Dakota Mary Jane episodes.
Bit of a one-trick pony.
Unless we make them happen.
Wait, didn't we we already did another episode with her? She has 2 episodes.
2 episodes, yeah.
Yes,
One Buffalo Slower.
Just to, I don't think I saw that.
Yeah, she's in.
Maybe I'm speaking out of school here. But.
I think she's a D, but if we're allowed to include Discord shit, she goes right up to a B.
No, I'd say C.
I think she could go up to a C.
If we're not allowed to
if you
include Discord shit, what are we going to do about Mini Manson?
Mini Manson has been in a ton of episodes.
3 episodes.
Talk about punching above.
But some of the funniest stuff has only happened in Discord.
I can't hear you.
Here's what? Here's all I.
Speak louder. I can't hear you.
Here's all I said about the Discord thing.
Make your microphone.
Here's all I said about the Discord thing. I'm polite. Shut up. I'm politely asking you not to do it with this one because I feel like so many people watching won't know why. It'll feel odd. I'm trying to put a little bit of regulation on it just because there are things with Dakota that I don't even know what happened.
Yeah.
Like it's outside.
She's the reason that we all know what Jeremy's penis looks like.
It's outside of well, you got me there, and that has featured in multiple episodes.
C
as well.
for cock.
You want to include the Discord.
I'm just asking as a favor. I can't actually stop you from waiting your score.
I say Excelsior True Believers, that you know what the real happenings have been, and I think they count.
Whatever.
I believe you, but I've been asked to exclude those things. That's why I think she's a D. If you include the Discord stuff, I think she's a C.
I don't really know. I don't know what happened in this game. I wasn't there.
From the Discord stuff,
I don't really know either.
I think she's just a D tier goon, kind of below
average.
Who
says
it was very funny?
Who says D?
Me.
D.
Who says C?
I say C.
Who's an outlier?
I was muted.
I'm a regular liar.
Okay.
I'm not a liar.
Well, I ranked her at F because she's a female.
It's.
You know what? I'm changing my vote.
It's. I would say that it is pretty split there with the C and D. I don't know where to go with it. I'm gonna need one very passionate C person to explain their position.
We got some innocent guy. We got her dad to go after some innocent guy to send him to jail or whatever because she thought some guy named Chris was in her chat.
She did turn into a Joker.
That is very
on
funny.
Her live stream.
She did turn into. Ooh, I forgot about that.
She turned into a Joker.
Yeah.
She pissed on stream. She had her mum tell her off on stream.
She's one of Daddy's little monsters. I will say this: that stuff is very funny, but none of it was very passionate. D people, I need one very passionate D person to argue for D.
Okay, she's just like any other Twitch thought that we've trolled. None of the shit we did to her was especially funny. Really, the only thing that set her apart was she peed and didn't wash her hands.
I could not disagree more with the statement.
I'm down to D now.
I could not disagree more with the statement of nothing we did to her was particularly funny. I think that.
No, I said compared to what we've done to other Twitch
again, I disagree entirely. I think the people who just argued for C completely destroyed that part of your argument. Just a second ago, I can't think of any. With all of the examples of extremely funny things that we specifically only did to her.
Stream several times.
Well,
Jeremy and Jared really
ruined her first. We completely ruined her first ever Twitch.
You know what? Stream. I'm gonna give it up to a.
Give it to the C.
No, I'm gonna give it to the chat. And chat vote now, C or D.
That's fair.
Because I think it's still pretty split here. And neither argument is swaying me. You guys are now just going to the chat from in here.
Absolutely.
You told us to do it.
That counts.
Ignore Tempo.
I'll know it's. See, you guys are hearing me before the others, so I know when to start actually paying attention.
Okay,
and I still know your name. I still know your name.
Can we disqualify Timpa for his thoughts on Murph?
No, don't disqualify me. I put up a strong argument as to
What a big terrible argument!
and I did not imply that I was even correct. I was just saying this is how I feel.
Hang on,
It was the worst.
Hang on. Timpa, where did you think Dakota goes?
C. Do not put her in a different position just because I think it's C. Come on,
Just keep your mouth closed.
I'm seeing a lot of C's. I'm going to go with C. And by the way,
All right.
By the way, C is where I personally ranked her, actually. So
there you go.
Seeing a lot of C's. Got to do it. David Otto, kind of another one, kind of in the similar vein of Dakota.
He's like a
really hard.
Let me explain. Hang on. Let me explain him real quick. He's kind of similar to Dakota Mary Jane. We haven't done a lot on him, but the ones that we did on him were pretty good. We've done 2 episodes about him, basically, and maybe a little bit of follow-up and something. I can't remember. But sort of the...
Yeah, we did.
Sort of... he was in the last shark prank, which are always great. And then a follow-up episode. He is an Australian guy who tricks women into joining a fake band so that he can fuck them. And for some reason, Australian news thought that was something to cover. And then people are laughing at just that. There's a lot. I mean, there's a lot going on there, but at the same time, I feel like there's not a lot. It is pretty simple. In a lot of ways, he's actually just based, but
kind of admirable.
E.
He does also.
I put B, but I'm thinking C.
Yeah, what's everybody saying?
I think he's I think he's a strong C.
Really?
I think he's a good D.
You think he's an average Goon?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's nothing ongoing about him. He was a one and done.
I thought he was a little bit lower. I really liked the episode he was on.
A lot of goons are,
but he's not doing anything anymore.
Your average goon is one or two and done.
Now, I think he is probably still doing the same exact thing.
Yeah.
We're just not paying attention to it.
100%. He is.
Almost certainly. He can't be kept down.
Why would he stop?
Why would he?
For a funny
thread on me.
Funny
fact on him.
For it, then why not?
I'll say this is a personal thing. Scott and I, our biggest hope was to actually get on somehow some of our coverage onto A Current Affair from having done this. Like we were in talks. We were in talks with A Current Affair, and that didn't happen. Had that happened, I'd be ranking him probably
A at least.
Yeah. Way high.
He'd probably be pretty high, but that kind of failed. So. Just throwing
his
that
main
out there.
bitch is too fat to wear the bikini on stage.
Yeah, that's right.
I like the shack that they lived in out in the desert.
That was pretty crazy.
I'm seeing D's and F's. I'm seeing D's and F's in chat.
shed.
What's everybody saying? Throw it all at me again.
C.
I put him at a D.
He's a solid D. He's like a D.5.
Yeah.
It's a hard D.
Fuck, I have the same rating as Timpa. Fuck.
All right, you know what? I'm gonna put him at D. I think D won that one.
Yeah.
I think that's fair. There we go. Let's go to a guy who I have a feeling this fellow would not have ranked as high as he will now. Just a few months ago. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Mr. Burgers, aka Burger Boy, aka Doug Burger, aka the Impossible Mr. Burgers, aka Jesse Radin, aka Mr. Spurgers, aka Mr. Chicken. You see what I'm saying here? There's a lot of AKAs going on.
Mr. Burgers Jr.
I put him at an
Mr.
A.
Burgers Express.
I put him at a B.
Yeah, I reckon he's a B.
You guys fucking retarded? He's an easy A.
I put him at an
He's totally an A goon. We are in contact with him whenever we want. We can talk to him all the time.
The man
we can get him to pull out his cock and balls on camera.
Again, you're talking Discord. You're talking Discord.
He might come in here right now.
You're talking Discord and not show.
He makes
Let's.
Yeah.
There haven't been
show
a lot of that stuff has not happened on shows.
I'm saying
on the show,
I'm
we
saying
talked about
enjoyment
father.
of the Goon.
Should we get him in here?
No,
Hey,
no,
I
no.
can't ignore the past couple
Actually,
months
I don't think
because
Goon
there
should
has
be. I don't think Goon should be allowed in here while we discuss them.
Oh, okay.
You're right.
Like I didn't kick out Mini Manson before. Mini Manson left on his own. He's welcome to be in here, but not when we're doing Mini Manson. And in the same way, James can't have any sort of input on himself either. I'm sorry, I'm just clearing my throat.
Solid A for Mr. Burgers.
I
agree.
I love his dad.
The
His dad is hilarious. All of his ratings are exactly how you would rate women on the internet. It's always above 5.
Defeated it.
A lot of A's and even some S's in chat right now. And again, I think that's because of recent. I do feel like that's some recent activity bias going on.
Yeah, that's why I put him at a B.
It is.
I think he's an A or B.
So if we're talking just what's happened on the show, we've talked to his father. We've seen him almost choke several times. We've seen him almost pull out his dangus in front of children in a park. There's still a shitload of funny things that have happened.
They're saying in the chat room, Liquid Burger Challenge alone makes him A tier, which I like.
I mean,
He didn't complete the Liquid Burger Challenge, though. He failed that.
He's become a bit self-aware.
His parents were on the show.
He did do it, though. I did give him credit for that.
Even him failing is hilarious. That's okay.
Now that he's on Mezzo, he's
I would. All right,
self-aware.
let me ask you guys this then. Let's do it like this. I want you to think about every time he's appeared, because he had a nice little run there a while ago. We've got a playlist of the original Mr. Burgers run on the website podalpha.com. Mr. Burgers, all beef, no filler. And I want you to think about those episodes especially too, and think like, how was I digging these? How was I feeling during that and this more recent spate of stuff? Really weigh it all in there when you do this, because I do feel like he is I feel like we're weighing the patty before it's cooked right now.
Yeah, I think that's a point.
I disagree.
I'm not saying that would.
His,
I'm not saying that.
Listen.
I'm not saying that doing that will necessarily take it down. It might even raise it. I'm just saying let's not get too excited. Let's not.
He's an ass. Oh my god.
Let's not.
I got excited. Very excited to see all of this.
Let's not do a little bit of that. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead.
That's fair.
I would contest that. I think, other than his several naked twirls, the things he's done in the past, I think, exhibit funnier behavior than I like him when he's off his meds. He's funnier. When he's freaking the fuck out and crowing like a fucking crow in the middle of a fucking public area. That is way funnier than anything he does now, other than the naked twirl.
I agree with that.
And he's a great singer.
Yeah, good point.
It's done elevation as well, though.
Is anybody is anybody ranking lower than A?
I'm giving him a
B.
Yeah.
A lot of this stuff has not happened on episodes, and it sounds like, from what you guys are saying, there'll probably be an episode soon, which might push him up to A. But I think at the moment he's a very solid B, bordering on an A.
Yeah, I would put him very low, but I don't know any of the background stuff.
Okay.
I'm running his rifles this weekend.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That may put him at an A for me.
He's your average goon.
So are we allowed to include the Discord stuff for Mr. Burgers, or is this another Goon that we can't?
That rule is...
That it's not.
We don't need any of it. Remember when we first encountered him and he was...
Hang on. That's not a rule. It was something I was asking for specifically with Dakota Mary Jane, and you were allowed to just ignore me because how would I even know? I was asking for. I have not asked that with Jesse here, other than maybe the most recent thing that happened, because like that's it's the same reason I asked for it with Dakota. It's almost unfair because we're talking about a person getting naked, and whenever they get naked, that's funny and it gets on the show, right? And
He's thrown up several times.
and if it hasn't been on the show yet, then yes, it's funny. And yes, it'll still be funny when I put it on a show, but it's almost cheating because there's so many people who don't know about it yet. That's all. That's all I'm trying to say. It's not a rule. It's just something to consider. All of these things I say are just something to consider. It's just me trying to keep this so that you are actually ranking them based on this scoring system. Like it's to avoid saying like, oh man, I laugh every time. He's an S. Oh, that's it. That's all I'm trying to do here is trying to keep things as fair as possible.
He's still an easy A. The way that he used to send Jesse these weird, bizarre threats from the FBI, screaming at a fucking fast food restaurant, the phone call with Mr. Burgers Sr., just all of it was fucking hilarious. He's never
I'm the FBI. You're all remember he also prank called Shalin.
I mean, in fairness, he's got the drop I must use the most. Like he's
He's
an A.
the most autistic goon.
I haven't heard any good arguments.
He's up there, definitely top.
I've heard no good arguments for S, and I've heard no good arguments for below A. To be honest, I'm gonna put him at A.
Yeah.
I have autism. I can't help it.
Yeah, I'm surprised that took more than 2 seconds, to be honest.
I think he'll be happy about that ranking.
Listen,
I'll kill you.
It's good that the most contentious. I can't say that word right now. Contentious ones are the higher ranking ones. That's actually a good thing. But I will say this: I actually personally put him at B. And I feel like I was wrong. You guys actually talked me out of that, and I think you're right with A.
What about B for burgers, though?
Well, that's why I put him at B, obviously. Anyway.
That's the end all be all.
All right.
Or A for
Next one's kind of interesting. This is Red Bar, Mike David. You can throw in Jules in there too as well if you want. They come as a pair.
Yeah, I put him at D as well.
Yeah, I'd give him a D. He's fucking boring.
D for dying.
D for dying. C for cancer.
I will say for me personally, I don't enjoy we've done 2 straight up episodes about him, right? Like where that's just the only, that was the topic. And I think both of them are great. One of them was literally that I was cucking him out of, from his wife. She was into Pod Awful. And then she had to course correct after that, which is very funny. And I very much enjoyed finally revealing I think it was 11-year long punchline at that point. So I particularly enjoy that. And it right now, number one, remember how many times I said we shouldn't make fun of him for being sick because one day it could be me. So I knew it. I knew it was coming. However, that said, man, ever since his comeback, it delights me to no end to just point out all these funny little things that have sort of been going wrong in his life and his show. That said, I actually don't enjoy covering Red Bar at all.
I hate the episodes.
That's my 2 cents.
He is the topic.
Really?
I think they're boring.
Okay.
Yeah.
Honestly, there's not a whole lot aside from sending him coleslaw to his studio.
Well, that wasn't even an episode.
Well, I know it's in the Discord, whatever. I thought that was fun.
No, it was streamed. It just wasn't an official episode.
Yeah.
Right. It wasn't an official episode. I thought that was fun. I enjoyed that. But like the Red Bar stuff is just not really enjoyable.
I think the 2 episodes about him are good. I just don't. Not my thing.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat as Trevor.
Well, and as far as how we feel about him now, I mean, I don't know how many of you, I know at least a handful of you were, when he did his comeback stream, and we all watched it because Jesse was covering it, it was still a fucking slog.
It was, yeah.
I'm a fag.
Well, but to be fair, though, that's sort of like Glove saying Nightwave is boring. It's like, that's not the point.
Yeah.
I mean,
Like-
I
All
didn't know who
Where the
Red Bar
earbud?
was before the show. And like, he seems like kind of a funny guy. Like, if he didn't talk about comedians and bullshit stand-up shit, it might be a good show. Like, he doesn't seem that goony to me.
I watched Red Bar because Jesse said he was funny many years ago. And then I got like 10 minutes into it and I turned it off.
All I do is suck your dick and eat your butt.
All right, so what are we
I'm
saying?
gonna say C.
D.
I said D.
C.
F.
F, yeah, or that. D or F.
D or
I think
F.
F. He has been funny in the past, but
You can argue an F for me. I think he's at a D. I don't think he's the worst.
I want to hear an F argument. Somebody give me an F argument.
I just, I mean, I'm scared because it's pretty much the same as my merch argument. I just don't think he's all that funny. Like his content, like as in pod awful content about him. I don't think it's all that funny. I
He's
don't know.
definitely
Not that interesting to be honest.
So a lot of your arguments are that you don't like Pod Awful.
No, I love Pod Awful. It's my
No,
favorite
that's-
show. But this is a
listen.
ranking of Pod Awful goons, and that's how I rank them.
The very act of what we're doing here is basically saying like there's going to be some episodes that if it's about this person, they're not as good as the other ones. That said, that doesn't mean they're not better than almost everything else that ever existed was ever created. I mean, come on.
Exactly.
All right, I feel like the D's had it on that one, so I'm going to put him in the D section there. I don't even remember where I put him, but there you go.
For David.
And there's some clapping because he invented clapping. All right, Brian
It's
Allen.
one of the many things that you stole from him.
Yes, I stole clapping from him and also Howard Stern. Brian Allen Fortune, kind of an oddball in this, but
yeah, that's an odd one.
To be honest, I have trouble with Brian. I'm not even sure where to put Brian.
I think C is
I love
fair.
Brian.
He seems very average as a goon.
I put him as an A.
C.
Oh, it turns out I put Red Bar at D as well, so I was on board with you guys with that one.
I think Brian is he is the benchmark for the average goon.
Wait, hang on, what do you mean by that?
He is the quintessential average goon.
Yeah.
I kind of think of Brian as sort of the quintessential what Timpa was talking about before that he likes, which is like I mean really I think Mersh is that, but Brian is like you're making fun of Brian, you are beating up a
He's actually retarded.
Yeah. Like I think the things that have happened to Brian are a B, but like him himself goes into a C.
There's a part of me that wants to rank him higher personally because of the Frank Hassel thing and what that led to. Where Frank Hassel said, "I'm a psycho freak." And then it turns out Frank Hassel paid Brian for like sexual assault, which is very funny to me. But I'll be honest. Well, actually, I don't want to say. I'll say after you guys vote what I think about Brian.
I generally like the retarded goons a little bit better than the non-retarded ones.
Yeah.
What are we saying?
Funniest people on
What's the feeling of the room?
Nature's
C.
clown.
D.
I think C.
A.
Wow. A.
B for beautiful voice.
Who is saying A? Who's saying A?
Me. Jerry.
Jerry Noto.
A. Really?
I just like him.
Okay. All right.
I don't have a good reason for A.
That's fine. There's a lot of people who like make certain goons their sort of pet projects, and there's actually a few people where Brian is their guy. You're not alone in that.
Sure.
Like I know there's a guy, Joe O'Connor, listens to the show. I know he's dying for me to do Brian stuff. I feel like basically everybody was saying C. I'm gonna put him in C. I will be honest and say I don't like doing Brian episodes. I don't like the Brian episodes. I don't find he doesn't really delight me in any way. I voted F for him personally, but I will go with the crowd here.
For the record, me and Chewy were correct by the Price is Right rules.
I mean, there's interesting stuff about him for sure. Yeah, I think part of what I don't like about him is he is so difficult to get to do anything.
To wrangle.
Wrangling him is impossible, and it's part of what makes him so funny is because he is like he could work and he just refuses to. It's like you kind of hate him.
How lazy he is.
Yeah, he's so lazy. But he's too lazy to even do his fake show.
He lost all of his stuff to mold.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
All right.
They did have that.
All right.
Show.
Well, just like the real Gully himself, we got double Gullies on the screen here.
S.
Wow.
Don't touch my phone.
Wow.
I got
I'm going to say A.
Yeah. I'm going to side with the S.
I'd say A.
I'd say the only reason he doesn't get an S is because something to be an S, I think you have to be this ongoing thing that kind of goes forever. That's part of the appeal.
There were so many Tom Gully episodes.
I know that. Were there? How many were there? It doesn't seem.
I don't think so.
Why don't you go count them, Timpa?
I don't think.
Seriously, there was only like 3 episodes.
I don't think there were a lot. Were there a lot of Tom Gully episodes? I don't.
I mean, honestly, I think Gully episodes are funnier than
more Discord ops than episodes, but it felt like there was more
Gully episodes.
I feel like he has potential to be an S if he comes back.
Yeah, agreed.
I feel like if he would have died, he would be an S in my heart forever.
Yeah, true.
But he didn't die, unfortunately.
He got bullied by children and made a whole fucking episode about it. The whole town thinks him and his brother are gay for each other. He probably resulting in him losing his job.
Children do think he's a Frankenstein, which is very funny.
That made him cry.
He took over a shady member of the Pod Awful cult personality entirely.
He provided so much fun just for everybody for that short
is that the BB?
He was one of the ones to bring down Pod Awful for
He is incredible fun, but he also almost certainly is the person who took down the Pod Awful YouTube channel. I'm at this.
Doesn't that make him rank higher? Yeah, that ranks higher.
I think that ranks him higher. Yeah, that gives him more goon power.
I think he's an A. S is for the top 3.
I think he's an S.
I think he's an S. Yeah,
he's no Rufio. He's close, but he's
close, but not quite. He could be an S in the future if he ever comes back.
All right, let me hear. Is anybody saying lower than A?
Well, he's an A with C's.
Okay.
No.
Very good.
He's an AC star.
They call Greg the sniper. He doesn't chime in often.
That's when he's at his best.
All right, so nobody's saying lower than A, and which I obviously have to agree with. Who is saying A?
I'm saying
I am.
And who's saying S?
Me. S.
Me.
Sounds like fewer S's. Sounds like fewer S's. Let me hear a strong A argument.
I'll make a strong A argument. I'll say,
guys.
Or the reason why he shouldn't be an S. To the people who think he should be an S, do you sincerely think that he is equal to Rufio or to Santa Cruz Joker?
Hey, let's be clear. We have not technically ranked them yet.
Oh, we all know they'll be S's.
Rufio is transcended.
But do you honestly think Mersh is equal to Rufio?
No, not at all.
Okay, they're in the same fucking category.
I rank Mersh in A. So
I think Rufio should be an S+.
Rufio is an S tier. And he's going to be in the same category as Mersh.
Well, we don't know. We don't
You're
know
making the
yet.
argument.
We're not discussing other goons that haven't been ranked yet.
Well, I was asking what you think, and I just think that I think that Tom Gully is very, very funny. But I just think that the one thing that stops him being an S is the not as much content.
Tom Gully has created quite a bit of stuff in a very small amount of episodes. I just looked to see how many episodes he's tagged in, and I know some are missing. So there's only like maybe 5 episodes of Tom.
The lore
Gully.
did end up going very, very, very deep, and it was very, very funny. So I could be persuaded to change my vote to S.
Tom Gully is how we invented.
Tom, one aspect of him that isn't funny.
Hang on.
I ranked him an A because he's a liability.
Hang on, I'm in the middle of talking. Tom Gully is the reason we invented Gully bombing. He is almost certainly the person behind the YouTube channel being taken down, which is big. That makes him a huge adversary. I like him personally because he really helped illustrate for you guys what I find so funny about fake radio guys. Like that was something I was already into that long before Tom Gully. It's part of why I think Royce and Mersh are so funny. And many other people. Red Bar, by the way.
I'm not going anywhere.
But oh my God, yeah, Mike Allen for sure. Yeah, that fake radio guy.
Plank turned into him.
Yeah, that's bizarre. Plank turned into him. His whole cast of characters with those people in his chat, the Reverend Morty Vicar, the lady that was not his girlfriend, he thought was his girlfriend, was not his girlfriend.
Wizard bag cooter sleeve lady.
The prank calls. He is legendary for sure. Yeah. Now, I'm not saying that means he's S tier. I want to be clear. A tier is legendary. A tier that's going to be, it would take an act of God to take you out of that tier, I think. So
what's S then?
S tier is
came back.
S tier.
God tier.
S tier.
Yeah, S is like a god above it all.
Yes, it's above even that.
I know.
I mean, it's exactly what you think. It's the difference between A and A plus. It's the difference between I make A's on my report card and I make straight A's. Like
it's the difference between making 6 figures and being a millionaire.
It's A is the best you can be, and S is even better than that.
I would like to change my vote to S. I think S is appropriate for Tom Gully.
Thank you, Chewy.
Can I just say that as somebody who's kind of newer to the Discord, like the number of shows he's in is really limited, and it looked like a ton of fun to actually be there live trolling him. But the shows themselves, although hilarious, I don't think reached the level of S for somebody newer just watching them. Like,
that's interesting.
If you were there, it was awesome.
Yeah. Now, in fairness, I
completely disagree with that. I laughed so fucking hard at some of the Tom Gully shit, dude. When he was like, when he recorded is this live on the Tom Gully?
I'm Tom Gully, and you're watching Is This Live, the show on the Pod Awful TV network. Podawful.pizza.
There's basically 2 episodes in the
any of the Tom Gully stuff, but I still rank.
Who is it? Here's an important question.
Again, yeah.
Who is this tier list for? The true believers who were there for all of it and know the things, or the casual Pod Awful enjoyer who's only seen a few things, doesn't make the sacrifices? I don't think that should be really counted against anything. If there are people here who know that fuck, the funniest things happened, and only 8 of us were there. I think that's still
Lenny,
super
as a
valid.
new viewer, Lenny, what's it to you?
Exactly. What's it to you?
Well, listening to him talk for months about how all of his radio experience, and then having Jesse do a show where he goes and discovers his career and just that's S tier shit.
I'll say this. I'll say this: if you include after shows, Tom Gully is in solidly 8 shows, which is actually more than I thought. And the ones that are specifically about him are, I believe, excellent. I think it's a very interesting comment from Riley saying that I feel like they're funny, but it would be funnier if I was there for them. I like that comment a lot, actually. That's how I assume every episode of Pod Awful is. I think of Pod Awful as a live experience that you are either there for or you are not. And if you are not, you are sitting in the cheap seats every single time. I'm shocked that anyone would ever watch the recorded versions of it, to be honest. Which is not something you should say as somebody who sells an archive, but I do actually feel that way. If I could just do the show live and then there was no recording of it ever, I would. But it is funny to go back and watch them sometimes, so probably not a great idea.
The thing that made me get more into Discord was after Rufio, because of all of the Discord Rufio stuff, like original Rufio stuff, like the first stuff that happened with Rufio. That's what made me start getting into Discord, because I felt like I was missing out.
Yeah, you are missing out if you're not in here. But
if you're not in here, you don't get half the more than half
you don't get
the
a
show.
Quarter.
It's insane.
And I think a lot of people, I worry because of people, I think probably the people who aren't in Discord or don't care, they probably hate those episodes where there's a lot of Discord shit in it, where I'm like just playing recorded Discord stuff, which I get. I totally understand why. Number one, it's not live when that's happening. So yeah, you can literally sit there and go, is this live? And the answer is technically no. But also, I think it's a FOMO thing. I think they're like watching that going, oh, well, I wasn't there for that. Why should I care about this? But that's technically true of all. Like when I play you content from someone else's show or whatever, and I'm making fun of it, well, you weren't there live for that one either or any of that stuff. And obviously we have the most fun when something spontaneous happens, is literally happening live during my show. And we go brigading Mersh's chat and filling it up with dead tooth until he permanently removed his chat from screen. That's like that. You laugh at that right now because that was incredible because it happened in that moment. And there's, that's a sliding scale of just how live the show is, which is what makes that question so funny to me. But with Tom Gully, a lot of that stuff happened in Discord and not live. And then a good amount of it was just me doing research on him. But I really do. I find that comment fascinating about not being there for it, because I do always wonder about that. And that your feeling on it, Riley, is exactly what I assume is true of the show. Although Denny then says that he feels exactly the opposite about it. So I don't know. That said, I'm not saying one way or another what I think with Tom Gully, but we do need to pick S or A. I feel like a lot of people are now saying S.
S.
Yeah.
I got A. Oh, 1 year we told him.
I'm still A.
That's tough. That's real tough. I don't even know what to do, because I don't know if I will hear out the chat, but I don't know
S
if
for Samurai
I don't know if I would
Sword,
even trust the chat on this one. To be honest, I don't know if they can.
Shit, I can't think of a Tom Gully.
Almost a coin flip at this point. I mean, I have to hear. So, all right, somebody give me the most solid argument for S, because S is the one that you have to argue for the hardest. I need the most solid S argument of all time.
Does he have a song?
He does. Wait, does he have a song?
He has his own song.
He has an. He has an.
right, he had a cryptic font that took forever to get. The font is now on every episode of the show.
It turned out to be a Taco Bell font.
Yes, from Taco Bell, which is retarded.
I remember that now.
These are good arguments.
He took down the channel. That gives him
a whole universe
that gives
of
him fucking
fans.
points.
I need one. Listen, I need one concise. There's the Tom Gully font. By the way,
Somebody said S for samurai sword. Can you think of a thing that goes along with A for Tom Gully?
All right, hang on. Shut up. I need one concise, like, fucking make me salute to you when you say it argument for Tom Gully is S.
All right, I got it.
Okay.
Tom Gully is Mersh in like 15 years. He has everything wrong with him that Mersh has, but he's not self-deprecating to the way that he thinks he's a piece of shit or knows he's a piece of shit like Mersh does. He thinks the world of himself, and it is so obviously not true to everyone but him. And he lives in this radio man world, and it is all in his little fucking jumpy gump toothed head.
I got it. I got the argument. All right.
Tom Gully is his own imaginary friend.
I got the argument. He had trolls welcome, and then he got trolled off the internet.
That's true. You know what?
Still probably thinking about it.
I forgot that we literally trolled him off the internet, to be honest. That's the only reason we don't cover him anymore. It's not because I'm afraid he'll take down my next channel. It's because he does nothing on the internet anymore.
Well,
hang on a second.
Hang on a second. Him from Mersh, though.
Hang on a second. Lenny won it. He's right. Tom, I advertise Tom Gully as Mersh in the very near future. If Mersh is S tier, Tom Gully is S tier. So that, for me, that does it. So there you go.
True.
I'm Tom Gully. You're watching Is This Live, the show on the Pod Awful TV network. Podawful.pizza.
I personally ranked him at A. I would probably still rank him at A personally, but I understand the S argument, so I'm going with it. All right, we've got
good pizza lawyering there, Lenny.
We've got Dante the comedian, who the only person who would try to advocate this guy is Scott, who is not here, for something really high. If you don't know Dante, that actually reminds me of somebody who should probably be on here and isn't, Ron Jeremy. We learned of Dante through Ron Jeremy. He was sort of Ron Jeremy's manager. Turns out he was helping Ron Jeremy rape women for years.
Based? He was holding them down.
He's a shitty comedian. He got woke recently. Probably what makes him the most famous on Pod Awful, though, is somebody committed a federal crime and snuck into his voicemails and gave me a recording of them, and then we spoke to Michael Winslow from Police Academy as the result of that, and made Michael Winslow think that I was Dante, his manager, and I actually managed to get him more and better work than Dante had gotten him. And then Dante called the FBI on me, and also Dante currently believes, or I don't know if he still believes this or not, but that he spoke to a news outlet about me, even though it was me. He was talking to me, and he thought
another guy strikes again.
Yep. Hey, I'm just another guy.
That was a different guy.
Different guy, man. So those are the big pinpoints on Dante. There's a bunch of other little things, but it doesn't really matter.
You can't leave out something very recent and relevant, though.
Go ahead.
He has become one of the Earth's Mr. Burgers.
Yeah, this hasn't happened.
true.
This hasn't happened on the show, but I believe our sister program, The Weekly Sacrifice, has covered the fact that Dante did become one of the Earth's Mr. Burgers recently and was trying to find the best burger in LA. And his entire by the way, this is why I have to course correct your ranking sometimes. This is how people's brains work. His entire reasoning for what the best burger in LA was how much ketchup they gave him for his fries. He wanted.
If you saw the burger he got, the ketchup was dripping off of it.
He wanted a pool of ketchup. It's
Disgusting.
horrible. Horrifying.
It was disgusting.
All right, where are we ranking him?
I'm torn between a C and a D.
That's exactly where I'm at.
He's got to be a B for sure.
No. No.
I think that's knocking there.
B?
No.
B?
No. There's no way he's a B.
You think?
How can you not listen to what Jesse just said and just kind of smile and laugh and chuck him in a B?
I mean, listen.
Of course you can laugh at it.
You can laugh at a lot of these things. It doesn't make it a B.
I can't, but I can understand why you'd put him a C. I did think C at first, but I can't imagine why anyone would rank him D or lower. That's crazy.
Oh, I'd have him at F.
I ranked him at C when there was only the D at the lowest level. So that's why I'm kind of stuck between C and D. I would probably put him at a D.
I got to be honest, you would have to argue C pretty hard to me for me to.
Yeah, he's just not that interesting.
He's a strong D.
Yeah.
I think the things that have happened around him are very funny. I don't think he is a strong goon.
No.
I have him at F because everything funny around him was like he didn't do any of it. He's not responsible for any of it other than we were able to get into somebody was able to get into his voicemail.
It was Scott.
He never really gave us a reaction either, did he?
I mean, not only that, but any ancillary character around Dante is also funnier and a better goon than Dante.
We did ruin his online stand-up thing that one time.
That was pretty fun. The Zoom stand-up.
Oh, shit, I'd forgotten about that.
Studi going in there and asking them if they love him, and
Studi was great.
That was
I missed that entirely.
All right, listen, I'll be honest. Okay, you know what? You guys are actually talking him up a little bit for every single thing with Dante is very watchable. It's just that there's never you can't plan a Dante episode. That is what does it. All right, I'll just reveal this. I personally ranked him at F. I barely even recall him when I'm thinking of goons, but
I didn't even recognize him.
Every single thing we've ever done with him is gold, and it's just that you can't he's no Rufio. I mean, nobody's Rufio. He's no Canaman even. Where you can't, there's no wrangling him. There's no pranking him really.
You can't milk him.
Even when he was talking,
he never reacted to us really.
Even when he was talking to me and not realizing it and telling me that he had contacted the FBI about me and he thought I was the newspaper, it wasn't really a prank on him. It was more me just trying to get him to talk to me. It was it was fooling him, but not really a prank. But yeah, he has created absolute gold for this show. I think I would raise my F now, actually. I think I've been talked out of my F, but that's just me. What are you guys thinking?
I think a D.
Yeah, D.
Yeah, D. I think that's unfair.
D for Dante.
I think D.
B is.
I'm still on F.
B is crazy. B is absolutely crazy for Dante.
Well, you guys talked me down to a C. Hearing those arguments, I've downgraded it to
Don't
a
mind
C.
him. It's an Australian.
Who said B?
Tempo.
Oh, I said B, but now I've changed my mind to C.
Oh my god.
All right, let's.
As Jesse said, everything around him is gold. I think D's crazy low.
I think Timpa's moving up.
Timpa's been licking cane toads lately.
I think Timpa, I hear you. All right, I'm not actually against you on this. A B is crazy, but arguing for C is reasonable. I think the issue people have here, and maybe I'm talking out of turn, I don't know. I think the issue would be C is the average, right? C is what anybody would say is the average. And I feel like people would have trouble putting him in the average considering he's so forgettable despite the fact that the shit he does is gold. He's this weird negative point, this like nexus of both amazing and worthless that
he is kind of forgettable.
That while technically speaking, that means he should be in the middle, but being forgettable is almost like that's poison to entertainment, to comedy.
He's only average because of the people he knows.
Yeah, he wasn't
It's not because of him.
He was never even meant to be a goon. It was supposed to be. This is something that everyone forgets. This is how forgettable Dante is. We were making fun of Ron Jeremy, who was like not even actually the goon of that episode. It was a third guy. I remember that guy Patrick, who was actually like handling Ron Jeremy, and we found out about Dante through him. So it's not, and Patrick was meant to be the goon of it all. It was meant to be the elderly
Patrick
abuser.
was tipping out Spooky Maggie.
Oh yeah.
Wait, was he?
Wasn't that how we found? Yeah, the way we found out about Patrick was we went after him because he was representing Spooky Maggie's fledgling pornography career, and he was ripping her off.
It's true. I do remember that.
Crazy.
I feel like that was later.
Well,
no, that's how we found out about this Patrick guy. Spooky Maggie came into the chat and was like, "Help me out! I think my manager is ripping me off."
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't recall, but all right. Let's just put him at D. I think D is fair, and we'll call it a day on that one. I actually completely understand the argument for C. I really do. I think the forgettability and he's sort of an also ran of goons.
Mm-hmm.
I think is what kind of kills it for him. It brings him down. And you guys don't know this personally, and Scott would know this. Like, we've attempted to do stuff with Dante multiple times that just never panned out. There's an element of he might not be a full-fledged goon, might be the problem. The problem might be that he's not technically a goon. It's just that we've done funny stuff with him. He might be on the same level as like Michael Winslow, where he was on the show and he got pranked and we talked to him, but I don't know. It might be, I'm just spitballing there. I don't know. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the sleepy one himself, Davy Crocco, a Mersh effector. So this means Timpa likes him, but not Mersh.
Yeah,
I'll put him at a D.
Yeah, I gotta say D.
Oh, not even that.
I don't really like Davy Crocco as a goon that much. Maybe even an F if there's a compelling argument.
Yeah, I'd have him an F. F, because fuck him.
That's all the argument I need. F.
Is anybody saying higher than D?
A D for Davy.
What, Timpa? Not even Timpa? Not even you?
I honestly can't remember who he is.
Davy, you're the one who said you like. You're the one who said you like the Mersh effect guys.
Yeah, but there's a couple of different Mersh effect guys. I just honestly can't remember who this guy is.
He's the original.
He farted himself awake.
He's the original Mersh effect guy. Yeah, he farted himself awake. He's
on heroin.
Was he like doing streams and he was shit faced?
We did a world.
He's on heroin.
We did
Is
a
he
world.
always wearing makeup?
We did a world war about him. He's the tuna can head man. All right. I heard a lot of Fs. I heard a lot of Ds. What are we saying?
F.
I'm thinking D.
Yeah, there's been some funny stuff.
I would put him at D. If someone can say an F, I would change my answer.
I personally liked the episodes on him, but he as himself is just fucking boring. He puts himself to sleep.
Yeah, but that's the argument.
He puts himself to sleep on
again,
stream.
that's the argument of like, oh, I think Mercy's boring.
Well,
you know, it's the same thing.
Well, name one funny thing that would propel him from an F to D. Like, because I just don't remember anything.
That he constantly denies being a fucking drug addict while he's obviously nodding off from heroin or some other opiate while trying to interview some lady about something he has no idea about, and the lady has no clue what is going on, but she knows something is going on.
He did fall asleep during an interview on stream. That was pretty good.
Okay, that was pretty good.
All right, well, I feel like I'll be honest, the way everybody just argued him kind of reminds me of exactly what we just said about Dante. So I think that's a D. I think that puts him.
D for Dante, D for Davey.
It also might just be that I'm autistic and I'm putting people in the letter of their first name. No, actually, I personally
we're on Dick next.
I personally put him in C for Croco. I just find Davey funny. Yeah, I think he
looks funny.
He kicked off the Mersh effect. He always responds to me. He could be a much bigger goon than he is. If I really wanted,
he's got potential.
If I really wanted to make him a goon, he would be probably an excellent goon. I just haven't done it. It's just it.
Oh yeah, he really got activated by the dead brother thing, didn't he?
He's kind of overshadowed by Mersh is really more his problem, which might be the case for any Mersh effect guy. We're at a big one here. Dick Masterson, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't know Dick, then I don't know what to tell you.
I'd say a B.
Yeah, I'm in the B.
Juju the cow. That's it. Juju the cow. That's it. That's all.
I want him to be so much higher, and I feel like
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really hard.
I feel like he has potential to be very high.
I think he's so big that he can just kind of shrug off the lol cowness that Mersh has deserved and earned, and then he can just keep trucking along. That's why I think he's sort of average. The Juju the cow thing, fucking hilarious. The bitch that doxed his texts, very funny.
What are you saying? What are you saying his rank is?
I think he's about a C. I could be argued up to a B.
I think he's a B for one of the reasons you mentioned. You said, he's so big he can kind of just like take the hit. No, he's not, because he had to go from being called a homosexual Juju the cow. The thing he had to pull to cover for that was siding with pedophiles.
Yeah.
Like becoming a pedophile.
Right.
I was thinking
apologist.
that too. I was thinking that too. If you use cuties to distract from the real shit about you, you're fucked.
You're right.
Yeah.
The Juju thing is so crazy though that I kind of almost don't believe it. Like,
it's true though.
It seems like it's true, but it's also it's so crazy and hard that it's hard to believe.
I'm with you on that. I wish we had more. The one thing I hate about the Juju thing is I always wish we had more concrete proof, because what proves it to me is something that really only and again, it's one of those you had to be there things could experience, because we had this evidence of Juju in front of us and we didn't even know it. Magi had drawn Juju for Jamie, and she didn't tell anybody what that was, not even Magi. And we had seen it and didn't even know it until almost like a year later, like months later. And you don't set that up as Jamie. Like, she's not pot awful setting up some sort of master elaborate troll like that.
She's retarded.
She paid some retard online to draw something just for her that would make her laugh. and it was Juju the cow.
Slept with Dick, for fuck's sake.
So
She's not that bright.
It has to be real. Plus, we know that it's real that he like takes it up the ass with a sparkly dildo and sucks guys off.
I feel like
from
it's real. I'm
Craigslist.
still not 100% sold.
He got swatted with a gay man sleeping over.
Diary, the left-handed mirror writing.
Also, in his last episode, he texted what was meant for 80s girl to his friend Randy, and they were meeting at a bar, and he said it was like so bad he like raced to the bar to get there before Randy checked his phone, and he said, "Randy, can I check your phone real quick? I accidentally texted you," and he took his phone and deleted it, but he wouldn't say what it was.
What it was.
Wow.
Or 80s girl.
It's probably about the dildo.
I
I think he gets extra points for being terrified of Jesse too.
I guarantee you that text was not intended for 80s girl. Yeah, his fear of me is pretty great. Like that secret, those secret shots that Lenny and Jeremy got of him in total fear with 80s girl looking over their shoulders and stuff is very funny. He did 3D print my name in his ass.
In his butt.
I kept it on his fucking desk.
I'm not saying he should be.
Oh, you're from the internet?
Oh, that's a great one. I'm not
the original World War.
I think he does have that same stink that on him that Timpo was kind of talking about before. Of it's easy to rank him lower because he's so well known. He's not personal to us. But I understand why you guys feel that way. He's personal to me. He's very.
100%. I feel that way.
Yeah, he's very personal to me, and I mean, that's a direct. I mean, he got me kicked off of Patreon. I did speak to him personally multiple times before all this shit went down. Obviously, I worked with Maddox, which is a bizarre thing, and then I mean, just the pranks that were pulled, and we guessed the fact that he was trans just as a joke. Turned out it was true. That's like some Dear God magic stuff. I think the shit around him, the Simpspiracy, I launched PPP's career with that.
Hollywood Hills.
The Hollywood Hills, the Barbie's Dream Mansion.
Don't say his name.
There's so much shit around him that is memeable and everybody knows it. And it's all pot awful stuff. We just get no credit for it.
True.
Yeah.
That fucking creepy video that he recorded of him missing Jamie. The crying video.
Watching
the terrible poetry.
Atavistic video.
The atavistic video. There's so much around him that is the stuff. This is actually a little bit Dante-like as well. The stuff around him is legendary. The stuff having to do with him is legendary. What is it about him that makes it feel like he shouldn't go as high then?
I don't think there is. I think he's B.
Of B. Yeah.
Well, I would
also
say
the most elaborate bicep.
I think he's an A.
I'm including B.
I'm thinking he's an A.
I'm including B as not super high. I'm just saying, why is he not A?
Why is he not S?
I wouldn't put him as S, but why is he not? But why is he not A? What is that? I'm literally asking that. What is it?
That's good.
There's some sort of mental block. I feel like I'm having, and I feel like some of you are having.
Yeah. I don't think someone who's a E celebrity, who's like famous in their own right, can really be an A tier goon of Poddle.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't pass.
I feel like that's shit, though.
Why?
Why is that shit?
I don't think because I feel like Ethan Ralph might be an A.
Because you made that argument about Mersh.
No. It's not that. It's why shouldn't I be allowed to own somebody famous?
Because it's not as funny. It's not as fun. It's funnier when it's someone who's just some nobody.
But all the shit we
talking about, I think
all
it's
the shit we listed.
Personally, it is funnier.
All the shit we listed proves that's not the case. Everything that's ever happened with Dick is crazy and funny.
Imagine Dick was more famous. Imagine Dick was an actual A-list celebrity.
Here's the thing. I am the reason Dick Masterson is not actually famous. he could have been. He could have been an actual
commercial.
He could have been in actual commercials, TV shows, and stuff, and that's what he wants to this day. He wishes he was an actual comedic celebrity of some kind, and I took that from him. Fuck him. I took it from him. He's an enemy and a goon. But again, I'm saying I'm kind of there with you. I wouldn't rank him higher than B. I think I did rank him B personally.
It's not as funny when they have a chance to fight back.
He's a literal lol cow.
He's a literal.
I think he'll be an S.
I mean, when you're raped by a pack of niggers.
I think what's keeping him from being a B or from an A is that his stuff's just not as funny as like, Mersh stuff.
I think what's stopping him from hitting A is he does not have.
Are you familiar with Juju the cow or anything else in the Dick Masters timeline?
Yeah, I mean it is funny. It's just not as funny. I feel.
Why don't we just sing
Coleslaw? Okay, actually, that's a great. Hang on. That's a great point. It is a comparative thing. This is a tier list, and there's shit that we've done that's just so much funnier. You're right. I mean,
let's send them bowling balls.
Yeah, that's true.
That's got to be okay. So then let's look at it like this, because I feel like we're a little bit all over the place with this one. Mm-hmm. Let's look at this list. Who we've got on the tiers so far? Which one of these best matches Dick? Which one is that stuff that we just listed about him is exactly as funny and no funnier than the other people in this?
He's got to be an A tier then. If we're doing it that way.
When you say that,
he's got to be an A tier.
Really?
If we put him against Candyman, he's got to be.
I got to be honest. I was not trying to talk him up by saying that.
I agree, though.
I don't think Candyman should be a B.
The stuff that came out, Candyman might be higher, but the stuff that we've done to Mr.
Okay, all right.
And
How does Jesse's name in an asshole and that he printed out and Juju the cow rank compared to full blown AIDS and Prep-A-Man?
Right.
It's funnier.
Funnier.
Is it funny?
Yeah, I think it's funnier.
Okay.
Yeah.
I forgot about Prep-A-Man.
I don't know, man. I put him on par with Prepper-Man. That's funny.
I think it's way funnier.
I think it's funnier than Prepper-Man.
Prepper-Man has no aspirations.
I don't think he can hold a candle to
Dicks
Prepper-Man.
were completely destroyed.
He also
very
funny
funny.
as Mr. Burgers or Bob
Dick also, hang on a second. Dick also spawned other goon, much like Mersh,
Burgers.
Much like Mersh himself. Mr. Burgers, Nick Rekieta, our goons, Maddox, by the way, our goons.
Asterios.
Mad Cucks isn't on the list.
Asterios. I think
he's
Maddox,
even associated with Mersh.
I think Maddox is on here. I'm pretty sure I put him. Yeah.
He's the one that came up with Colin Mersh.
Mad Cucks.
And
one of the AKAs.
Yeah, Mad, and even lesser like quasi goons like Mad Cucks, Asterios, and by the way, Vito. Like I wouldn't be I make fun of Vito a little bit here and there. I wouldn't be making fun of him if it weren't for his associations with Dick Masterson. I wouldn't even know who the fuck he is.
The original Road Rage was
so funny.
All right, what are
the
we?
Mad Cook stuff is disabled sister. That was hilarious.
Yeah, that's a lot of people here probably don't remember that. That's one of those maybe you had to be there for it. But we did have this whole uncovering of finding out that this guy that I was, extreme enemies with had a Down syndrome sister, and then we were revealing that on the show made him freak out so bad. That was hilarious. All right, where are we saying he ranks? Where does Dick go?
I'm gonna say A now.
A at least.
Okay,
A for anal.
Again, I put him at B personally, but I understand the A.
I mean,
I did too, but
you pushed me from B to A.
I didn't mean to. All I'm saying is I was not trying to tip the scales at all.
That's okay, but you did.
He's also the guy that
was at C at
confirmed
first.
on camera in his Patreon the Voldemort effect.
How funny does it look though? Putting him there with that face, it looks like he hates it. Like, oh.
Right next to Mr. Burgers.
All right,
They're the same.
Another.
Also, how funny is it that you ruined a man's dreams? That's hilarious.
These three people are the same. That's funny.
Same guy.
Same guy. All right, another heavy.
Entering each other's body.
Another heavy hitter, although we haven't seen him in a while. Ching Chang Chong. Where does Ching Chang Chong?
S tier.
A tier.
Is he our only Asian?
He continues to produce.
Is he our only Asian goon? Ching Chang Chong.
Yeah. A for Asian.
Yeah.
Well, what about Starchild? Is kind of
Oh,
Asian.
that's true. He's ambiguous as in I don't know.
He doesn't know.
Yeah.
The secret stepster for the time was so S tier. It was amazing.
Okay, Ching Chang Chong should be right next to anime.
I think considering
Ching Chang Chong is some of the funniest shit.
We stole his whole book. We stole his book.
Just in case people don't know who Ching Chang Chong is. Somebody, how about this? How about somebody arguing for him being very high? If you're arguing S or A, could somebody give a quick rundown on why, on Pod Awful, why Ching Chang Chong is so funny, in case there's new people?
Art prank.
Well, you got to say more.
He
than
came
just
up with a movie
shit.
called Secrets Kept that is a love so true that even death cannot defeat it.
You can't say things that people won't. You can't just say.
You
can't just say memes. You got to explain what this shit means. It doesn't make any
I was
sense
just
to a
trying
new
to talk
person.
over Cole a little bit. That's all.
So Ching Chang Chong is one of the craziest goons who is not retarded. He is retarded.
Well, yeah.
I don't
Is he
think
retarded or is he just
Yeah,
really
you're
dumb?
right.
I understand that there's a subtle difference.
See, we've got people who have no idea who he is. So Ching Chang Chong, I don't know how we found him to begin with technically, but he is this, he's an extreme narcissist where his room is covered every inch in images he printed out himself of himself or his own name.
He's homeless now, so
he wears.
Didn't we find him through Deandra?
We found him through Deandra, but why did we find Deandra? That's the thing that doesn't make any sense.
She's nuts herself.
No, we
probably tried to invite people to their Discord.
Here's what happened.
Or not the Discord.
Here's what happened. We
Facebook,
stole his Facebook group from him. He's one of these guys who uses tons of usernames, tons of different accounts, tons of alts, spams, much like Bob Hickman, spams people, managed to trick a ton of people and a bunch of bot accounts into joining this Facebook group. It had like 40,000 members. Why are you whispering? It had like 40,000 members in it, and we stole it. We turned it into Pod Awful.
And it created content for years, past that.
And Ching Chang Chong is so Asian that number one, we named him Ching Chang Chong. His name is Chow Van Trong, by the way, so it's pretty close.
His family.
But our first real interaction with him, of him being aware of Pod Awful and the fact that we had tricked him, he made some of the most ridiculous threats I've ever heard, where he said we better hope we don't have money. He used a
bathroom floor.
He invented the Goon office.
He used a Pod Awful line against Pod Awful. He said, "I will make you pay," which we always said make you pay back then. He threw his hat at us like he's Kung Lao. And then
onto a public bathroom floor and put it back on.
While somebody was pissing in the stall next to it.
He threw it onto He threw it onto a toilet. He threw it onto a toilet while you could hear the guy next to him pissing. And then and that's, by the way, that's one episode we're describing. Okay.
He had his car covered with magnets, huge magnets, like the entire door.
Oh my God. Remember trying to steal
screenshots.
Remember trying to steal one of his magnets?
Yeah, they were screenshots of his Facebook group with us in it.
Yeah. So he printed out, he was printing out all of his great successes, and the reason we were able to steal his Facebook group from him is Scott and I pretended to be big Hollywood bigwigs, and producers.
What's up, my nigga?
Producers. And so we were I had everybody go into his Facebook group and say, we're giving you $500, we're giving you $5 million, we're giving you $7,000. And he just believed it. And he screenshotted the posts of people saying this. And so it's just Scott, Chewy, Jesse, Angie. And then he prints that out onto a magnet and puts it on his car, drives around with that on his car. By the way, not his car. It was his mom's car. So he would put the magnets on every time he drove it and then would have to take it off every time he was not driving it. Crazy.
His family hates him.
We had a reward out for somebody to steal one of those magnets off of his car. I wish he still had them, because we could get that done in a heartbeat now.
I don't think he has access to them.
No.
He completely ruined his grandfather's funeral.
Scooping. Yeah, his father was completely scooped out, hollowed out. We watched his crazy Asian family tie up an iguana to eat it. That was a real thing.
That also got scooped.
I'll never get over them proudly displaying the iguana they were about to eat. That's so insane to me. And then
he has a retarded brother.
Saw his penis.
Oh yeah, Chang's Wang is the first Primo episode. Yeah. The very first Primo episode Pot Awful ever did, Chang's Wang. It was literally just about his penis popping out in a YouTube video. That's it. It's a whole episode.
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't say we saw it as much as we picked it out of a crowd, like a Where's Waldo thing. It was very different.
Yeah, a needle in a haystack sort of thing.
Yeah.
He is like a champion of Fight Island.
He's stolen valor. He pretends to be a superhero. He pretends to be disabled. He is disabled.
He puts out crazy shit every day.
Yeah.
He just got beat up.
Superhero role.
How great is that Jovan Chun fucking edit where at the end it just has those two things side by side of him saying, "I've trained many nights to catch bullet with my teeth."
We tricked him into believing that Nick Rekieta was his lawyer. and by the way, we did that because he lives in the town where Nicholas Cruz shot up that school, and people started accusing Ching Chang Chong of being a shooter of the Goon office, the library that he would go to. So we were trying to get him out of that. That's a great episode, by the way. That one's called The Raw Suit. The Raw
He
Suit.
even compared us to the KKKK.
He also brought COVID to America, of course.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, Here's the thing about Chang. He is so crazy. The reason we haven't covered him in a while is it's too much. He's too much
He
for
got
me.
beat up and kicked out of a homeless shelter.
I see you guys posting Chang stuff all the time, and I can't bring myself to click on it because it's like, come on. And by the way, you want Goon Alarm? This man, we've seen him in 3 different locations with the Goon Alarm going off. It's nuts.
He's kind of the first mega Goon.
We've seen him in hotel and motel rooms.
Yeah, he went to a hotel and the Goon Alarm went off. It's crazy. All right, so that should school you on Ching Chang Chong. I just worry because he's an incredible goon, but we just don't really do him anymore. He does have a shirt as well, so that's
he was recently in an actual rap video.
Oh my god! Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
What?
That was
he played like a Shaolin monk in the background
with
of
the
what is
a Shaolin monk
with the Earth's worst bald cap on too?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So let's rank him. Let's do
S tier.
S.
No, not S. I.
He was the
Just talking about the stuff he did gets everybody laughing.
At first, I was an A.
Yeah, but that's the case for a lot of
been
goons.
bumped up to S.
A.
There's got to be too many S's, I think, if we've got
you've flown too close to the sun. It's A.
If he had comments,
A or
he'd
S.
be an S.
Actually, yeah, he's more like Bob than he is Mersh.
Yeah. If he's at an S,
he's way better.
I posit the theory that the S tier should be the top 3.
He's at least an A.
But Tom Gully already takes up two
think-
spaces.
I'll say
I've ever agreed with Glover. He's
I'll
at
say
least an A.
I'll say this for chat: if you haven't checked out Ching Chang Chong episode, even like fucking a Friday show where we mention him or an after show, like they're all worth it. Ching Chang Chong is a legendary goon for sure. He's an amazing goon. He's always funny. A lot of the stuff we're referencing didn't happen in full episode. Like his father being scooped out. That's a fucking Friday show. The scooping,
man.
He tried to talk. He's an A for sure. I don't think he can be an S.
All right, I'm hearing a lot of
he's
A.
not an S.
He's A, and that is actually where I ranked him as well. And there you go.
I'm not surprised.
It is a shame we don't cover him more. It really is. But I literally just can't.
Scott does that
I can't,
on the weekly sacrifice.
I can't bring myself to do it. It's like
sacrifice.
I mean,
it's
we would
a bit
have read.
exhausting to like cover it.
It's exhausting. It really is.
We would have put in the group effort to read fucking Secrets Kept if it wasn't $5,000.
Oh yeah. I forgot
we got some of it.
SB is saying, don't forget Dark Gable, Elsa Waith, and Raven, who was on Running with Rifles. Yeah, I meant to put Raven on there. I forgot those other two.
Is Elsa
did you see
Waith
what I
still
Raven
alive?
and Ebo.
Did you see what I posted about Raven today?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
I didn't see it.
He's begging on TikTok for money because he's been evicted.
Yeah.
Or is going to be when he
All
fails
right.
to pay
Well,
rent.
guys, unfortunately, I can't add anybody now. We can do it
Probably inherited
after the
house.
fact. But
Is Sticky Hooves not sort of a goon?
Sticky Hooves is a goon. You're right. He should be on here. We always forget about Sticky Hooves, but you're right. He absolutely is a goon.
I prefer not to think about hooves that are sticky.
I'm with you.
It is. It does feel like kind of a dead thing, though, going after bronies, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like that's so 2000 and late.
He did have that vile and disgusting threesome.
When he got cut, that was just too funny.
Oh, I mean, the stuff with Sticky is amazing. Don't get me wrong. All right, so but we're on Ethan and Hila. They're both. That's a combo. They're
F.
all right.
F.
I'm only hearing F. So I'm willing to go with
Can we
it.
just skip this one and go to Bryn?
Fine by me.
I can't believe this is the first one we've had.
By the way, though,
F4.
that I will point out that I think the same thing's going on with your attitude on that one. I also rank them F. Don't get me wrong, but I think the same thing's going on where it's they're famous, so.
Oh no!
I just don't like them. That's the rating scale here. Is
I also hate Santa Cruz Joker, but he's not going to be.
You get more behind.
I like the Santa Cruz Joker as a goon. I hate the Santa Cruz Joker as a person.
I just want to point out that it's easy to forget that we've actually gotten Hila to respond to stuff we've done.
Yeah.
So she did respond to several of my tweets and also to Teddy Fash. And she did block me on Twitter.
I did forget about that.
The uniform of the old right.
And I want to point out that Red Bar tried to steal Ethan and Hila from me. I made fun of them way before Red Bar did. Pretty much all of those things that he makes fun of them for, did it first in one episode. It was a partially Rufio episode, so people probably forget it. But anyway.
A lot of people forget about the Kike Wars.
All right, let me actually move one ahead here. These two should probably just be one, but we'll just go ahead and do them separately. We've got Brandon Marshall Havener, aka the spiritual smartass, aka Susan Janet Williams, aka Brandy. This is one that has kind of fallen by the wayside, probably forgotten. He spun out of, and maybe we should have done Kyle Cease first, but Kyle Cease, he is a Kyle Cease clone. He just tries to be Kyle Cease. He also kind of knows Kyle Cease. He tries to be a guru online. He's one of these bizarre gurus that we have this fascination with, that we just don't understand how they make money, because it seems like it's a pyramid scheme of only being gurus for other gurus. And even his girlfriend, who's our next goon here, what was her name? Amy Toomer, Rebecca Ives Rubin, something like that.
Rebecca Ives Rubin.
Yeah, Rebecca Ives Rubin. They both do the same thing, although she somehow makes more money than him. He's sort of like, actually, Brandon is very Mersh-like in that he's tried every hat and he finally just fell into Guru. Guru finally stuck. He's an actual not stolen valor guy. He was an actual, was it Marine or Coast Guard or something? I can't remember what. If you think he was in the Coast Guard,
He was in the reserves or something.
I think he was in the Coast Guard, which means he was actually borrowing valor. And
yeah.
And then he tried to be a comedian. He tried to be like an edgy
pickup guy.
He tried to be a pickup artist.
Oh yeah.
And
he had a book too.
Well, I'd say the most famous thing from him. Mostly we just hated him because of his fucking face. But
mealy mouthed motherfucker.
Yeah, he was mealy mouthed.
When I was in middle school.
Yeah, he did reveal very embarrassing stuff about himself, how they called him Brandon Have No Balls. But
his first sexual experience, he was a premature ejaculator in a condom.
The most famous thing about him, is that he wrote this book called The Man of Excellence. And we read it on the show. We made fun of it. And then as a result of that, I made a book called Brandon Marshall, The Con Man of Excellence. I released it to Amazon, and I became, no joke, within 24 hours, an Amazon best-selling author on that book. Which, by the way, the content of that book is like 9 pages, and it's just nonsense. It's gobbledygook. There's nothing in it.
You asked us for shit to put in it.
Yeah, I didn't write.
To be fair,
I didn't write anything in it. I literally asked for everyone else to just give me stuff to put in it. And
but to be fair, like 2 pages of it are hyperlinks, and also in Brandon Marshall's book, 2 pages of it are
hyperlinks. Yes, he literally put
Can't
hyperlinks.
you read the whole thing from the preview?
He literally, yes, you can. You can read the entire book for free, and I still became a best-selling author. And that's true, but that's 100% true. In the category of sexuality, by the way, so that makes me a sexpert, and we beat out. It was very brief, but we did beat out The Game for a time.
Wow.
I ranked higher than Neil Strauss's The Game. I believe his was at 9 at the time, and mine like eked it out at 7. I think I actually got to 7. For in the rankings. It was nuts. If you want to be a best-selling author on Amazon, it takes like if you can get 10 of your friends to agree to buy a book, that's really it.
Yeah,
Well, that
short
was-
order.
Yes,
that
in
was a
short
double
amount of time.
whammy too, because it also infuriated Maddox.
Yeah.
Yeah, Maddox didn't like the fact that I was also a best-selling author. So I will always have a special place in my heart for Brandon because of that. I do get to tell people I'm a best-selling author. It's 100% true. I really am. Can't take it away from me. I ranked in the top 10 of Amazon sexuality books. And we had it in another category too where it ranked high, but not as high. I can't remember what the other category was, but anyway, go check out that episode if you haven't seen it. And all the Brandon ones are totally watchable. Where are we ranking him?
C.
C or D.
I think he should be a D and Amy Toomer should be a C.
What?
More.
You think
Because she earns more.
Her higher.
you would put Toomer above Brandon?
No.
This nigga just pulled a temper.
Because
I'd go the
Toomer,
other way.
Amy,
Give him C and put her in
listen,
D.
Amy Toomer,
She's
just
an
for the
F.
people out there who don't know, Amy Toomer is basically just Brandon, but female. It's the same. It's the same goon.
But-
They really should.
Imagine all of the freakouts that you got from
Well,
Amy
I was
Toomer
about
on
to
her
say
live
that.
stream.
I was going to say that. Listen, in reality,
Eat your dog, bro.
Brandon and Toomer should be ice climbers.
They're the same.
They should be the same.
Yeah.
Female.
They're the
But
same.
I
If
only
I don't
put-
wanna
I only
about
put
pulls him
them.
up
I
at
only
all.
put them.
I've seen her
I
naked too
only
many
put them
times.
separately because she did have that spiral where she like started showing her titties and stuff. That was bizarre.
She went Bridget mode.
We sent her into a crazy downward spiral. By the way, in maybe the easiest fashion we've ever done. Like the least work ever. She would go live while just going on a walk or whatever and just have nothing to say. Just her stupid guru shit trying to get people to sign up for like $67 classes and shit. And by the way, she does, like, she's successful at it. They bought a house off of this shit. It's crazy. And all we did, we were, I found out I was like, everybody was getting blocked when we would leave comments, but there's no way for her to block you if you just leave a reaction image and then remove it before the stream is over. And you know, on Facebook Live, when you react to a live stream, you can just do it over and over again and it'll keep shooting up the reaction over and over again. It like floats across the screen. And the person on the other end sees that. And so she'd be walking around. She'd just be going on a walk, sweating, going, "Hi, everybody," with her fake fucking smile and her fake bubbly personality. And we would just be hitting angry reacts over and over. Thousands. And I
would slow the stream down.
We're getting to it. I developed this method of being able to hyper click that thing. And I'm sure there's like a script you could run to do it or whatever. I was physically doing it. Okay. And I'm telling you, I could click faster than your script would be able to do it. I was fucking excellent. And I would have everybody do this though. So it wasn't just me. So it would just be thousands of angry reacts going across the screen as she's trying her best not to react to this. But of course, she would react to it. She would have a meltdown. Most insane part is we discovered that if you spam it enough, if you spam any reaction enough, it actually interferes with the live stream. It makes it go down for some reason. Like we could take down her live streams by doing this. She had a meltdown about this, and she and Brand, it was really her, I think, gave us several of our pod awful nicknames, including the Basement Crew and the Dregs of Society. So she is the direct reason for that. Now, I would ice climbers them all day. They could be the same category for all I care. The idea that you want to put Amy Toomer over Brandon, though, is psycho to me. I need you to back that argument up.
I would let her pull him up to see, but only because of her.
I would put her in D because she's
okay. That doesn't explain it though.
What's the question? Why is she above him?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because of the psycho crybaby freakouts and her spiraling is much funnier to me than the just I'm Brandon Marshall, and here's some gay secrets about me.
Do you think Amy Toomer is as funny as President Christopher?
Okay, maybe we should have brought this up.
No, wait. You might have misheard me. I said she is C, he is D.
Okay, but
I think you said she was B.
Can I just remind you? But can I just remind you, Lenny, because I don't think this got brought up last time. We turned Brandon trans. We literally put together a secret group with the intent to turn Brandon Marshall trans.
I forgot about that.
It worked. He did it. We bent him. He's one of the people that we described as a bender. He started wearing dresses and makeup in his videos and shit, and started calling himself Susan.
I do remember that. Yes.
Also, speaking of,
I think they are on equal footing then.
Speaking of her spiraling, Brandon Marshall was the first use of the term unspooling.
That's true. Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
he's also got a Goon theme. Never play it anymore, but he's got a Goon theme.
Oh my gosh! I'm right. It was like a Roger the Alien comparison was pretty great.
Well, he is Roger the. I don't know. I listen. I'm willing to, if we want to rethink Brandon's positioning based on Amy, I'm willing to move it, but I do need to know where to put Amy.
I think they're together.
See,
together. Yeah, both
In a
both
shallow
C.
grave.
All right, both C it is. Then there you go. I personally ranked Brandon at C, but Amy at D. That was mine. Steven Crowder. This should be an easy one.
F.
No.
That's what I thought.
Hey, we got one.
All right, but this is one. I wasn't sure if I should even put him on here yet because I haven't done the episode on him yet. But Alex Stein.
C.
I'm gonna say D.
Give him a C.
I'm gonna say D's.
Nah,
not.
D. He's too new.
Okay.
D or F.
Yeah. He has potential.
I don't think he's F. I think he's D.
You know what?
I
think
want-
you're
Yeah,
right.
definitely got
It's,
the
it's
Goon
mostly
traits.
potential. I'm gonna put him at an F plus.
I've been in the same room as the man, and I felt the vibes.
Wait, what do you mean? What were the vibes?
That he was going to eventually become a problem for himself.
I mean, Lenny did prank Alex Stein to his face. That is crazy.
I'm going back up to C.
I think I'm staying.
No, he's not a C. There's no way.
Maybe I'm just
He's not
thinking
even
of
a
the Discord
goon.
I think he's a D.
Oh,
an
I think
F.
he's going to raise next time
to
around
be
in 2
clear-
years. He's going to be up there.
You know what? Hold on.
Hang on. To be clear, to Urquit, he is a goon.
Why?
Why?
Why would you call him a goon? Like, I know the whole thing with like
Shows
him
he's
being
been on.
afraid to come on your show, but
He was a
then
goon
I
in the
guess
making from the start.
You will see in the next episode of Pod Awful. I have a
Okay.
feeling this
Maybe
ranking
that's right on.
this ranking would probably change were we to do this after the next episode. I'm feeling like most people are saying F.
Right now,
I
I
think
think
D.
he's an F. I'm willing to change my my score after the next episode. Absolutely.
I think
but
at
right
some
now, I
point-
think he's an F.
I think he's already a D.
Yeah, I
think
agree
he's
with
hit
Lenny.
You see how
already as
slimy he's been, like calling Jesse a piece of shit on
he
Ethan's
does
show.
it to
He's not producing
everybody.
content though.
He
He's
does
not.
it to everybody. He talks out of both
he's
sides of his
the
mouth
slime.
to everybody.
He is the merchant, all right. And
Have you seen the old TV shows?
I think at some point he's gonna become, at the very least, your average goon. At the very least, but right now,
he's not worthy of nothing, of F, of Bender.
F isn't nothing.
F is the lowest. It might as well be nothing.
I mean,
Like,
it is. What
I
has he
consider
done?
him nothing right now.
He's not done anything to
Until
really.
I see an episode about him, I
Well,
don't consider him
Urquit
anything.
doesn't think he should be a goon because he thinks he's based.
I was unsure of even
no,
putting him on here.
absolutely not. I hate him.
I was unsure of even putting him on here, to be honest. For now, 100% after this episode, I'm going to do about him. He is a goon.
Oh.
He is currently a goon. I put him on because of that. I think I agree with the F people. I'm going to put him at F.
You're gonna regret it.
I'm not going to regret anything because I'm willing to change my mind about it.
You're gonna change your mind.
I refuse
now,
to change my
I
mind.
consider him to be an F.
He's an
This
F.
is-
You know what, Jesse?
We're doing it. We're
Jesse,
doing goons as they are
cancel the
right
show.
now, Lenny.
Cancel
not
the show.
future
Jesse.
stuff.
Don't do the Alex Stein
I'll
show.
tell
He's no
Even if
longer
Jesse
a
didn't
goon.
cover him, he is going to
Hey,
self-destruct.
I'll tell you this. The current average of everybody having ranked puts Alex at C. So I don't know what to make of that. That seems kind of crazy to me. Yeah, he's at C on the average. We'll compare it all at the end. All right, so we've got this odd meatball here. Not exactly sure what that is, but that's Shalyn.
D?
No.
Yeah.
Shalane,
I fucking hate her so much. But
to be fair, Shalane is was a listener of the show, is very good. Like so much crazy shit with Shalane, and it's so easy to miss. There's only one Shalane episode like proper, and then there's a few Friday shows about her that are pretty good.
The Greg saga was so epic.
This is on the floor. I forgot about that.
There's some great quotes from her. Let's just say
somebody play a few drops.
I'm a black woman.
Started. He won't stop.
I don't think so. No. But all right. Where does she rank?
C.
Wow.
I think D.
I think she's a below. I think she is a goon.
She's
but I don't
produced some
think
very funny moments.
I don't think
she's just someone who's had some funny bits.
I don't think she's an average goon necessarily. I think she's kind of below average. She's more annoying than she is a goon.
She's funnier than Gabby Hanna.
Well, you're right. You're right.
I'd put her in B.
I wouldn't put her up in B.
I think you could argue that Shalane's in B.
Actually, yeah, she's no Candyman.
It's kind of crazy how few people are in B. But I'm not saying Shalane should be in there, but it is kind of crazy how few people are in B.
I'm saying Shalane is C.
Yeah.
I'm saying she's B.
I could go with C.
According to this picture of her, she's A.
Wow. She's like the quintessential example of what Jesse was mentioning earlier, where it's like, yeah, there's only one episode about her that's just dedicated to her, but it is maybe one of the funniest fucking things.
This is the goons that you think are the funniest. When Shalane is in an episode or she's in Discord,
she comes into Discord and she completely ruins everything.
So much.
She comes into Discord and just destroys every.
But what about her having sex with Lance?
Hope that comes.
I remember when she was really proud of herself for being sober, and then she got on stream and fucking passed out with her ass out on her
through her dog.
That was pretty funny.
That was very funny.
All right, what do we say? Everybody
she ever told us she was sober, and everybody immediately said, "No, you're not."
Everybody, give your ranking.
C.
B.
C.
B.
Should be a B.
C.
D.
Really apprehensive about that C.
Why are you apprehensive about the C?
Because I dislike her so much.
Oh, you want it to be lower?
I want her to be a D. That was my initial rating.
I don't think she could be an average goon.
I just really hate Shalane.
I'm leaning towards B, but
yeah, for people who don't, if anybody doesn't know, she pretended to be a black guy named G, named G Blackie Eye, and
she's a black woman in Ohio,
and she tried to make it look like that guy was hitting on her in my YouTube comments. and we figured out that it was her because of how obvious it was, number one, but number two, she is a paleontologist, like actually, and G Blackie Eye is the Latin name for one of the
Giganticus.
Australopithecus or some shit. I don't know. So
did you remember her job? Like she was like doing whatever she did at her archaeology job, and then like months later, it got like new management, and her new manager was like, "So, what do you do here?"
Yeah.
You guys remember when Trevor called her and asked her if she enjoyed being raped?
I honestly don't remember that. All right.
Wait, hold on, Cole. Which time?
I think everybody. Yeah. I think that was. I think that was a solid C there. So
yeah, give her a C.
C for Choen.
I think that's crazy. By the way, I don't think I would go with C, but I don't remember.
What would you have gone?
I didn't rank her because she wasn't in there when I did the ranking.
Suck my pussy really hard and slow and make me cry out. Jesse.
I would personally have to do F for her, but that's I hate her. I hate her. I hated when she was just a fan of the show. I just hated her.
Whenever she was on the Friday shows, it was the most boring, annoying shit.
I think
and I would
originally-
just start doing other things.
I think originally I refused to make her a goon. Everybody wanted me to make her a goon, and I wouldn't do it because I hated her so much. So that's the crazy thing is people think I must hate the goons, and it's like, no, that's not it at all. All right, but let's go to Eric Martin, the bad boy of TikTok specifically. Let's recall.
baby.
Hang on a second. To be clear, there are technically 2 goons named Eric Martin. We've only put the bad boy of TikTok on the list here.
Okay, thank you for
the other
clarifying
one,
me.
the other one is very funny, but he was only in technically 1 episode.
I think the other Eric Martin would also land in the B because of his cringy.
Eric Martin. Eric Martin, for those who don't know, Eric Martin, for those who don't know, is the reason we have Rufio. He spawned Rufio entirely,
which is why I had him.
we had 2,
and he was trans.
we had a very funny episode about him, and then immediately followed that up with an interview directly with him. He is TikTok viral royalty. One of the first people to go super viral on TikTok, really, like in a really mainstream way. And because he did this trend where they played that song, "Why Do Good Girls Like Bad Guys?" and he transitioned from wearing an army t-shirt, which by the way, he is stolen valor. He transitioned from wearing this army t-shirt to looking like what a child thinks a badass looks like. He actually does have another AKA. It's Edward Scissor Pants because of the pants that he was wearing at the time. And I don't know how to explain that to you further. He was shirtless wearing a duster. And it turns out he also has no teeth. Just none.
He has worse teeth than Rufio somehow.
Wait, hold on. He did.
Now,
there's a time where Rufio would have won a teeth battle against him. Nowadays.
Well, now listen, I hate to spoil stuff if you've never seen Eric Martin stuff. I'll say, how about I just say this? Most people know this by now, but the first arc with Rufio actually starts with Eric Martin. You can't start the Rufio stuff without Eric Martin. And there's a couple more appearances of Eric Martin throughout that arc. I think I've made a playlist of it. I'm not sure if that playlist is comprehensive yet or not. But our first little Rufio arc, Eric Martin appears 2 or 3 times throughout it. And each time it's a banger. Like him showing up to Rufio's house was shocking. It was our first When Goons Collide thing, even though we knew they were friends. It was just
the lightsaber battle.
It was so bizarre. Yeah. They had a lightsaber battle, and it all culminates in a World War episode where not only does Rufio literally run away from from Discord physically, he runs down the street.
Eric has to chase him,
crying with tears streaking down like a movie. It also has Eric Martin revealing something insane to us. I'll just put it that way. It is unthinkable what he told us in confidence during this during this secretly recorded Discord call.
This is why you need to join the Discord. You
need to join the pizza fund as well. There's also the Q&A with both of them, where Rufio just repeatedly answers questions meant for Eric Martin.
Talking about Eric's girlfriend.
Yeah, that's when the crossover happened, when Eric showed up at Rufio's. Yep. And this amazing thing happens where Eric Martin was dating, married to this girl named Angela, who did she have his baby or was that somebody else's baby? I can't remember.
Somebody else's.
Okay, but they were raising this baby together, and they are dating. And Rufio clearly had the hots for Angela, which, by the way, makes Angela looks like Eric. Like, it's bizarre. And everyone just keeps making these comments about Angela and asking these questions about Angela, and Rufio.
She's a main busted.
Rufio keeps answering them as if he's the authority on Angela, and then people just start.
Sexiest thing you've ever seen Angela wear.
Yeah.
I'll take this, my friend.
Yeah, the best
I won't
one.
answer this, but here's my answer.
Yeah, the best one is somebody says, "What's the sexiest thing you've ever seen Angela wear?" And Rufio answers. It's great. It's great.
So Angela looks like a meth head that got off of meth.
Yeah.
That's gotta be the reason that they aren't friends anymore, right? Like they'd probably be.
Out of
thick as thieves if
respect
it
for
weren't
my
us.
friend, that's just not
Rufio
something I'm
hates
gonna
strange
answer.
people.
It's not like it matters anyway. It was just this, little thing she was wearing a couple of years at a dance.
All right. So Eric and Angela, by the way, are two goons that actually got run off the internet. They're not online anymore. I would kill for more Eric. I would love for there to be more Eric. He made a big splash in the little amount of time we had with him. And of course, he did give us Rufio. So where does he rank?
A.
B.
B.
But only because
sure.
I still don't know why good girls like bad boys.
I would go B.
B for bad boys.
Yeah, B for bad boys.
All right. Well, I can't argue that logic. B for bad boys.
B for bad boy.
Y'all some retards. Y'all some retards.
I actually personally ranked him lower, but I'm not going to argue with you. It is funny. The shit with him is very funny. And the
fucking hilarious.
The
samurai sword ability is just everything. He's fucking awesome.
I think he's also
that guy a lot.
I think
he's an A.
I think he and Angela are also the first people I ever asked to climb on top of a refrigerator. So if you saw Mini Manson, do that recently, well, that's where that springs from. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an odd one here. Royce. The internet's Royce. Rolando.
C, yeah. He's middle of the pack.
I think D.
I agree with that. I think D.
Shorter than average, but middle of the pack.
He's so invisible.
I feel
He's also wider than average.
It's pretty unanimous. Not a lot of argument there. I'm going to put him at C. I put him at D personally. We've got Ilma Gore, a goon that we thought was dead forever, came back in maybe the biggest way possible, and probably
she's a goon supervillain.
And we're probably about to see a whole lot more Ilma Gore. In fact, there's something very because the Manson trial. I mean, it's gearing up.
I think A.
Okay.
I think A.
And are you going to be on Rakata's stream?
Here's the thing. Ilma, there's something going on actually right now in the Ilma universe that is very interesting. Some stuff heating up right now. And when this trial kicks off, I imagine we're probably going to have another episode with her. If you don't know Ilma Gore, she scammed me personally out of a donation. We donated to get her to tattoo something onto her body, my website, and also a fetus floating in a glass of Dr. Pepper. Now there are 3 human beings on this earth with that tattoo, including Dirk.
2 of them voluntarily.
Although I think Dirk darkened his.
Yeah, it looks better colored.
Wait, did you color it or did you black it out?
No, I got it colored. It's just red and black.
Okay, because I saw a picture of you with Mini Manson, and it looked like it was.
Is it a black fetus?
It looked like it was completely.
No, it's a red fetus.
It looked like it was completely blackened out, like you had scribbled over it. So I was just checking.
No.
But yeah, the first person we tried to get this tattoo was Ilma Gore, and she wouldn't get it for 2 years. She would not get it, even though we had paid the money for it. She had this GoFundMe. She is a small-time crook and a repeated fraudster. She scammed a children's charity. We had her on the show. I interviewed her directly.
She works for the FBI.
She works for the FBI, and most famously now, she is in a legal battle with my best friend, Marilyn Manson. Where does she rank?
I think her Goon supervillain status gives her like an A.
She ranks N for
Minimum
no
B.
roller coasters for her.
I think she's an A. She's an
I
A,
could be brought up to A.
possibly an S.
Minimum B.
S. Oof.
S?
No, not an S. Come
Yeah,
on.
she's
you on the
goofball?
goofball?
Awful. She's a lot of that shit was very, very funny.
He's on the
I'm gonna go on the opposite
She's a
direction.
fucking
I think she's
supervillain.
an A, but I'd be open to the idea of her being a B.
She does have podawful.com tattooed on her body, presumably.
That's true.
If she
I think that
hasn't
might
covered,
make
if
it
she
an
hasn't
A.
covered that up, and also, by the way, also Cox is on her body. I mean, to me, that does a lot. That does a lot for me.
Yeah.
But it doesn't do S.
No, not S.
No, there's no way.
I wouldn't
No
put her
way.
lower than A.
I would.
Me neither.
She's also one of
She
the
doesn't
most
deserve
B.
A.
She's also one of the most hateable
Amateur.
human beings to ever fucking walk the earth.
I wouldn't put her lower than B. You could maybe talk me into an A.
I
We
wouldn't go
wouldn't-
below B.
We wouldn't
But
have
I do
Mini
think
Manson
she's
without
probably
her.
on Ching Chang Chong levels. So
Well, when you put it
Maybe
that
A.
way, F.
yeah.
What about the Mini Manson thing?
Mini Manson.
Jesse sort of intercepted her at like the height of her popularity. She had just done that stupid Donald Trump painting,
Golden toilet.
and she was riding real high, and then she went way, way down, and it was very, very fun to watch her decline.
She did make a toilet. She is a toilet artist. That's fun.
And then
We
to
never
watch
really
her-
got justice though. That's it.
And then
That's
to
one-
watch her
Oh, the
reemerge by
shit-
happenstance.
The shit
like
we found
that.
out about her in this trial thing too, with this lawsuit, is crazy.
The documentary
is crazy. The
Yeah.
doc, yeah.
Look, all I'm gonna say about Ilma Gore as far as an A goes is that she went away for a while. She came back in a big way. Dear God works in mysterious ways. I think there's a reason she's back. I think there's something in the works in the universe. And she's gonna do something ridiculous, like tattoo 2 fetuses on her.
Mini Manson's in chat trying to vie for a higher spot than Ilma Gore. Mini Manson saying, "I'm way cooler than Ilma Gore" in chat.
Well, we're not talking about
Ilma Gore has there's a
Don't hold your
pedigree
breath,
there.
Mini
I
Manson.
mean, she's critical to pod awful lore. She's a
Yeah.
fucking massive failure.
She's like the
It's fun
ultimate
to watch her
grifter.
fail constantly. She's morally bankrupt, and it feels good whenever Jesse destroys a part of her life.
Yeah.
I really enjoy the Ilma episodes.
What are you ranking her at then?
Who are you talking about? Mini Manson?
I said A.
Okay. I mean, I like all that stuff. I don't know if it sways me to A. Who's saying A?
I'm saying A too.
I'm going to say no lower than B. I'm not going to hold it off on the A though.
Who says B?
Yeah, same.
Yeah, B. I think B is fair.
Yeah.
I'll take an A if everybody else goes for it, but B is my initial.
I think
She's the lowest I could put her.
She has a lot of lore in Pod Awful, and she definitely has the supervillain kind of tag.
yeah.
But I don't think she's as funny as some of the other A's.
She rented an empty building to pretend that she was interviewing in the fucking FBI offices, and Jesse caught her in like 3 seconds.
I know,
That's
I know.
fucking hilarious.
I'm just saying the
She
other
was
A's are
running
funnier
a
than her.
Children's homeless gay fag charity.
I think she's probably on the level of Ching Chang Chong.
We never got true justice. That's been the issue.
I don't
though.
No, Ching Chang Chong's heaps better.
Yeah, I don't know.
I love the fact that she's like hot right now, you know?
She's not hot. She's pretty
She's not
ugly.
hot. She's fucking bald.
No, everybody's talking about
What's wrong with being bald?
Shut
A lot
up,
of
sir.
people know her name.
Your name is Ilma Gore now.
She's just manipulated another dumb bitch into thinking she's lesbian for long enough to try and clean her out. She's trying to like ride a different person's coattails now. It's fantastic. She's a fucking scam artist to the end. She's a true piece of shit.
All right, I feel like it's still pretty split with A and B.
A.
I think we.
Chewie seems to be the most vocal A. Let's hear you. Let's
Leave
hear
the
it.
bitch.
He already gave his speech on it, though.
Yeah,
I heard it.
she's one of my favorite goons. Like she can't help but fuck up.
Chewie was around for that stuff too, so I think that probably.
And it was so much fun, and it's continuing. Like,
yeah,
we thought it was over, and here she goes suing Marilyn Manson for being a weirdo. Like, how fucking retarded? They tried that shit in the 90s, and it didn't work. For fuck's sake, like, it was on Donahue or some
I don't
shit
know if
telling
you
people
know
to
this.
fuck off.
I don't know if
What
you
is
know
Ilma
this.
Gore gonna do?
I don't know if you know this, but she did just submit like her counter or whatever to his thing, and they submitted his complaint as part of their evidence. The entirety of it, all of it, all of his evidence, all of his evidence against her. She's like doubling down. Oh, it's crazy. It's insane what's going on. These guys, they're nuts.
Can't wait to watch Nick
wasn't
Rekieta
here for
stream
the-
on it.
I wasn't here for the original Ilma Gore stuff with the tattoos. But I'll defer to my buddy Chewy, and I'll have to go with A, because for me, the stuff that I have seen is B, but I trust Chewy's judgment on that, so I'm going to go A.
That's
won't
I'll
argue
say
against
this.
A,
I'll
but
say
I'm not
this.
going low with
I'll
it.
say this about Ilma. I would say that the stuff in the past, the old Ilma stuff, you go back and watch that now, knowing what you know now, you'll enjoy it. But compared to other stuff, you'll be like, well, that's not the craziest, funniest, pot awful stuff. Like, it's enjoyable, it's funny, you know, the tattoo, but you already know the outcome of the tattoo as well. So it does take something from it. However, the current Ilma Gore stuff, I think, is so fucking like it's maybe some of the craziest goon stuff of all time. Again, she is suing Marilyn Manson. I mean, that sentence alone is so crazy to me. It's so bizarre. So I'm willing to go either way with this. I'm not hearing anybody compel me one direction or the other, to be honest. And it still seems like everybody's kind of sitting on A or B. Let me just hear all
I've been swayed from B to A.
Oh, let's hear all the A's. All the A's.
Well,
A.
it doesn't. A.
All the B's.
B for bitch.
There's
Okay,
only two people.
All right, that sounds like two
They
B's.
just both said it twice.
All right, there you go.
I mean, look, I can be swayed either way.
Ilma Gore. A. I personally ranked her as B, and part of that is because of what I just said. I do think the old stuff kind of drags her down a bit, actually, at this point. If it was just the Marilyn Manson stuff, though, she'd probably be higher. So maybe I shouldn't.
The way I see it is it was extremely important then when it was happening, and it was very funny then, and she's still, her stock is still rising.
Yep. Everybody's arguing in the chat about Ethan Ralph during this, so I went ahead and moved him up here. So
do
let's,
we have to rename it?
Can we skip to Charles Howell instead of Ethan?
No, let's just go ahead and get this one out of the way so they'll shut up about it. Ethan Ralph, ladies and gentlemen. And somebody's right. They say in the chat room, no, Ethan isn't as big here as he is everywhere else. I know all about him, but speaking in Goon terms, I think and feel he's more of a B, and that's only because of recent stuff and outside info I know. He's not high up on my list. And I'm not even talking about my rankings here. Like,
I mean, the dimensional merge did happen.
I just mean, like, there's the stuff about him funny and again, we are talking about pod awful stuff. It doesn't matter what happened outside of pod awful with Ethan. Things I've done with him and covered with him. I think the stuff I've done with him is very funny. I just, he's one of the few where it's like, oh, he's an E-celeb, I don't care. For me. Where I have that same
I still
feeling.
thought the whole bowling thing was very funny with him.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Bowling was funny.
I'm
Dead
between
Brother
an
was
A
funny.
and a B right now.
Really? That high?
What?
See, I'm
For
thinking
Ethan.
C for Chris Chan.
Really? You think he's a C? I think it's a little higher.
Why on earth would it be so hot?
With our interactions, he's had the same level of freakouts as Deandra and Amy Toomer. I feel like just the pod awful stuff. I feel like that's kind of the caliber sits at for me.
I think
outside of that, oh my god, he's fucking insane.
To a B or a D.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. I don't really even want to jump in on it. It's hard for me because I've been to his house so many times and like it's so there's such an odd amount of personal in there with him, and yet
it's got to be rough
feel so
with your brother
disconnected.
dying.
Well, there's that.
Sticker on his truck.
I don't know who did that.
As long as they don't take finger guns out of the amendment.
Can't believe Jeremy put that sticker on his truck. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
that's true.
That's insane.
Jeremy with his little dick.
What? I think
Dick
C.
size, I did go down.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Down.
Also soft.
Again, and see, people bring up stuff like from outside a pod. I don't care that he's dating a horse. You know, May has never been on the show, really. I guess she did file the restraining order against me, but it's like
he eats poop.
I think he did
again
that.
has nothing to do with
Poop wasn't part
the
of
poop thing. Has
I
nothing to do
know,
with
but
I'll tell you. You know what really
the
fucking
coleslaw at the event.
all right, I'll tell
Throwing
you.
coleslaw.
I will tell you where I ranked him, and I don't know if I even still agree with this. I actually put him at B because of
Yeah.
the stuff I've done with him is so crazy. But I'll tell you this, I'm so fucking bored of him. My Twitter feed is so inundated, saturated with fat, with Ethan Ralph. I am sick of it. I don't know why anybody gives a shit anymore. We're at such a point of like, I know you are, but what am I? I know you are, but what am I? With this fucking loser and Kino Casino, by the way, like, and all of these people that engage with him so often. It is way worse than any time I've been stuck in a Mersh loop or anything like that. It's so fucking, it's just nothing at this point. Oh yeah, well,
I definitely don't want to see another Ethan Ralph episode. But I still laughed at it.
Yeah, I mean, it is all funny.
If you don't want to see another episode, doesn't that tell you where he ranks?
Well, how about this though? I
don't want to see another President Christopher episode either. Really,
what if someone hacked his house on fire?
I think Ethan Ralph is an excellent. He is an S tier lol cow.
Absolutely.
He is an
100%.
S tier lol cow. He ain't an S tier goon.
No.
He ain't an A tier goon to me.
I'd have him at B
No,
for
he's not.
bowling.
I think he's A.
Probably D or F, I reckon.
I do have to remember the time he tried to grab Paul's hat. That was funny.
That was funny.
Yeah.
There's some good moments.
Started chanting coleslaw, coleslaw.
All right. How about this then? I think the easiest way to figure out Ethan Ralph is who is he most similar to that's already been ranked. Where,
Royce.
as far as enjoyability of whatever he is.
He's better than Royce. Come
I enjoy him more than Royce.
Same.
If you're gonna use that as a metric,
Yeah, I enjoy him far more than
But
Royce.
I enjoy him more
But
than
I-
Elma.
I enjoy B Fort more than him though.
Okay.
B Fort's a C.
Yeah, but B Fort is the
Yeah, but that's
average,
your
most
personal
average goon.
That's also your personal thing. Like B4's your guy. So yeah, we know that you enjoy
Well-
B. Do you enjoy Dakota Mary Jane more than B4?
No.
Okay, so that doesn't matter.
No, but
then.
I mean B Fort's not my top guy, but it's also, we're picking
Wait,
the guys that we
he's
like.
your type of guy? What's that mean?
Pay him $50 to see his dick.
I mean, the point is though, you got to look at the whole row there. It's everybody.
Oh, look at Ethan Ralph's
It
hole.
ain't B4 because he's your guy. It's all of those people. They've all now been determined as being equals.
I would put Ethan Ralph above all of those people, honestly.
On the same level as Eric Martin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
that
the same
deserved it.
level as Candyman, President Christopher, Eric Martin. Yeah,
That feels
Eric Martin
fair.
probably should have been higher, but he is where he is.
That feels fair. I mean, that feels fair to me.
Yeah, I think he goes in B.
It's where I ranked him, but I don't have the same people in my B that are already up here, and I
think I can agree with that. I was a C
100%
originally.
Agree with that. I say he's less than Ching Chang Chong. He's less than Ilmagor.
Yes.
And
Easily.
But I would laugh at him just as much as I would laugh at Wildman Chris or Candyman. I'd say.
I think other shows covering him kind of takes away from it.
It does. It takes off his shine. But let's get rid of him. He's a B.
Laugh at the right things.
He's a fucking. What do you mean?
They aren't as petty as anyone.
That's not true.
That's not true.
Sad. Pathetic. All right, so he's a B. Let's go to. I'm not even sure this is
Cancer
really.
patient.
I'm not even sure this is really a goon, but somebody put it, so I did it. Skylar. My ex girlfriend Skylar, who of course led to my most humiliating episode of Pod Awful, but also,
all right, D then,
but also the funniest follow up. I think I actually love the follow up episode to that. Paranoia 2, I think, is a hilarious episode. And several of the things we've covered about her through Friday shows and stuff are so embarrassing.
Her music, ugh.
She was for a time.
I think D is fair.
She was for a time the villain of Awful Ween as the Wicked Witch of Wisconsin.
She's the Legion of Cult, technically.
D for drain hair.
Well, hang on,
F
Jesse, you've
for-
forgotten the funniest thing about Skylar.
What's that?
That was the awful episode where Kelsey dressed up as your ex-girlfriend Skylar, which I thought was extremely funny and extremely mean.
That was bizarre. I
fucking pissed myself when I saw
How much?
I still feel uncomfortable about that. It actually makes me scared of my own wife.
F for fucked Jesse.
Tonsil stone.
She also tries to turn cult members against Jesse.
Do not remind me of the tonsil stones. I had forgotten about that.
Can you? I haven't heard about these tonsils.
No.
Could someone give me the down low on that?
No.
Lenny, go ahead.
Don't do it. Do not. I'll vomit. I'm not well. Please remember I'm sick and this episode's going forever. Please.
I don't want to hear it. No.
No. Okay. We'll just move on from that. What is she ranked?
I think D or C, maybe.
D, she got dick down.
She would be an F, except for those couple of very funny things.
Does it make it funny that if it weren't for Maddox, I never would have dated her?
Yeah, that does make it funny.
That is kind of cool.
Sad, really.
I've never really thought about that before, but it just popped into my head.
Thanks, Maddox, buddy.
Does it make it interesting to know that I fucked her at the hotel where Jim Morrison died? Or something. He lived there or something.
I almost rented a room.
I think Greg would really think that's cool.
And she left a big gross blood stain on the mattress at this hotel. So if you go stay there, you can
smash her head into the wall.
You have two options, guys. If you go to Los Angeles, you can either stay in the room where Jim Morrison lived and there's graffiti all over the wall, or you can stay in the room where Skylar vagina belched out a bunch of fucking period puke, and they had to permanently flip over the mattress. I can't remember the number of the room, but I could point it out if I was looking at the building on Google Maps or something.
Tonsil stones or period mattress? Pick your.
Probably C. Lore-wise.
I feel like this one's kind of been all over the map with the answers.
C.
I feel like the average of the answers
I think
here.
she's a D.
I feel like D.
Yeah,
D.
I feel like D is the average. We'll go with D for drain hair. Okay, there you go. B for blasting the sheets. Yeah, that was gross. She's so gross. Man,
D for dating a caveman.
She hit the wall so bad too. That bullet. How about B for bullet? Her hairstyle.
Bullet.
God. All right. So
Why?
Tristan's.
Why'd she do that?
Yeah, she's ugly. Tristan Starchild, the godfather of goons, the original pod awful goon. There would be no goons without Tristan. He's a quote unquote white rapper, but more like ambiguous, as in I don't know. He was on TV assuming he was Asian on a TV show about Asian people, trying to find out if he was Asian. He just guessed that he was. He has multiple, other goons in his own universe, including Dark Gable, who there's a t-shirt of, including Solo the Cholo, a personal favorite of mine, an actual Cholo who threatened to murder me multiple times on the internet for calling him gay. Tristan, just an odd guy, led to me knowing people who know Corey Feldman, and I still occasionally get these random messages from people going, I know Tristan in real life. He's just as goofy as you think, but he's actually a nice guy. That's always what they say, is he's actually a nice guy. Like, I care. He's made some of the worst music of all fucking time. Especially the song "You're Wonderful to Me." I will never get over. Why won't it let me put it back in front of James? I will never get over how bad that song is. I've listened to it a million times and it makes me laugh every single time. In fact, I think we should take a second to actually listen to it. Tristan Starchild, Wonderful. The number 2, me. You really have to see his videos to get the whole thing. I'm not going to show you the video. Let's just listen to the song for a second here. By the way, his hot dog legged girlfriend dancing in this video with her titties out.
Are they as big as Michael Wright's girlfriend?
They're as fake.
I could tell you thinking about how we're gonna be if you decide to give your heart to me. We don't really
Every time I re-listen to it, it's worse than I remember.
Really know. We gon' have to see. All that I know is you're wonderful to me.
All right, I'll show you the video.
Wonderful to
I
me.
gotta do it.
You're wonderful to me.
So bad.
All that I know is you're wonderful to me. You're wonderful to me. You're wonderful to me.
Do you think he thinks she's wonderful, or
is you wonderful to me?
I think
I overheard you say you a hopeless romantic. You looking everywhere. Your focus is frantic. Put your cares to the air like smoke. We will vanish. Take a trip, not plan it as we coast through.
By the way, this guy went to the Berklee College of Music, a college famous for creating, wonderful musical artists. He went there, and I only know this guy because of my friend Sammy, who is in an actual band, is an actual touring musician. She went to school with him and said, "You have to see this guy."
The planets, oceans,
is this where Alec Baldwin shot that bitch?
This is the bitch he shot.
Give you everything you hope and imagine. Stimulate your mind, stroke you with talent, then hit it from behind, provoke you off balance. I can tell you.
What, those lyrics are so gross and shitty.
Thinking about how we're gonna be if you decide.
By the way, he's really playing that. What is that? A cello or whatever? Cello.
Yeah. And you're trying to tell me he's not Asian?
That's a guitar on a stick.
Hello. Yeah, he's really playing that. That's what he went to Berkeley for. This is the only song he does this in, and it sounds like fucking garbage.
To give your heart to me, we don't really know. We gon' have to see.
And of course, he dresses like some sort of cyberpunk Indian cowboy.
All that I know is you wonderful to me. You wonderful to me.
This is great editing.
You wonderful to me. All that I know is you wonderful to me. You wonderful to me. You wonderful to me. All that I know is you wonderful to me. I'm being honest when I say you are a goddess. I'm being modest.
I mean, this isn't even his worst like music video by far.
When I say you
It's
are
not
the
even
hottest.
close. It's just my favorite one. It's just so. It's the first one I saw of his, and it just makes me laugh. I know it's pretty mild when it comes to goons and stuff. This is, again, he's the original. He was around the first goon ever. And yeah, we don't really cover him anymore because of that. But he's bizarre. He's bizarre in so many ways. Where does he rank?
B.
I think A.
Yeah, he has to be high because he was the original. He has to be up there somewhere. A.
Well,
I think he deserves A for this reason, right? Everyone in A is critical to the storyline of Pod Awful. And without him, nobody else would exist.
Let me just play you one video real quick, all right? Now, I wish I could play you the one of him with Solo the Cholo, but it's permanently deleted because Solo the Cholo was upset with me making fun of them for being gay and wine drunk on a bed together. So instead, this is Tristan Starchild and his black mentor that he just forced this random black man to be his black guardian. And this is Dark Gable, aka Mr. Bill, aka Uncle Bill.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is Tristan Starchild, the player for the Himalaya. I'm here with a very special guest. This is my uncle, a very special person to my soul.
Yeah, it's still
Bill,
the 70s,
AKA
y'all.
Dark Gable.
And see, that's where the AKAs came from. He would call him Uncle Bill, Mr. Bill, aka Dark Gable.
Person to my soul. Uncle Bill, aka Dark Gable. What's cracking, player?
What's up, Doc?
How are you?
And then he awkwardly gives him the left hand to do daps with.
Beautiful.
I've been a student of this man's game for a long time.
He met him like the year before.
You've seen him in the So High music video. You've seen him in the Running Around music video.
And Dark Gable, he has no musical capabilities, but for some reason, Starchild just thinks, well, he's black, so he knows about music. And so he put him in music, like in some of his songs, and it's just Mr. Bill in the background going, so high. I don't even know what
You've seen him all over the world from Africa.
Doesn't he like sing in bars in like Jamaica now or some shit?
In Africa, he's from Senegal.
All the way to Paris to Germany. You know, this is the international player. This is the player from the
Paris to Germany really
and this
isn't
is the
that
player with
geographic area.
You know, because to be
he's talking about on the opposite side of the world.
Straight up.
OG.
Now, we love Dark Gable, by the way, but Tristan Starchild is retarded.
To be a YG.
This is true.
And this is my OG. You know what I mean? And we always respect our elders over here. Starchild to the Starfire.
Okay, that's enough dap.
That's what keeps us strong, keeps us live out there.
This guy looks really Asian to me.
A little bit about
Well, he is.
I can see why they
turns his head.
He is the player from the Himalaya, one of his AKAs.
what you working on right now.
He looks like the dollar store version of Bruno Mars.
I'm working on right now. You know, we just released our new video, So High, and I've gotten response.
So high. All right, hang on. I gotta play you So High. You have to hear So High. I
want to hear Dark Gable.
I remember this one.
I'm only doing this because so many people probably don't remember this or weren't around for it. Probably never seen it. We did actually manage to interview both of them on an episode one time, and it's crazy. It's crazy. But I'd say my favorite episode is when we went over him being on TV for not knowing if he's Asian or not. Now, this audio, I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do for you about this audio. This is the audio.
Are they in the ocean?
The microphone is.
Now it's time. So hot.
What the fuck? Okay, I know you guys on Discord are seeing this after the fact. Look at what they do with their hands, right? I've never seen this before in life.
It's time. So hot.
What was that?
He's gonna try to give him dap. Okay, and they just did the butt fucking of high fives. It's bizarre.
They touched wrists.
They touched
top to bottom.
Yeah. And by the way, Tristan is the top.
Top shelf.
All right, so I'm only playing this so you can hear Dark Gable's lyrics. Wait for it. We believe that his audio was recorded inside the dumpster he lives in. Next to, by the way, with his raccoon friends. Actually, he's the first to have raccoon friends before Mersh.
You keep it PC on my Apple Mac. I'm bust your cat back like a snap of.
Oh yeah, and this whole video's got his girlfriend Mia, her fucking hot dog legs dangling around behind it. So bizarre looking.
Her knees look like they bent backwards. What the hell?
Yeah, she's kind of shaped like a chocobo.
Platinum plaque. I die hard cause I'm action packed. Packed for the action, relaxed in the mansion.
Oh yeah, he also, one of his AKAs is Hayden Tristanson.
Pass in the Aston, cash out and flashing. Drop a stack in the basket like a Catholic with a bad habit. I'm a cash addict. Reintroduce you to ancient mathematics. Add a little black magic. Make a clock turn like a rabbit out the hatchery. Is that what?
And I know
I thought he was facing the other way for a second.
I know when you see this girl, you're like, she's pretty good. She is way too good looking for Tristan, but you got to understand, Tristan does actually pull girls. It's bizarre. However, they're all desperate LA girls. You have to understand mentally, these women are so low, like the lowest rung of society. They're desperate. Like Tristan convinces them that, I'm an artist, baby. I put you in a music video. And they're like, oh, great. And so they sleep with him.
She's an LA 5, is what you're saying.
Well, there's also that. Yeah, and her tits are completely fake. Like, they're hard as rocks.
Why the necklace rings, watch bracelets.
And again, she's got hot dog legs.
Carrots, got more champagne and cheese than Paris. View on the terrace, looking for an heiress. These birds talking back.
You want a terrorist?
Yeah, he's looking for a terrorist.
Y'all should be embarrassed.
All right, you ready?
He's a musical terrorist.
Hang on. You ready for Dark Gable? Because this is where it gets good. This is where I fell in love with Dark Gable. He just wanders into frame. We thought, like the first time we saw Dark Gable in one of these videos, we were like, did he just film a random homeless guy wandering around? Is this an accident?
It's like bathroom acoustics as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, they're stuck in the bathroom for sure.
He's stuck in a dumpster.
Wow, beautiful lyrics.
Yeah.
And look at them hot dogs shake.
Keep your ear to the beat like Dr. Dre. She kick it with no hands like a soccer play. See notes for details.
I came back at the right time. We're on Tristan Starchild.
Oh yeah, we're on Tristan. I just wanted to give people a refresher on him. It's been so long.
The yoga tell her namaste.
Namaste. You thinking I'ma go? Namaste.
Stop whining like a Napa grape. I'ma make her come, you don't have to stay. Just give me the dough, keep that.
Everything you need to know about Tristan Starchild is he's a guy who would unironically tell you namaste. That's everything you need to know about him, okay? He's that guy.
Accolades, they so past tense that they pass away. Swag is all play.
The hot dogs, look at those. Man, she's spreading them dogs. God damn!
Keep the accolade.
Hang on
so
a second. Look at this leg move she does.
That they passed away. Swag is
It's like they're not connected to the same body. Look at that. What the fuck? It's
I'm waiting for him to show up.
It's like two one-legged women.
Your bags from Marc Jacobs.
Jeez, and he's looking up at it.
You the biggest loser. I just got my weight up. Layers for you haters, so get your cake up.
She's ready for the pap smear.
Yeah, baby, I'ma take ya.
I'm afraid of what would happen if she were to duck down even just a little bit.
Mathematicians couldn't figure me out.
At all.
We might be figuring out if she's Asian.
Religion's on, about to bring the Christians out. Now this is that.
That's just dancing away.
But this is now.
Her legs look like the iguana that Ching Chang Chong's family tied up. All right, so there you go. That's Tristan Starchild. Jesus Christ.
Featuring Dark Gable.
All right, so that is their officially goons. Like, we made fun of people before that. I would even almost kind of call. There's another guy that I would maybe even say was a goon before him. Few people really, but official. It was Tristan Starchild, and we did so many episodes about it. I mean, he was like Mersh back in the day. Where does he rank?
I think A.
A minimum. He could even hit S.
Yeah, I'd say A.
I think it's a B.
Only
yeah, I'd say B.
Okay, 3 B's, like, bunch of A's.
Is there any reason to rank him highly apart from him being the
That's the
original
only
Goon?
reason.
Yeah, that's like, when you think about the best cars.
I will say this:
the Model T the best car.
I feel like a lot of.
Yeah.
All right, who here has never? Sure, are you just breathing hard into your microphone? Are you masturbating right now?
I don't think that was me.
I do.
He got a picture from Naomi.
Who here has never seen a Tristan Starchild episode?
I saw one this morning.
I've never seen
that. Was the first one.
I've only seen glimpses.
Everyone who hasn't seen at least one full episode of Tristan, you got to sit this one out. Because
that's fair.
I think it is fair that giving him a high ranking is probably has a lot to do with him being the original Goon. However, that shit, it was so funny back. I mean, there's a reason we covered him over and over and over again, and it got crazier every time. It was like, it's not just that he's the original Goon. It's like, it's the progenitor of all the Goon stuff. The AKAs, the topping himself every single time, like the storyline advancing, having his own universe of characters. Like, all of that shit is from Tristan Starchild, and they're funny. They are funny episodes. I mean, it might be a little cringy to watch now just because of the difference in me and the show and all that kind of stuff. But the content was fucking funny. So
it is funny, but if you were to discover him today with all of the goons that you have now,
I know what you're saying. It's hard to answer that because I would look at him now and go, "Oh, white rapper, we've done that a million times." But I would say that because we've done Tristan Starchild,
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but that's why I put him at a B.
Yep.
Yeah.
Chat says A, C, A, B, F.
You got to watch the episodes. I think he's an A. Go watch the episodes. On the surface, he doesn't seem like it's that funny, but go rewatch the episodes. They're fucking hilarious.
The Solo, the
there's
Cholo,
an ineffable quality about it.
The Solo, the Cholo stuff that comes out of it alone puts him way up there for me. And then also that
episode where that broad interviewed him for her fucking entertainment TV show or some shit.
That fake
that was
thing.
very, very funny. Just to watch him put on the Tristan Starchild character and act like a fucking idiot.
I'll say this, before we even discussed any of this, the aggregate ranking put him at A, which I'm actually shocked by. I assumed most people wouldn't even know who he was for that to have happened. but the aggregate puts him at A. I don't know how that happened. Wait,
I originally put him at A on my board because he was kind of the original Goon. But just seeing the Goons we have now on the board, I think.
Has there been some power creep over the years, I think?
Oh, there's definitely power creep, yes. 100%.
For sure.
Absolutely, yeah.
Is this the guy whose living room is like a forest?
Yes, he did recently record a music video in a house that is also partially a forest.
Like what? Like Jungle Cafe style?
It's hard
How
to
does that work?
It's hard to describe. It's actually
Definite A.
it was actually very cool looking, and then he managed to shoot the worst looking music video of all time in this place. It's bizarre.
Well, that's not surprising.
It's like imagine getting the best set decorator of all time and then having it shot by like Tommy Wiseau.
I did not.
All right, I will. I think if Tristan Starchild was never discovered until today, he'd still be as magical. He has a quality to him, ahead of his time. I'll say this in fairness, and to play devil's advocate against myself here, a lot of what makes him funny to me is also like the stuff surrounding him and not him directly. Dark Gable, Solo the Cholo, his girlfriends, and all that kind of stuff. How about this? I feel like a lot of people here aren't informed enough. I've heard a bunch of A's, but they're kind of hesitant. I've heard some B's. How about we put him at B for now? We'll just call that until everybody learns more about Tristan. Maybe one day we'll do another episode about him or something. We'll do a retrospective.
I think he's more in line with the people in A than the people in.
You think he's that? I mean, have you seen his episodes?
I haven't seen all of them, but I have seen.
He said he saw one.
I saw one this morning.
I've seen some.
So the one episode you've seen of Tristan Starchild
I
puts him.
fucking laughed my ass off.
Wow, I mean that's high praise. But
I mean, you're a funny guy.
You're a funny guy. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to do with this one, to be honest. I'm torn too. And Lenny, I'm way ahead of you on that. So that thing he's told me.
Call him up.
Look here
Tell
on
him you're gonna
the
rape
screen. Way ahead of you. All right, so
Put
let's
him in B for ambiguous.
I think he's fair because
No.
ambiguous, as in I don't know.
I think B is fair.
Let's put him in. I think B is fair. I personally put him in A in mine. It would be impossible for me not to do that. The enjoyment I've gotten out of him, and also his status. I mean, there was a time where getting him on the show was like an impossible feat. It was the crown jewel of Pod Awful. If you were watching Pod Awful back then, you would have, and I said, this episode, we're interviewing Tristan Starchild, you would have been losing it the same way you would have when I told you we've got a guy at the bowling event. You know, it was the same kind of thing back then.
It's super nostalgic. Like,
yeah. All right, James Sorenstone, listener of the show.
The black A's are not
My friend.
Complete retard.
Yes.
Bounty hunter extraordinaire. 1.5 arms instead of 2.
Absolutely.
I gotta put him at B. I think he's a
Luis Guzman.
Yeah.
This nigga can't even get a sandwich without Pod Awful.
Solid B.
Interrupted.
He fucked with his restaurant, his favorite restaurant.
Yeah, I did.
Now no longer goes to it, and also there's a shirt.
I did put his face on a shirt just to fuck up his favorite restaurant.
I think his ass.
Burrito.
The chat immediately said SAA.
Easily.
I think they're right. I
think B is fair. It's I don't think he's an ass.
He tried to exchange transes.
What makes him an A?
Exchanging transes was very funny.
The sagas have gone on for
That makes him an A.
It's an A because of the constant sagas that have happened over like 5 years now. Like he's totally an A.
Call her up, tell her you're gonna rape her.
Yeah.
Nobel.
You will not.
Nobel Rain.
Yeah, that's based.
Nobel Rain. I mean, come on.
Away.
The fucking beard.
No, you are not.
The beard cuckening.
The guy he couldn't kick out of his house.
Fucking
He lost
bizarre
a fight to a balloon.
Oh my god, yeah, Tyler and the light bulb situation. He
stole his doorknobs.
He stole his doorknobs and light bulbs.
Smooth genetics.
That's iconic.
His job is testing pee.
I'll say that there are times
He's a penis milker.
There are times I've laughed about James or at James directly to his face that have been harder than maybe any other time I've laughed. But
I'm not straight.
But there is also that quality of him where he is part of the audience and part of our community and our friend.
Kind of an important piece, really.
He's kind of our friend, but then again, he did reveal that his daughter has a smooth brain.
I thought you were going to say something else, but okay.
I didn't want to be the guy to bring it up.
What were you going to say, Lenny?
Something else was smooth.
Okay.
Winter penis.
Yeah, winter penis. He had winter penis.
His girlfriend's song.
All those times he's accidentally revealed he's gay. Like he's like Tobias Funke. But then there's that part of me that's like, he can't be that high up. I mean, like compare him to these other people. Right. Like, is he as funny as Ethan, Ralph, and Wildman Chris?
Yes.
He's funnier.
He is.
Once he
Way
shoots somebody by
Okay,
accident.
all right. Funnier. Is he as funny as Ching Chang Chong and God entered my body?
He's on the same level.
He's on the same level.
He's on the same level.
Yeah, he's a good B. He's a good B.
Oh, I think he's on the same level as the A's.
I think he's on the same level as the A's, yeah.
I think it's hard for someone who's a friend of Pod Awful to really get high, because I think to get an A, I think that's almost ruin your life if you're a goon, Pod Awful.
Yeah, exactly.
He's done.
I know we're coming close with James.
B for B.
That's why I say he's a B and not an A.
He's a bounty hunter now.
Yeah,
He's a bounty hunter.
All right, B for bounty hunter. B for bounty hunter.
B for bounty hunter.
Okay. Okay.
That's A for autistic.
I like B. I like B because there's something about all the A's up there right now that I'd be happy if like a real horrible life destroying event happened to them, and that wouldn't be the case with James.
Yeah, I actually like James.
I think B is.
I like James.
I think B is crazy. I put him personally as D, but we'll go with B. I think most people I think the
who is click clacking?
I think the general audience when
he's crushing a bottle.
When I do James, okay, can we please?
Chupacabra.
So please stop, please, and please stop commenting.
There's
on
a
it
show
as well.
going on. Come on.
I think the general audience, though, when I do a James episode, is like, huh? What? This is just a guy who watches your show. What are you doing? Yeah. But whatever. All right, let's go to Kyle.
Well, if you don't get it when we're doing a James episode, join the cult, interact, and the next episode could be about you.
Yeah, that's what
wouldn't that be fun?
It is a cautionary tale.
That is the worst way to get people to join.
Kyle Cease. Comedian turned motivational guru, scam artist turned rapist. Me Too guy. He's a rape man. Who we've interviewed his brother in a World War episode. That didn't go well. The brother wanted me to take that down. Very strange trajectory, very strange goon. By the way, a famous goon. This is a famous guy. Yeah. He's been in big stuff.
And he was a kid actor.
Guy.
I think he's C.
He's AKA kid comedy, by the way.
I'd give him a C.
C for comedy.
It's B for kid.
Is everybody in agreement there? C?
Yeah, I see.
He's middle of the pack.
Yeah, I like C.
Gary Bowberry.
All right, C it is. I don't hear a lot of pushback. So, that's D. C it is. Okay, so now we've got Blake Hogue. And if you don't,
that's monster. I love this guy.
You may not know Blake Hogue, aka Sextarded.
Sextarded guy. I didn't remember his face.
Blake Hogue is kind of a fascinating one because Blake Hogue is actually my handyman Nick Mullen's goon. Technically speaking, I kind of stole I kind of stole this guy. To be fair to me. I asked Nick to come on the episode where we talked about him. He said he would, and then just last minute no-showed like most guests do. And I was like, okay, I got nothing now, so I gotta do this episode without you now. Which he seemed fine with. He didn't care. What happened with Blake Hogue is my handyman, Nick Mullen, he pranked Blake Hogue by making not purposefully, by the way. Blake Hogue's a comedian. He's an actor. He lives in LA. He's been on TV shows. He's doing pretty well for himself. And Nick Mullen knew him through the comedy scene. Nick Mullen, having nothing to do with Blake Hogue, made an OkCupid profile for a Down syndrome girl. Visibly Down syndrome. Like obviously a retarded girl, and just put it out there to see what would happen. Well, he got a bite, and it happened to be Blake Hogue. And Blake Hogue tried to fuck this girl that he thought had Down syndrome. And Nick kept making it like over and over. He would overtly make it clear that this is a girl without a proper mental capacity. She apparently lives with her grandma, so Blake can't come over because she lives with her grandma. And Blake said, "Sneak me in when your grandma goes to sleep." Have you ever had a naked hug with someone? Like the grossest grooming you've ever heard. So I covered that. We went over the entire chat logs, and again, Nick was supposed to be on that. This is way before Come Town, by the way. Years before Come Town. Nick was supposed to be on that episode. Whatever reason, didn't work out. We covered this, and the result of it was like articles were written about Blake Hogue. Pod Awful was, linked to and mentioned in some articles, and particularly in some comedian and LA people, LA actors, Facebook groups. And Blake Hogue was run out of Los Angeles as the result of Pod Awful and Nick Mullen. And we kept up with his career after he was run out of town a little bit. He also was in our OK Stupid episode, kind of piggybacking off of that bit where I think it was the first OK Stupid episode where Ryan pretended to be a girl with locked in syndrome, or whatever it was, and we had to have I played the in between who had to get consent and stuff for all of it. We had some updates on Blake Hogue in that one. I'm not sure. I think there's like 3 Blake Hogue episodes. There's the Sextarded episode. I think the original episode wasn't the Sextarded one. I think that was called something else. I can't remember. I think there's only 3 episodes. There's not much on him. We did follow up and find out that when he moved back to his hometown and moved in with his aunt or whatever, because he was run out of town, that he immediately got back into the theater scene there. So we assumed like, this guy, he could be up to no good. We try to warn his theater and stuff. I don't know whatever came of that. I don't remember. Not much follow up, but this is one of those big splash, but not a lot of waves. Actually, pretty big waves at first, and then just not a lot of follow up. with Blake Hogue. Where does he rank?
I'd nearly say B, but I can see why people would say like C, maybe a bit lower. I just love the concept of it.
Hashtag me too many chromosomes.
Alright, C for chromosomes.
That's not how this works. We gotta stop doing it. I ranked him as D, and I personally ranked him as D, because there just wasn't that much with him. It is very fun. I mean, it's super funny.
It's so funny though, and it spawned like more, like of that thing, didn't it?
I'd probably rank it higher if it somehow actually connected back to like the stuff between me and Nick Mullen and the Handyman saga and all of that. But there's really no overlap there beyond Nick was supposed to be on the show. If he was more intrinsic to something else as well, then I would rank him higher. I feel like I'm forgetting stuff. Like I feel like something else did happen with him and I'm forgetting it. And if I forgot it, then how good was it? That's me personally. I don't know. What is everybody saying? What are we thinking?
Happy with.
Yeah.
D for Downs.
I'd say C. So.
Okay, you can't do D for Downs. All right, but we will do D. All right, let's put him in D. I think that's probably about right. There you go, Blake Hogue. And if you haven't seen the Blake Hogue episodes, I'm not sure if they're up currently on the website, but if you go to find them and you can't find Blake Hogue on there, just let me know in Discord and I'll try to get those up because those are some really good episodes. This one for me has always been an odd one. Master Studios, aka Stallmaster, has only prominently featured in a full like real episode of Pod Awful, I think one time. I think he was technically only in one episode of the main show. Might be wrong about that, but he has featured in so many Friday shows and other extracurricular things. And he is straight up, it's just laughing at a retarded person. There's nothing else to it.
He's such a happy guy.
And we just come in there and somehow ruin his day just by asking if he lives on a farm or if he's ever going to talk about what was it, berries or something?
That and trains, and he says, "I do not have a favorite mode of transportation."
Yeah, we were trying to get him to admit that he likes trains because he's autistic, but he wouldn't do it. I don't remember what I ranked him. I'll be honest, I've never enjoyed Stallmaster that much. It's one of the ones that actually feels mean to me.
I agree.
Which is rare.
We did interact with him. Never mind.
I like him.
I tried to get him a YouTube Play Award, but that never whatever they call that, the fucking YouTube award thing. But that never panned out.
We got him to abandon his State of Mind series where he would like list off things about different states
purposefully. That was not the intention. Yeah, the thing is he's one that'll run away real easy. All right, what are we ranking him? Where does he go?
I think I
probably an F.
D.
Such a lovable retard, though.
You're putting.
I love him.
He's at the same level as Katie Lynn Donahue, Red Bar. Okay, just checking.
He's way funnier than Red Bar.
I did. Well, I did F.
Today is the first of June.
I'd rather never, ever see anything from Stallmaster again. I don't even know how we found him or how this started. I feel like it was brought in by Lila or something. And
Elizabeth liked him quite a bit. I don't know if she brought him in, but she definitely interacted with him the most.
Y2? What was it? Y2 Vents or something? I don't know. That was nonsense.
He's gotten into saying a lot of swear words recently in his skits.
I don't like that at all. All right, here's a big one. We got two big ones in a row here, actually. Santa Cruz Joker.
S.
That's an
S.
That's an S. Easily. Yeah.
I mean, that's
Someone threw bread in his face.
That's unanimous. Obviously, I put him as S.
The only
as
reason
well.
the only reason he wasn't S last time was to make him mad.
I didn't even remember that we had done that. I can't believe we didn't put him as S last time.
We conspired, yeah.
Okay, yeah. The next two are S tier, no discussion. They're saying because Rufio is also next.
Yeah.
I mean, Santa Cruz Joker. He's got it all. The rivalry. He's certainly up there with. He's basically the same guy as Mersh in a lot of ways. Yeah.
Also a good singer.
And then I think what sealed the deal on that forever in the books, he cannot be removed from S. It might even be S plus territory, but I'm not going to bother with that. Is that finally having that confrontation with him on the phone through the Uber Eats driver.
The phone call.
Gotcha, bitch. The actual successful night, the night of the long loaves, is an incredible feat and truly great stuff. It's just, all those great points of Pod Awful converging onto one. The henchmen, the great goonery, the absolute anger, the always responding from him, the incredible
with Mr. Burgers.
The incredible work of the cult. It's just, it's so obvious. I would, if anybody tried to even say less than S, I'd fight them immediately on it. It's insane. It's insane.
The breadening was one of the best streams.
The breadening, the breadening. I could play the breadening.
Amazing.
I could play
God magic.
I could just play the breadening instead of doing episodes from now on, and everyone would be fine with that. There's always something new to see in that. It's funny every fucking time.
One of the top 10 moments of my life, honestly.
Something that will never cease to amuse me. I sometimes just think of this throughout my day and start giggling. Is that you organized a final showdown between him and Driftwood, and it ended up being like a musical from start to finish.
Yep, it was beautiful.
It's fucking hilarious. It begins with him doing this weird ballad, and then there's like a banjo pirate fucking song about him in the middle, like fucking perfect.
And then the
banjo man.
Banjo guy fucking beats the shit out of him. It's banjo guy that hurts him the worst. And of course the drive at the midway point, the drive-by shout out. I mean that mysterious guy.
Who are you?
Fuck is that man?
Incredible.
Who is he?
Incredible stuff. And then
that was 1185.
Yeah.
Don't be racist, bro.
When that stream,
dude, that was totally not cool.
When that stream happened,
the internet.
I was running around my house, jumping on the couch, jumping on the bed. Not a joke. I'll never forget it. I will remember that more so than the day I was married or any of that dumb crap. I'm just kidding. But seriously, like the excitement I had the night of the breadening. It's got to be the hardest I've ever laughed. It's got to be the most excited I ever was. I covered it fucking twice in a row. It was that crazy.
Just as soon as the live stream ended, you started an episode where you covered the live stream.
Just absolute insanity.
And then smells so bad.
And then of course we've got Rufio.
S plus plus.
S. Yeah.
Please put him in front.
I don't even. I literally, you know what? I will do that. I literally won't even. Okay, it won't let me do it. There we go.
If there was an SS tier, it would be Rufio.
SS.
Yeah, and
yeah, well, he's anti-Semitic. We all know that, but
he hates those Semites.
Yeah, Rufio has ascended beyond. Like he is the being that he believes he is. He, that godlike being.
Human hot pocket.
Tristan Starchild might be the godfather, but Rufio is the god of goons.
Yep.
It is It's inarguable, unmistakable. Everything rides on Rufio. Like and Rufio is also the perfect barometer for who should actually be watching Pod Awful or not. The thing we've run into time and time again with Rufio is the people coming into the chat who we know, who we've seen a million times and saying, I don't get it, or is this fake?
They think it's scripted.
I wish I could just throw every single one of them into the world's largest trash compactor and just watch them as their brains and eyeballs squeeze heartily from their head like so many pimples being popped, because they're so fucking stupid. They don't deserve enjoyment, comedy, anything in life. I hate everyone who doesn't like the Rufio stuff or understand it more so. Actually, you could dislike it and that might be fine because it is picking on a retarded guy. I don't know why you would watch anything else I do, but fine. If you don't get it, then I don't get you, man. Please remove yourself from my life. I don't need you anymore. Rufio is everything. And if you haven't gone back and watched all the Rufio stuff, you're missing out. And I spend every day thinking about the fact that I'm sitting on these 2, maybe 3 amazing Rufio episodes. These episodes that need to happen so badly, and I just keep not getting to them. It kills me. It pains me. I think the final Rufio episode that we've got in the chamber is maybe the greatest thing Pod Awful's ever done. It might actually beat out the breadening. I think it does. I think it beats out the breadening.
Yeah.
I do. It's too insane. And it will be something where I'm going to put it out for free because it's too good. And I'm going to get those people saying, is this fake? And it's just so stupid to ask that. How about
I think
this?
the reason you've been so sick is because it's killing you. Not doing those episodes is killing you.
Well, that's ironic. We're in a vicious cycle if that's the case. How about this? Everything on Pod Awful is real. All right. So that's it. That's all you need to know. Is it real? Yes. The answer is yes. Is it fake? No. The answer is no. This Rufio stuff coming up, it's just so insane. And that's going to be one where I'm just going to have to I'm going to have to cut a documentary. I mean, it's just not even, there's not going to be a live aspect of it. It's already happened. It's been sitting there in the past. It just needs to be assembled. And it's a ton of assembly. And it's fucking nuts. It's just, I could release the raw footage of it. Like I could just, stick everything I've got together and just go there you go. And that would be fine. It would be fine. And it would be funny. But I got to give this thing its due. It is so good.
Rufio deserves the work.
Rufio deserves it. Yeah.
And there are memes from this thing that people quotes from it that people are constantly saying where most people have no clue what they're referring to in the Pod Awful audience. Because if you weren't there for it, then you have no idea. We haven't done the episode yet. I mean, there's this one quote. It will be the most quoted Pod Awful thing of all time once it's released. And everybody,
2 words.
It's 2 words, man. It's 2 words. And it is it's the beautiful culmination of this episode. And I cannot wait to get it to you, but we do have 1 or 2 episodes I need to do about Rufio before then. So I just can't do these things out of order. But yeah, I love Rufio, and I can't wait till we get him back again. I'm sure it'll happen.
Of course.
So going from the best Goon of all time, hands down, possibly the worst ever, Mike Allen. I'm not going anywhere. This is a man that we bullied.
I love it.
We bullied the shit out of him. Very little of it actually happened on a show. In fact, I don't think any of it did. Not exactly sure how he even makes it into the list here, other than the fact that his catchphrase was, "I'm not going anywhere," specifically in reference to him thinking that we were trying to bully him off the internet. We then did bully him off the internet, and then we bullied him so hard off the internet that he lost his house and moved into an RV. I don't know.
And then we bullied him off again.
And then, yeah, now he doesn't even do that. I don't feel like explaining him any further than that. Where does he rank? You either know him or you don't. If you don't, sit this one out.
I think I put him at D.
Yeah.
B.
B. Are you kidding me? B.
I love him.
He got over at war, but
Mike Allen was the interactiveness of Mike Allen was what we wished that we got out of some of the Gully moments, where Gully was more resistant to our ploys. Mike Allen bit every time. We disrupted this man so hard. I even did a complete fake show as him.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
I was the one who talked to him every single day, and it was fucking painful.
Yeah, you were in his fantasy hockey league, weren't you?
Baseball, and I nearly won.
He did cross.
I don't know a fucking thing about baseball.
He did
I
cross
picked the team
over. He crossed over Legion of Goon style one time with another Goon, Bryn Berg, which is kind of odd. That's kind of a notable thing. And then what was the deal with us? Like did we fool him or someone into thinking we were someone he knows? What was that?
Yeah.
No, I was.
You're in my house. Scott called as that crazy New York Jared sounding guy. And the guy was on the show swearing and saying terrible things.
Oh, yeah.
And Mike was like, oh, cool it, bud.
Oh, and we also tricked him into saying that the best guy in his chat room was Britton Tarrant.
Yeah. That was the best.
That was pretty good. I hated Mike Allen so much the whole time. Like, I feel about him the way I felt about like Master Studios, basically. Or like Brian. It wasn't enjoyable.
You think he was that retarded?
No, it wasn't enjoyable for me to do. It didn't feel like I could ever make a real episode out of it, and I don't think I did. He did lead to the our parody of the intellectual dark web big brain niggas with his
cigar photo.
Yeah, his cigar picture, which is funny. And I do think a lot of funny things came out of it. It's just that, and I like doing that impression of him. I really enjoy going, I'm not going anywhere. I did call somebody who was a guest on his show during the show live and leave a voicemail as Mike Allen, and I think they believed it. Something about like, I'm in love with you. I want to have sex with you.
Yeah.
And all that's funny, but sometimes I'm doing that stuff and it's like, well, I understand that this is funny and I'm having a good time, but at the same time I hate it. I can't. It's hard to explain. I put him as an F personally. I feel like you guys are saying D. I'll go D if I have to, but
I put him as a D just because I didn't want all that effort to go to waste. But yeah, it was a fucking slog.
I'm biased. For a while, he was my guy. So like my main.
A lot
attraction.
of people enjoyed him. Don't get me wrong. I didn't. I just didn't.
Yeah, you didn't have to. If you enjoyed him, it's because you didn't have to talk to him every single day.
Yeah.
Well,
all right. Moving
thank you
on.
for your service.
Moving on.
Well, him and I we're working on getting the wheels of justice to begin turning slowly.
Moving on, we've got Drew W. Shield, whose head's been cut off here. It's just his fucking body. Drew W. Shield, of course, our intergalactic Indian princess. I don't know. I really don't know how to describe him. He thinks he can give you superpowers through fucking. There's a lot of weird stuff there. He is schizo. There's a lot of weird stuff with him. Not a lot of it has happened on the show.
I do not know this guy.
Yeah, you could easily miss him. The episodes that include him are great. There's
a ton of his content was on the Weekly Sacrifice when it was your show, like the Friday night thing.
Yeah, the greatest sex in the universe is the episode most about him, and it's a great episode. It was actually a very highly viewed episode, but I think it was just because of the title. And before the YouTube channel went down. And there's also that one about the Washington Redskins that involved Drew a pretty good amount in there. I can't remember if there's any other mainline episodes that he was in, but yeah, we would check in with him all the time on Fridays.
Was it a mainline episode that time he went and got like 6 coronavirus boosters?
I think that's isn't that the best sex in the universe? I don't know. I'm not sure. He's very funny. I'll say this. He's very funny. He's very bizarre. He's almost too bizarre. It's hard to cover him because of how crazy he is. He's like on that level. He's like on Bob Hickman levels of crazy. He's got a crystal that he uses to divine answers, divine truth. He asks yes or no questions, and depending on which way it swings, it's the answer, but he's very visibly just shaking it the way he wants the answer to go.
It often betrays him.
Yeah, sometimes he does actually fuck it up. And even to this day, he is making videos about how Pod Awful and the Dark Federation are after him. It's a little hard to keep track of him now. He moved to a new YouTube channel, and there was a time where we kind of thought he was dead. He had been living in like a motel or something. Where does he rank, though? Where does he go on this list? Who is he as funny or as good as?
I put him as a B.
B, wow. Pretty high.
I think C is a fair rank.
Oh, wait, I know this guy. Yeah.
I would say C, just how hard he is to cover.
Some of him.
Yeah, he hasn't posted much recently.
Is he as funny as Cannaman?
No.
No.
Is he as funny as Keenan Jerome Floyd?
Way funnier.
Yes.
He's funnier.
That would put him in a rank in between B and C. So I think that requires
Keenan down to F.
I think that requires us to put him in C. I think that's officially where he's got to go there.
About right.
I think he's with Jock Jam Jesus on levels of funny. Yeah.
Royce? Is he Royce levels of funny?
Funnier than Royce.
I don't think Royce himself is funny, but I think we've done some funny shit to Royce.
Well, that's obviously what we mean. I mean, let's give Royce the credit he's due. The Star Trek girl recording. That is
funny when you do
what happened at that party.
That is legendary in corners of the internet we're not even involved in. And what the fuck happened at that party? I would kill to know. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before we go to this next one, I want to say, don't get excited, okay? Be fair, be level-headed, be, straight of mind here. Charles Howell.
I think I'd put him at D.
A. You just immediately go to A. And it's like,
You said that, and I took him from S to A.
S. You gotta be.
He's very funny.
You gotta be
incredibly funny.
Kidding me that he could be.
He is a American treasure.
He is beautiful. I love him, and I want to adopt him as my own grandfather. However,
everyone in America is borrowing valor from him.
Oh no, I've got him at C here on mine.
Hey, you pull up a Charles Howell video and tell me you don't love it.
I mean,
but he's funny, but is he a goon really? Like,
yes, he is.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes,
I don't think that. Like, we don't. How involved is Pod Awful in his day-to-day life? I know he's been on Pod Awful.
I check in on him on a day-to-day basis.
His wife.
I know, but you check in on a lot of people on a day-to-day basis. That doesn't mean they're good.
He's in on the joke.
So is Andy.
I think the most recent thing he was on was the Christmas special. I don't know. I personally put him at where'd I put him? I put him
C
in
for Charles.
I put him in B for Butcher.
Okay.
Right.
Put him in A.
Yeah, I'd put him in
Go
next
down
to
to B.
James, honestly.
Yeah.
He did orchestrate Jan 6, so there's that.
He did.
That's
his Reba McEntire rant had me going off the other day.
That was very good.
I am still mad that I forgot to fucking include him in the Jan 6 episode as the mastermind. Like that was supposed to cap off that episode, and I just forgot. Yeah, that video is so fucking funny. Him claiming responsibility for Jan 6. He is
come and get me, fucker.
Here's the thing, though. Let me ask you guys this. Is it a different thing than what we're talking about here to be funny on purpose like that? Charles
I think it is.
Yeah, definitely.
Charles is funny on purpose. Like he is attempting to be funny and succeeding, something that most goons do not do.
That's why I didn't rank him very high.
But
Right.
there
I
are
think he should be
things
ranked that
about
high.
him that are not on purpose that add to that.
True.
He's just a fucking old Jewish guy who works at like a Giant Eagle deli, and he's just sitting in his car screaming, "Hi, niggers!" Like, yeah, he needs to do that on purpose. But the fact that this man exists and there's somebody in the parking lot next to you doing that, and you don't know it.
It's pretty great.
Yeah.
He's not retarded.
See, I would say that Jock Jam Jesus is funny on purpose, and he's in the C level.
See, I think there's also things about him that are funny in spite of him trying.
Right. Yes. But he's also funny on purpose, which is rare. I'm only comparing them because of that. Very few of these people are ever funny on purpose. You can make
Dick Masterson tries to be funny on purpose.
Dick Masterson was funny one time in 2004 on purpose. Alex Stein has been funny a couple of times on purpose. You can make the argument.
Dante the comedian.
I liked Dick on Biggest Problem. I thought he was funny there.
Dante,
he was very good on Biggest Problem.
Dante the comedian has never been funny on purpose. Just never happened. I don't know.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'd say B.
B. What does everybody else say?
B's the lowest I could put him.
All
I
right.
want to give him A, but I don't think he deserves it.
A is crazy.
Yeah.
I'm crazy, baby.
A doesn't fit with the rest.
Ching
of
Chang Chong, Ilma Gore, Bob Hickman. I mean, come on. Charles just is not that caliber. Charles is legendary outside of being a goon. I don't think he's legendary as a goon.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. I'll take a B.
Yep, I can take the B.
Yeah, you'll take one in your B. All right, Charles
A B,
Lord.
B. Now this is an interesting one. Michael Wright, the Australian badass, the most American guy I know. He cries in the shower. He steals valor. And he fucks a blow-up doll. He's the most Christian man I know. He's also been abducted by aliens. He was in the FBI at one point. Where does he rank?
Very solid B.
Yeah, solid B. He's like the quintessential goon.
I was gonna say he's going
like your
between
average Australian.
B and C for me. Yeah.
Michael. No, I have him at A.
Really?
I have him an A.
I can
but
see
I
that.
would accept. I think he's a B.
I think
He's very funny, but he hasn't had like some of the great things the other A's have had.
Yeah.
No, he has.
House.
I think if Smokane and Scott were here, they would probably try to argue him up higher because they've had personal interactions with him, and those interactions are funny. But I have to agree, they're not in the realm of the A people funny.
Really? I would say they are, to be honest.
I think he's a solid B.
Yeah.
B for bulbous head.
I don't know.
Bolin Bella.
Something about a fat guy crying in the shower with all his clothes on, drinking a beer. It's just extremely funny to me.
Hey, it's very funny. Very funny. Is it God entered my body and electrified my penis funny?
Staring at my
Realistically,
No,
being in
not
B is a high rank.
Yeah, B is
He
good.
is a high rank.
Fair enough.
Is he got beat up in Portugal twice funny?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I think he's funnier than that, yeah.
All right. B it is then. Not letting me. There we go. Okay, now we've got, this is a big one. Kay's good cooking, a goon who has been horrifically stolen out from under me many times by way bigger channels, and yet nobody has ever done anything funny with her except for fucking me. And the shit we did with her was legendary, still talked about in the K circles. We still to this day have people begging me to pay attention to K.
I think S tier myself.
Nah, solid A. Solid A. There's already too many S's.
K-Leaks was fucking
definitely not an S.
If we put her as an S, there are as many S's as A's.
Tom Gully is in S tier, and you wouldn't put K there.
I have her at A, but yeah, K Leaks, you could make a very, very, very strong argument for S.
Yeah.
If you put her as an S, there's too many S's. There'd be as many S's. No, because S is meant
on the
because
level.
A is meant to be.
Scale this. We don't have to.
A is supposed to be like a 10 out of 10, as good as it can be, and then S is like sent from heaven.
Turn this into a bell curve. It's a tier list.
Yeah, I don't. If we're gonna do that, then I guess in it, like you could force it down to an A.
She's not on the same level as Santa Cruz Joker or Rufio.
Exactly.
Well, not Rufio, obviously, but
go back and watch K Leaks again. That shit was pretty fucking wild.
Nobody's on the same
for sure.
Hang on.
I've rewatched those episodes like 6 times.
Hang on. Everyone calm down. Now, I made the argument earlier that Bob Hickman's got to be pretty high. He's got to be A because he had his own Leaks episode. And while I do think K having a legendary K Leaks episode, 2 legendary K Leaks episodes, is a big deal. Let's actually forget that for a second because it's easy. That's easy to point to. The argument then just becomes K Leaks. That's all you have to say, right? You don't even have to say what's funny about it or anything. Let me bring up this. And by the way, now, I did not vote her as high as you guys. I'll just say that. I didn't put her in S. I'll say that. However, maybe it should. I'm listening to you and starting to think of some stuff. It's maybe worthy to think about. For instance, I have been to Kay's house, apparently, and personally dropped off a care package. She has had her house TP'd. She has had her house visited twice by Mr. Burgers, 1185.
You guys dated for a while.
We were dating.
Her son is amazing.
We killed her at a point where people, her
the fucking memorial Facebook page.
Her biggest fans believed that she was actually dead, to the point where she had to go on video and say, "I am not dead," while on video. She's on video.
That's
You can
all
see
it's
her
good.
alive, and she had to say, "I'm not dead," which is incredible and exactly what we were hoping would happen. I mean, there's so much stuff I don't remember at all.
I'm still waiting for the margarine T-shirt.
One of the few, she did have a T-shirt as well. One of the few goons that I have done a direct video parody of. She does have her own universe as well with Lee and all of his weirdo friends and all that stuff. I have soured to Kay quite a bit, much like her food.
That's probably what I was going to say. Yeah.
Over the years as a result of her being stolen. And also she is pretty repetitive, let's be honest. But in the heyday of interacting with Kay, and we were the only people straight up interacting with her to the point where I have horrific racist messages from her, and I did interview her on the show, and I've got that secret recording where she's being so nasty and stuff to me. You know, I mean, that's a level of access no one else has ever had. I actually put her in the B column, and
way too low.
Maybe I'm being too harsh. There's a part of me that just doesn't think of her as legendary anymore, but
I get that for sure.
But I feel like I'm not being fair. I mean, there was a time when Kay was Mersh. There was a time when Kay, we were covering Kay constantly.
We covered it for like 2 years or like even more.
Then there was also a time where it attracted a bunch of fucking K heads that all they wanted was K, and it was just
and they're still around. We still get them.
I know.
Sometimes.
I think that's why I'm kind of feeling a little lower than maybe I would otherwise.
Yeah,
because those people.
I think that shit is. I think that shit is fair. I think that shit can make you makes somebody less funny, and if that's the case, then that fucking ranks them down.
You're not entertained in a vacuum. You don't watch the show in a vacuum.
Right.
That exact same effect made Mersh a lot less funny to me for a while.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. You can't just because it was boring at one time.
Hang on. I was going to bring up Mersh specifically with that. I was going to say, how many times have you been disgusted by Mersh coverage because of the people who want Mersh coverage or don't want it or whatever, the outside influence there? And yet, every time we go back to Mersh, it's like we're back in the honeymoon phase. I mean, welcome back, baby.
I don't think you could ever go back to Kay and be in that honeymoon phase.
Exactly.
To me.
That's exactly why I'm saying
that's the difference.
That's the difference. That's why I don't think she could ever be S tier.
Yeah, maybe that's what separates Mersh from her in that
She's
respect.
washed up.
I mean, Santa Cruz Joker, it's like he could have a legion of fans suddenly that are protecting him. We're still going to love making fun of him. There's no way. Or he could have a legion of different people who hate him or are like, yeah, do more Santa Cruz Joker. And we'd be like, all right, you got it. That's fine. Rufio, obviously the same. Tom Gully, the same. Like, those guys is a different echelon than Kay. Kay was, that feeling of ruination with her happened early too. Like, it wasn't even that far into it. I mean, we kept covering her, but even by, the third or fourth time, it's like, okay, calm down, K trolls.
You could go back to any of those guys in S tier and have an episode on them this Sunday, and I would cancel whatever the fuck my wife was trying to get me to do. I would say, fuck no, I gotta be home for the show.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Not the case for me. Maybe that is for other people.
I'd watch the re-upload.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I still think she's an A though.
Yeah, she's an A.
I think she's an A.
Definitely.
I think A is a good point.
Yeah, well-earned actions.
Yeah.
All right, I'm willing to go A. That sounds like the A's have it. Let's put her in A. Let's put her in a box and never let her out. Okay.
Poke holes in it.
A for K.
By the way, K, no clips. We have 0 clips of K. No drops. Just something to think about. Steve Ranazizi, the 9/11 boy of comedy. One of the 9/11 boys of comedy. Not a huge impact on the show, but I did directly prank him with some cameos, and I believe he features in the greatest Crash-tacular we ever did. I don't know. What do you guys think? Where does he rank? Steve?
F. D. E. Yeah.
D.
Are you guys?
I said D.
Yeah, D.
Yeah, D sounds right. I think I put him at B because I didn't recognize, or sorry, C because I didn't recognize him. Let me double check.
Steve Ranazizi, he's the comedian. He's the comedian who lied about being in 9/11.
No, I know who he is when you say his name, but just when I was doing this, looking at the thumbnail, I didn't recognize him.
He thought he was the guy that fucked retards.
I mean,
I've got a couple in C that I didn't recognize by the thumbnail.
I honestly think that, I mean, just what he did, even outside of Pod Awful, just the fact that he claimed he was in 9/11 and it was a lie, and he just kept doing it for years is so insane that really kind of boosts him up a little bit for me. But wait, what are you guys saying he is?
I said D.
Yeah, I reckon he's an F.
I wouldn't.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want him at F.
No, he doesn't deserve F.
I also put him.
Well,
at
how
D.
long has it been since something happened?
Since 9/11.
Oh, you said you couldn't forget.
No, it's Steve Ranazizi.
Come on, man, you weren't supposed to forget.
The last 9/11 was Jan 6.
Yeah.
So not that long ago.
That's true.
Yeah.
Do you think we could get Steve Ranazizi to claim he was in Jan 6?
Like he was in the fucking.
Oh wait, did
house,
I? Wait,
like,
I did.
Scared.
Wait, I did that. I actually did do that. I forgot. Didn't I? I think I did that for the Jan 6 episode. That's so insane that I just had the same idea again and didn't even realize it. I'm pretty sure I made him say on Cameo that he was behind Jan 6 or something. Didn't I?
Legitimately thought he was just young Steven Crowder.
Does nobody remember that? The Jan 6?
I know the episode. I know the episode, but I still don't remember that Steven Crowder. I thought they were the same guy.
I've got the 9/11 one. Let me see what the 9/11 one is here.
Hey, Pete. It's Steve Ranazizi, a.k.a. Kevin.
Okay, so this is a message to Pete Davidson, whose dad died in 9/11.
Hey, Pete. It's Steve Ranazizi, a.k.a. Kevin from the league. Hello. I'm here because I wanted to send you a message. I know that you and your dad used to watch the league a lot, and you loved it. And I also heard that you had a birthday coming up. You're going to be 11 years old. Happy birthday to you. It's your birthday today. This is going to be a great birthday, all right, buddy? You're never going to forget this, okay? Thank you so much for watching the show. I'm very happy that you're going to be 11 years old. You should be watching the league at 11, but okay, that's fine. To each his own. Happy birthday. Thank you very much for watching the show, and be awesome, brother.
Be awesome and a ninja. Okay, so I'm positive. I feel like for sure I tricked him into doing some sort of Jan 6 thing, but I cannot find it on my computer whatsoever. So who knows? I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure though that I did do that. He said ages 9 and 11 on Cameo. Yep, that's right. That's right. We should have had Peace Hook on the list here, but I forgot about him. All right, next is Maddox. The internet's Maddox. Kind of a weird spot with a goon like Maddox. I mean, we haven't done a lot on him as a goon. He's sort of retroactively a goon. There was the
bed.
There was the mad
bedroom.
Yeah, there was the Mad Dox episode where his bedroom was doxed, and also
slime.
I think that is that the one where I revealed what 571972 was or whatever.
You didn't reveal what it was in that one, I don't think.
Okay, well,
You brought it up.
Yeah, where does Maddox rank? I mean, we know Maddox. Where does he go?
I have him as D as a goon, but a caveat to that is the Maddox AMA is one of the funniest episodes of Pod Awful, and nothing fucking happens in it.
That's true. Yeah, I mean that counts. He was on the show. He was a goon.
I took him at C.
What? Why is he a C?
I'd say it's like a C too. For
similar reasons to what Chewy said, but also I think him being the network, that Pod Awful started on is significant.
Well, I didn't.
Yeah, I see your point there.
I did not start on Maddox's. I had already been a podcast for years before Maddox had a network.
Like a decade.
The interaction that you had as like as a podcast on his network, kind of subtly fucking with him. That's what really did it for me. It wasn't anything really about Maddox. It was that interaction, I guess.
I will say I originally had Maddox pegged as an F, but the kind of the betrayal arc of Pod Awful with Maddox has upped it to a D for me, because I do kind of like the fact that Pod Awful eventually turned against him.
You stealing the show on episodes of the biggest whatever in the universe was pretty funny.
Well, I mean, I can't help. That just is what happens when I'm on shows.
What the fuck was it?
H2BH.
Nobody mentioned the lawsuit.
What?
Lawsuit.
Well, yeah, there's the lawsuit, obviously. But I took part in the lawsuit, so I don't know how much we want to mention it.
Sign the papers.
No, I mean, I told him don't do it. Just don't do it at all. But if I get the fuck over Asterios, okay, I'll help.
I mean, he's Armenian, so that bumps him up.
Is Rucka a goon?
No. He's been a guest on the show a few times. Not a goon. I personally,
I think he's a C.
I've
got him as C.
I put him as an F. But
yeah, I have him
as a goon. He's not really that great though.
I have him as a D, but
all right.
It has been entertaining to see him go from like king of the internet to a talking banana. That's kind of funny.
He did become Dick Goon, didn't he?
That brings him down for me.
And a cowboy.
Saying D for uninteresting in the chat. Yeah, all right. I feel like it averaged out to D there, so we'll just give him the D and C.
Clip it.
There you go. And Andy Worski is a goon. Don't need to argue about that. Andy Worski, where does he go?
Fuck, that's one of the ones I put as C because I didn't recognize him.
Probably F.
It's an odd thing to put him as C because you don't recognize him. It seems like you'd put him as F if you don't recognize him.
Well, I mean, I know who Andy Worski is. I just didn't recognize that picture. That looks like a mugshot, but he's wearing a beanie or some shit. You're not allowed to do that in a mugshot. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, when you're as big a criminal as Andy Worski, every photo looks like a mugshot. No, it's just all photos look like a mugshot. I mean, the man murdered his child, for crying out loud. So
yeah, that's horrible.
Tragic.
He's obsessed with baby murder. It's crazy.
That's his name.
All right, where are we saying he goes?
F.
Yeah, I'd say F.
Yes.
I agree with that. I think I agree with that. I don't know if that's where I put him, but I feel like I agree with it anyway. Where did I put it? Yeah, I put him as F as well.
I put him in F.
All right. Now here's an interesting one. This one just got interesting again. We haven't really covered this, but Ghazi Kodzo, the leader.
That's who that picture was. I put him at B because of blackface.
The leader, one of
He
our,
is black. He is black. For fuck's sake.
the leader of Black.
You know he's in
the leader of Black Hammer,
jail right
the settler of Tatooine, one of the Earth's Jokers, one of the Earth's Jokers, and yes, currently he is in jail for raping and murdering a man, which really would raise his rank, I feel like, had we done an episode about it yet, but we haven't. We haven't done it. Hasn't even been mentioned until just now. So where does he go?
He raped 2 men at gunpoint.
He's pretty crazy. We've had 2 Black Hammer episodes. We also had the episode, the bonus show where Gavin and Ghazi were on that what's his name guy's show. And little bits of Ghazi here or there. Of course, Land Back has become part of our parlance. Land back. And again, one of our very few black goons. We almost don't even make fun of black people when you really add it up. They make up 50% of all the crime, and yet we only make fun of them 1% of the time. Something like that. I don't know. Where does he go? Ghazi, where does he rank?
C.
I'm thinking C, yeah.
Yeah, because of this crazy shit going on with him right now. C.
I mean, if the crazy shit gets covered, I think it could go up. But
yeah,
I had him at B for the white face.
He is one of those goons that I've never managed to get to interact, though. Unfortunately,
I have to say D for that reason.
Not directly, which I do hate. It bothers me because I think he'd be so funny.
I think it could be great.
Wasn't he in the Zoom meeting that we crashed?
Did that even make it into a show?
I don't think it made it into a show.
Yeah, I think the reason is because we barely did anything. I got Hard Ray to join Black Hammer, and then it didn't really pan out that much. I don't even remember what happened really. But hey,
is Hard Ray a goon?
No,
Hard Ray's too normal.
He is a tool to be used against people.
All right, most people said C. I'm going to throw Ghazi in C and call it a day there. Let's go to Lance, MCL, former accidental pedophile, current meaningful, current white rapper.
Current furry.
And he recently took over Pod Awful. He now does Pod Awful, from what I've seen. That hasn't been covered in the show, but
I forgot about that.
Yeah, he did Pod Awful the other night, which was pretty good.
Episode 1.
Again, one of the Earth's Jokers, which is cool. We like that. A lot going on with him. Friends with one of the worst pedophiles in the nation. And also had sex with Shalyn.
Yeah, very sexually adventurous.
I honestly think A.
I think he could, A or B.
Really?
Recent stuff?
I like recent stuff.
Wait, what are you talking about?
He tasted his own butthole.
He licked a toilet and said he's a white slave.
He did lick a toilet and say he's a white slave.
I did feel sorry for him.
No, he did something else too.
Yeah.
What?
He stuck his finger up his butt and tasted it.
His finger up his ass.
That's
all
that is
like manure.
Yeah, check out the Pod After show for that one, everybody.
That's
he also
easier.
That's
he did
an
an episode
goon behavior.
You think that puts him up to A though?
I don't know.
His music is banging.
All right, let me throw this at you.
Unironically.
Let me throw this
the sound clips alone.
Let me throw this at you. What about his Black Misery Month episode?
That was pretty epic.
That was amazing.
Okay.
He did an episode of Pod Awful like 2 nights ago on Twitch.
We just talked about that.
Sorry.
I always thought that his appearance on the Black Misery Month. I'm surprised to hear you guys say that. I thought that was so frustrating and bad because he was like just not cooperating at all, and didn't do anything, didn't really go along with it. So I'm shocked to hear that response, to be honest.
Oh, I thought that was the "I'm a white slave" one. My bad.
Well, it's what led to the "I'm a white slave" licking a toilet thing. But
also the mass suicide when we all killed ourselves.
Yeah,
that was hilarious.
He still buys in on that.
All right, what is it? What's the rank?
A.
You think he's
yes?
Yeah.
Bob Hickman.
Things have changed.
Everyone loves
He's been
Lance.
getting crazy.
Yeah, he's been getting real.
We recently defended him from a bunch of British guys.
Ilmagore level.
It was fucking awesome.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Dick Masterson.
We're all admins and mods in his Discord server. It's great.
Dick Masterson level. Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
You guys are retarded. I'll do it. That's complete. I think you're being extremely biased.
I've got him at B, but
I think you're being extremely biased over some shit that even I don't know about. Probably.
True.
Probably
like
not.
Like a couple nights ago.
It's probably
He'll do whatever you tell him.
Probably non-show shit. It's all right. Whatever.
Show never ends, man.
I gave him D. I put him as D.
What?
No,
I would not even.
definitely not.
I wouldn't consider him above C, and that's being generous.
He's better than the average goon.
That's fact.
Are you
fucking nuts.
kidding?
He always bites.
Dude,
He does
play a
what you
Lance
tell him.
song right now.
We got him to
You tell me.
Play a Lance song.
Play sex music
I
right
think-
now. You tell me it's not A.
I think Lance is on the level of a Brian Allen Fortune, and again, I wouldn't put Brian in C, but that's where he's at.
I do feel bad for him sometimes.
He's Master Studios. I mean, come on. All right, whatever.
MCL is the best musician goon there is.
Actually, let me move,
Musically.
let me move a few.
Jaw
I'm
Crispy.
gonna move a couple here.
Crispy.
Let's just get the Soup universe out of the way all at once here. Let's start with Soup Porter. One of my favorite people.
Yes.
Met these people in real life. I mean, crazy stuff. If you don't know the Soup, the Soupiverse. I can't even begin to explain this shit to you. I don't even know what to say.
14.
It's kind of like the movie Gummo.
It's
out
and whatever you guys think about it, it's a million times weirder and worse. Like being there in real life,
So jealous.
it is. But it is like it was like going to a playground. It really was. It was like being in a fucking amusement. But it was Pod Awful the amusement park. Being there, it really was. It was incredible. Like being at a freak show. Where does
Maryland Mansion?
The Maryland Mansion, the only Maryland Mansion I care about. Where does Soup rank?
A.
Yeah.
I don't know.
The first time I saw him on the show, it broke my mind. I didn't understand.
I think that it is. I really like Soup Porter. It's so fucking funny, but it's just I don't know the fact that he's. I won't say he's in on the joke, but he doesn't hate Pod Awful. He likes Pod Awful. That makes me think he can't be an A. Like he must be a B. I think.
Yeah, he's a B.
He is trying to be funny sometimes, but he's funnier than he thinks.
A lot of the time, I would say he's very much on the level of a Charles Howell. He's actually he's so it's so hard to pin down Soup because he is a mastermind troll and the gooniest human being at the same time. It's bizarre. I again saw it in real life, my own two eyes, watched in real time as he would like sneak a glance over at me and whisper something like, "Oh yeah, do this," trying to mess with Merle or whatever. And then at the same time, he lives in a home for retarded people. I don't know what else to say about I feel like he's the world's greatest performance artist, but also it is real 100%. I don't know. I literally don't know. I felt like he'd probably be the hardest one to pin down for me. I put him.
He's a wild dude.
Personally, I put him in B.
Yeah, I put him in B. That's fair.
And I had him right next to Charles Howell. I kind of look at them similarly in that way.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
It makes sense.
Yeah, I've got all three of them in A.
But I mean, I could be argued up.
If he's in B,
I could probably be argued up to an A. I could even probably be argued down to a C. I really don't know. Like, we don't cover him much. What we did cover of him was incredible. And also, should he and Merle be ice climbers? You know, probably.
Yeah, definitely.
He, Merle, and all of the people of their town, Michael Arthur Taylor Jr., that should probably be Pokemon trainer, really. But
yeah.
Yeah,
Rick. That would be Dina.
Yeah, Dina. Yeah, Rick Claypool. Fucking, I mean, here's a crazy fact, is they hang out routinely with an Oscar winner. Okay, did you know that?
Really?
That's bizarre.
No, what are you talking about?
Yeah, he lived in their building or something. They hang out with him. Yeah. King Gimp. Just look up King Gimp. Okay? That's all you need to know.
Wow.
I'm not gonna talk about it any more than that. King Gimp. Went to the Oscars. Won. Okay, so I think we agreed on B though. It feels like a
yeah,
B.
nice middle ground.
But then where does Merle go? That's what you're left with then. You gotta, because there is no Merle without Soup.
Same place.
Same.
I could think there would be Soup without Merle.
There's 100% Soup without Merle. There's no Merle without Soup. I mean, she would exist, but we would never know about her.
Yeah.
I will say this though. The funniest part of Soup to me is his interaction with Merle. I am less interested when he is not around Merle. No offense to him. It's just that their interaction is so funny together. Yep. And his whole, he has set up this unreality around her that she's unaware of, the way I do with Goons. It's like so bizarre. Yep. Where does she go?
B as well.
B. I'd put it with him.
All right. But then where does that leave Michael Arthur Taylor Jr.?
C.
Oh, so he goes down to C.
I think so. He's just your...
He is
his severe level of retardedness, I think, does bring him down a notch from those two. Not that I think he's a great guy. Probably one of the happiest guys out there.
Fuck my mother.
Wish I could be like him, but...
Well, I'll tell you, I actually put, personally, Soup and Merle both in B as well, but I put Michael Arthur Taylor Jr. in D. So I'm not sure that's right, but...
I definitely put him below them.
Yeah. I think I agree with that. I'll put him in C.
I had them in A and him in C.
He is great.
He's kind of like our Beetlejuice.
Like when you think about, you know, the presidential campaign and that putting that video together for him, and when we do talk to him, it is a great time every time. Like it is fun, but it is also, it's incredibly exhausting for me, which is probably why I ranked him down to D. To the point where I haven't really responded to him in a very, very long time. All right, this is a stupid one, but I had to put it. Bill Nye.
Oh no.
D.
Creep alert.
Wait.
I think D.
Really? You
F.
I'd say F. I mean, easily I'd say F.